tell him at me. Dressed to kill, great Gatsby. Run out the bed like a caddy. He kinda cute, call him Zaddy. After the show, cameras flashy. Fashion killer, I'm a baddie. L-Sets in the Addy. I'm a tease, can't have me. Attitude, that chick got me rude. In my way, look around, better move. If you see him with me, like you do. All eyes on me, take two. They wanna know who I am, what I'm about. That girl, come and see, check it out. I run the town from the north to the south. I'm the source, and you heard it from my mouth. Go to work, go to work. Put in work, go to work. Go to work, go to work. Work. You gon' get this work. Look at the way that I don't complain, I just work. Hate it, I love it, I work hard and I smarter. No discount, I don't water. I know I'm bad like Miss Parker. I'm leading the way for my daughter. I put it down, then I flip it and reverse it. Great digger, I can show you what a hearse is. I got bars, I can show you what a verse is. I've been glowing, I've been living in my purpose. Big stepper when I step, spin a check. Get it back like flat, that's a red. I don't play when it come to my respect. The girls slay when we stepping on the set. Hold up, wait, let me switch my flow. All I need is a big bang roll. If you don't land, then I hate to see you go. I've been mad at my business, beat my goal. I can speed it up or I can take it slow. Meet me at the top, I'm the star of the show. Okay, on your mark, set, go. Ready, set, go, 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 go.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
See the ring there from the spike plant. Monyet unable to find the catch though. Slides in. Comes away with 2 kills of his own. Salvos to go ahead, hold off the peak. But Monyet repeats it, finds one relay, bolt set, and Monyet!
Okay, play for time. Rolling Thunder now sent over, so staggering the ultimate somewhat. Killua goes for the swing. He's trying to pick them off one by one. They will fall like dominoes. More space down in. Hell has been cleared now. Watching out for Door. Hyunmin still able to most of the shots and get the spike into at least half. Found him, and that's gonna be Estrella now coming through. He's got the short, and he's got the fight.
Double tap expiring. Sun now a bit at risk, and spot out. Half the plans of Paranoia going to be sent in, goes to the peak. Getting pressured here. Double swing around.
No!
Certainly not! Still see that linger back from Moniette across the map. Jemkin able to open things up, and Sylvan's going to be taken down. Meteor up over the top, considering going for the peak, but does not. As Stacks goes in for the fight, and he manages to catch 3! Looking for that fourth crazy guy is down to a sliver. And now Stacks is maybe. It's not very often that we get to see Stacks in for the ace.
하면 할수록 헤드셋이 커지는 거 같네.
아까는 작았다며. 와
아까-
늘리고 있는 거 아니야 지금?
아까 분명 작았는데.
얼굴이 옆으로 커서 그래.
예?
เราต้องคอกันเหมือนแข่งเว้ยตอนนี้คือแข่ง
하면서
เราต้องคอเหมือนซ้อมเว้ยไม่นั้นแบบนี้เราทีมที่โหดที่สุดในโลกอะตอนนี้เราคอเหมือนซ้อมอะさあ盛り上がれ
来たこの感じ。
ナムちゃんぬもうだ
남자는 뭐?
자신감이죠 마지.
나 오늘 힘 맡긴다
나 근데 오늘 지면 너 죽일 거야. 아 몰라 그냥 내 브리츠 승률 안 올려주면 니가 다 죽여. 잠깐만. 나 홀드만 해볼래? 나 에이맨 선택 해줄게 원태 이거.
하긴 컨택 안 할게 그럼.
너네 컨택 해도 돼. 딸딸이 쳐도 돼. 그럼 에이맨 나올 것 같아. 아 걔도 미안해.
姫
리메만.
姫ネオン
미사일을. 나온다.
둘 레이즈까지. 바이스 브리치 레이즈. 태워도 있다. 태워도.
あけど1対1するはいネオン MA 行ってる
사이트 있나봐. 샌드 먹자. 샌드 먼저 먹자. 얘들아.
하긴.
이렇게.
あいたバナナ当たろこれ
あバナナ
いいよ
当たる
タイミングでいいよレディいるよ
고 점프. 얘 나왔다. 뒤에 먼저. TCT. 레이즈 70이야.
또 오른쪽 있다 박스.
박스 뒤
박스 뒤.
월샷 먼저. 안 서라고 하자. 안 서라고.
오케이, 나이스.
하자. 잘 봐. 로로로. 마치.
위아래
나이스. 집중하자 우리.
지금 살짝 정신없어 보여.
진짜.
One women. Oh, he only put wall. He put wall.
Itu ngebet di belakang kaki, jangan.
Yeah.
Dia smoke M1.
Aman TP Amen.
Guys, women.
Let's walk shot also.
Joining me.
Nothing aiming, boys.
They play behind aiming. Alright, middle.
Can we just decide on the plan and go somewhere together, guys? We're going mid together, right? Just spot me.
Two M-nya just now. Dia mau setup beda.
Fox City. I'm ready, boys.
Out.
Flashing, boys. Flashing.
Out.
Can flash. Out here. Go behind, guys. Go behind. Don't block me.
I smoke side for you guys. Stay side.
Number. I rotate. Nothing.
Nothing. Can be mid.
Can we shot also. Can we mid.
Sound.
Watching M-nya.
I will hit the lane, man, probably. Let's go, okay?
Let's go.
I'm Molly market. Oh, but Molly.
Backside.
One more.
Backside. Go.
Come on.
I watch it. You guys watch. I smoke lane.
I'll pick up the Ryu, Jason.
Come on, picking. Nice. Yeah, I got it. Just watch it.
Nice, boys.
Let's go, boys.
Ready, buddy? Let's do that. Continue for you. 3, 2, 1.
They smoke mail. Cannot see.
야 이거 미드 뒤에. 미드 A 나왔어 애들 둘. 그냥 미드 더 해도 돼.
나 미드 붙을게. 아 이거 스모크 한번 더 가릴게.
A 하나 더.
Close to me. 1, 2. Close to me. Push. 3, 2. Pushing mid. Mail. 하나 먹었다. 삐면 하나 먹었어.
야 미드 나온다 미드.
나이스.
미드. 헤비하면.
First info, guys.
B. I'm in B main.
우리 내형 개피야.
안설할게. 안설해.
레이즈 공 있고.
레지 구수 생각도 해야 돼.
헤븐. 헤븐 레이즈. 126 해요.
One enemy
레디 박스 VCT.
섀도우 박싱 할 듯.
전 플랫.
스모커. 나이스!
잘했어.
I watching cross.
Let me check mid, guys. Only epic. The epic.
I watch your right side so.
Floor mid.
Gua nggak mantek.
Care breaking turret.
Pas saya gak sih?
Sorry top middle.
Shoot it turret dah. Shoot it turret.
Okay, flash for you, gonna break.
Problem now.
Follow mid, follow.
On double door.
Double door, son. One more.
Chill.
Fight. They're gonna fight again.
Yep, it's okay. I can
Need
come
to
with you.
retreat.
Yeah.
Watch your red. I watch your red.
Wait, I think it's B. I think it's B, guys. I think it's B.
clear. We pushing Amen.
Later I ulti like this.
Nice done.
One more.
Help the.
I'm gonna ulti. Careful. Dia ulti Lilia.
Wait, maybe open.
Push up. Are you okay, dude? Winnable 5 minutes.
Pick yuk nanti.
Ada.
Oh,
Ya,
dua,
dua,
ada. Keluar. Secret.
Pelan.
Nice.
출격형. Usap kayo.
Out, boys. Chill, boys.
원에 스모크 한번 올릴래 그냥?
얘들아 이거 들어와봐. 나 이거 혼자 A 갔다 올게.
사철도 없어.
나 이거 A 혼자 갔다 온 거야. A 혼자 갔다 온 거.
오케이.
May missile na ako. Pwede ko missile yan, boy. Pagka ako store.
Xbox sa akin. One way sa akin, boy.
Pick natin. 3, 2, 1, flash.
야 이거 얘들아 나 여기 백사에 폭감
오케이,
갈게.
오케이,
간다.
오케이, 나 이거 들어갈게.
3 해봐 하나.
Saan nga ba? Go. Patayin natin.
Missile ko side. Katapin na.
셀랑 가.
Ingat si.
얘들아 사이프 30. 아 되겠네. 나 이거 시트 붙을. 우주야 너가 시트
나
붙을래?
시트 붙을게.
시트 일자선 조심해. 앞에 붙어. 만 애들이. 스톱.
선 없어 확인.
Sabay-sama na lang.
Sabay. 5v3. Boys, pasok tayo.
Go. Reloading.
Forward kayo apat. 3, 2, 1. Go.
하나 더, 둘 더.
하나 더.
하나 몰라 얘들아.
오케이,
얘들 오는 거 조심.
먹고. 브리지 30.
그냥 시티에 워터, 시티에 워터. 나이스. 예! 뭐야? 와.
나온다.
괜찮아,
돌아갔어.
이렇게 다 뺐어.
삐삐삐삐삐삐삐.
안 보여.
웃어줄게.
태어필.
실용 없고. 졌어.
스모크 없다. 오멘 TP.
나 스모크 없어.
하나 더 엘버요.
먼저 엘보봐.
실온돌에 엘보 하나.
B 하나. B 사이파. 다시 돌린 거 조심.
사이트 하나.
시트.
사이트 하나. B.
하나
사이트
열었어.
하나 B. 필, 오멘
엘보에
필.
메인,
둘 다 필. 얘는 클래식도 필. 얘는 클래식.
이거 뭐야 이
에이스! 맛있다.
남의 태거.
비맨. Ascent Map.
아픽 타워. Let's go.
Kaya flank, kaya tower. Kaya. Fighting CT. One.
바닥이.
에이스.
에이.
스텝 타워 TP.
오케이,
Let me ace.
똥스먹. 네.
Get.
요, 들어. 고. 왜 이렇게 제트 연막.
A 많아 얘들아. A 많아. A 써가지 마 얘들아.
빠지고.
드론도 쓰고
방패캠.
에롱 셋 제트 오멘. 비빔 스모크 줘야겠다. 비빔 스모크. 대기 중에 하나 연막. 나 이거 못 빠져 이제.
앞에 봐줘 그러면. 나 이쪽 채울게.
앞에 보고 있어. A 스모크. 나 블라인드. 리콘.
에롱도
하나.
하나.
천천히.
하나 더. 살포만 뭐
롱 하나. 숏 보는 중나 지금. 나도 숏일 것 같아.
사운드 들리는
천천히 해.
나이스. 뭐야?
몰라. 잠시만 하면은 좀뭐 얘기 좀 하고 해. 아 미안.
Hi, my name is Timmy from Thailand Esports. I'm playing Flex.
Hello guys, I'm Kilias from Global Esports and I'm Flex.
Hi, I'm Waldo, playing for Team Secret and I play Flex.
Hello guys, I'm Forsaken. I'm from Team Pepperex. I play Flex. What do you do? I don't know.
We're gonna do squats
Squad.
for the number of how many agents that you have played in Valorant games, alright?
Oh,
So, good luck for second.
I think I'm gonna fart if I do squat.
Riz, Kyle, Jet, Omen, Breach. Whoa!
Go!
Yoru. Sage. Keo. Gecko. Astra. And Reina.
I forgot. At least I think one for every role, like initiator one, sentinel one, or duelist one, smoker one. Then you can become a flex, right?
Very smart play. Playing different role in each map is like changing up your playstyle also, you know. In this agent, you can play aggressive. In this agent, you need to play smartly.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to change the playstyle from util agent to the more duelist agent that you need to enter.
I try to adjust with my team's role.
I always pick the last agent who's left there just to make sure that my other teammate is comfortable with the role.
Same reason with this guy. The comfortability.
I want to try something that new. Yeah, so maybe it depends on code on me. Yeah.
Flex player, you're using different kind of role, right? So for example, this agent, you need some pixel perfect of this lineup, and the other agent, you need to make sure the timing is correct, you know. So you need to practice more.
For example, the initiator, many lineup you need to learn for your team. Then some traps also, the unbreakable ones maybe.
I think when I'm playing race, but I thought I was playing jet, so I press E for dash, right? But it wasn't dash, it was grenade, so I died.
I'm using jet. I thought I can satchel out, so I used the Q. I have drop instead.
Maybe in rank when I thought I'm using jet, then I press E and I'm playing Cypher. Oops. So I just teleport to the other side.
Yeah, same with him. I play Cypher and press E and then watching camera. Yeah.
Just happens.
For me, no. Boring.
Same to me.
Yeah, boring.
Boring.
Once you start flex, you never go back.
I just like when I make like idea, like when I like brainstorm the strat and stuff, you know.
I'm not just playing one role, I'm playing a lot of roles, and so it makes my brain more open.
For me, playing flex is like knowing your teammate, like their role, so you know to like support them easier.
For me, I have a lot of fun to play flex. Yeah, so I can try everything new. Yeah.
When I'm having a bad day in like playing, it's really hard to play it because a lot of things on your mind, like what to do. It's like combining on every role.
Me, I think it's not consistency, and if you have a bad day, it's bad. Yeah. Being creative.
Good answer, pare. Yeah, creative also.
Creative is important, guys, in this game.
Very hard to.
Kapom.
And creative. Yeah.
Kapom.
For me, I think in the old meta, I prefer duelist, but in this new meta, I kinda prefer sentinel because it's fun to play.
I think for me, still duelist.
For me, the initiator.
For me, sentinel. I just like to holding side. For me, Yoru Cup. I think Yoru, the skill is still annoying. For me, I saw Cup. I have shield and can 1v1. Oh. Yeah.
For me, deadlock. I can sit down people.
And humble them.
For me, Cypher. I like playing inside building.
You like to AFK?
Yeah, AFK with my camera.
Camera and eating.
Yeah, eating.
Gecko. When I play Gecko, when I move the fish, the ulti, right? It's so awkward. I'm just bad at Gecko, I think.
The jet one. When I started IGL and I was still duelist, and I'm having a hard time playing jet because I'm going in and I'm still calling, you know. So I don't want to play that again.
Maybe Yoru? I don't know. Maybe in rank I play Yoru just for fun. But in team, my teammate is better Yoru than me. You have Jeremy.
For me, Brimstone. I don't want to remember Molly like.
I'll go with Premi because of his deadlock. His deadlock is so good because of his aim. His util is so good, especially his ult usage.
I think for second because everyone knows him as like the best flex in Pacific.
Oh.
Maybe in the world.
What a glaze.
For second too, because I like him to play Harbor. Wait. I like you to play Harbor. For me, maybe...
Yourself.
No. Maybe Clove. Creepy Clove. So good. Yeah.
Oh, oh.
Yeah.
Every agent.
Maybe 5. Oh, Wele. Wele, deadlock. Wele, deadlock, race.
Oh, bridge.
Oh, extra.
5 or 6.
Oh.
Maybe 5 also.
For me, 6. Cyper, race, jet,
No.
Wele.
No.
The middle one, pre. Meteor.
Yeah, I think Meteor.
MVP bro.
Meteor.
You just put him in Sentinel.
He's good.
Yeah. MVP. Yeah.
Handsome.
Handsome. For me, I like aggressive. You like aggressive? You like? Yeah. I think aggressive than safe.
Thank you for everyone to share talent esports. So if you like me, I will pay a lot of agent.
For me, thank you so much for keep watching us, watching my gameplay, and I hope you guys like my gameplay all the time. And yeah, thank you for the support.
Thank you for watching, guys, especially on VCT Pacific. Hopefully we can showcase more on our playstyle as a flex, so hopefully you enjoy it more.
Thank you for watching us. Please continue supporting us. We will show our best every game.
Gago eh.
안녕하십니까. 안녕하세요.
저희 오늘 해볼 게임은 퍼시픽 운동회인데요. 텍스처 선수가 선서문 먼저 낭독해 주실게요.
네. 선수단 선서. 우리는 스포츠의 영광과 팀의 명예를 위하고 스포츠 정신의 근본 원칙을 준수하며 노력과 실력으로 정당한 승부를 펼칠 것을 약속합니다. 약속합니다. 네.
어떤 미니게임 할지 예상이 되시는 분 계신가요?
저요. 그 피구.
피구?
응.
무슨
다치볼.
피구를 어떻게?
그 소바 충격 화살로 그거 하는 거.
네, 소바하니까. 야, 잘하고 와.
이겨야 된다 형.
뭐라 말 좀 해라.
내가 더 날렵해.
와, 야 잠깐만 날려.
그래도 형이야. 화살은 내가 더 묵직해.
야야, 너 왜 웃어? 규혁이 너 뭐야? 젠제 화이팅!
더 크게 더 크게.
젠제 화이팅! 오. 야야야, 춤 다 맞아.
야 한 대만 더 맞춰봐. 형 좀 떨어져서 좀 떨어져서. 고수인데?
개보다리.
아니 고수인데?
나와.
원래 지고 시작하는 거예요.
뭐래?
젠지의 경기답게.
오케이. 아, 패승승.
승승으로 가자, 승승. 우리 승승으로 가자, 임마. 이분 화이팅! 가자. 나이스. 하자.
와 쉽다. 한 대만 더. 한 대만 더. 한 대만 더. 자.
못해!
제발 때려. 여기.
접으세요.
형, 좀 더 날렵해야 돼. 아, 화이자. 화살만 묵직해서는 안 된다고.
아무리 묵직해도 못 맞추면은 묵직함이 필요가 없어요.
맞지. 가자. 빨리 끝내.
아,
잘한다.
야, 왜 가도?
자!
좀 더 날렵해야 돼. 화살만 묵직해서는 안 된다고.
이거야 임마. 신노.
아, 김범이 화이팅!
응 아니야? 김원태 화이팅.
먼저 화이팅.
가자.
여기.
하던 대로.
좋은데?
여기. 저기.
그렇지.
Player
우리였다.
먼저 땄어.
조용히라. VAR 판독. VAR 판독.
벤지가 이번 포인트 가져갑니다.
아 뭐야? 오케이.
손에 땀 나는데 이거?
아 긴장돼. 아.
그만 맞아 그만.
떨렸어요.
화이팅 때 시작할 때 속이.
입니다. 가자.
여기.
가자.
여기. 나 진짜
나 지키면 돼.
야 욕심이 나오면 어떡해.
무비라 그렇게 날렵하진 않은데?
에바야 너무 묵직한데.
아 좋았다.
복수해줘 복수.
복수해줘?
복수해줘.
알았어.
저기 그 늙은이가 이제 스파이크 담당 연막이잖아 또.
맞긴 해. 아무래도 계속 들고 있어야지요.
잘 넘기긴 해.
난 내 안에 스파이크가 들어온 적이 없어.
내가 이번에 넣어줄게.
안 내면 진다. 가위바위보.
노장답게 잘하겠지.
살짝 아쉬울 것 같지 않아? 너무 느려.
나 느려?
아니 상대가 더 느려.
어디야?
오 빠른데?
스킬을 봐.
Spike drop. I have the spike.
뭐해.
스킬 좋아.
못 찾겠지 늙어서. 못 찾겠지.
안돼. 따라가야 돼. 예측해.
어떡할래? 어떡할까? 이거 어때?
예측해서 해야 돼. 예측해서.
어때 대회네? 어때요? 어때? 나도 갈 건데? 안 돼.
확실하다요. 따라올 수가 없어.
저 웨이레이를 한 번도 안 해봐서 이 스킬을 모르겠어요. 잘.
안 되는데.
응원과 함께 시작할게요. 자, 하나, 둘, 셋.
아이 궁. 도망가. 형도 궁 써.
Spike drop. I have the spike.
느려요.
어떻게 할 건데?
느린데.
맞춰.
우클릭 누르면 택시 한 번입니다. 8개 맞던데?
놀림까지.
이렇게 할 건데?
너무 빨라.
어때?
근데 말했잖아 느리다니까.
아니 이거 확실히 잘한다 그냥 이거는. 생긴 거에 비해 날렵해.
아직 내가 더 젊다.
그런 거 같네. 나 좀 젊어져 볼게.
좋아. 도망가고.
좋아. 날렵해. 약간 아쉬운데? 못 찾겠지 늙어서.
말했잖아 느리다니까.
나 좀 젊어져 볼게.
I have the spike.
어떻게 할 건데? 어떻게 줄 건데? 우리 팀 나라용이야.
나 빨리 나. 응 아니야. 나 될 건데. 여기 이 클릭 해주시고 역행된다.
형, 나안 돌아가잖아.
눌렀어.
그때 키가
안 돼.
넣어야 돼. 해야 돼.
아니야. 역행 안 눌렀는데. 쉬운데?
안 되네.
나한테는 어려운데?
깔끔하게 이겼다.
깔끔하네. 확실하다.
나한테 너무 어려운데?
롱점프?
내 감각이 좋아야 되는데 이거. 내고 마음속 3초 세. 이게 숫자 세거든.
확실하다.
파이팅!
1점도 주면 안 돼.
3대 떡 해야 돼. 안 내진다 갈보. 에이 먼저.
저는 준비됐습니다.
오케이 시작해.
지금이에요.
지금이니. 레전드.
망한 거 같은데 우리.
확실하다. 야, 질 수가 없어요.
할 수 있어. 할 수 있어. 너야 너. 담비야 담비.
역교 화이팅.
아, 이겼잖아. 확실하잖아. 야, 나리브 클로즈다 임마. 잘하긴 했어. 인정할게. 내가 조금 더 잘했다.
역규야 이기면은 샤브샤브 사줄게.
가자.
형, 우리는 뭐 없나?
불닭. 치즈 불닭. 형이 끓여줄게.
너 들어와 임마. 바로 들어와.
보내버렸어요. 다시.
몰수 빼.
아무.
잠깐만. 이거 떨어진 걸로 인정해야 되는 거 아니야? 이거? 애교 불어봐.
한 번만.
야, 넘어가자.
야.
야 그런 말을 보면 어떡해.
아니야, 내가 봤을 때 너무 빨리야. 지금 이 끝거리로상 내가 봤을 때 한 3.5초 정도 마음속으로 세야 돼.
지금.
감 알았어. 이제 질 수가 없어 이제. 불닭 없어 진다. 나 완벽한 타이밍 재버렸어 이제.
그러니까 3.5.
확인했어.
페이크 안 속네.
야수의 심장이 없다. 야수의 심장이.
3.5초가 아니라 1.5초로 들었지 너.
규혁이 3연승 하면은 소고기 사줄라 했는데.
그러면 완전 끝에 가면 이제 소고기?
완전 끝에 가면 돼. 오케이. 소고기 사줄게.
그 심장 가지고 뭐 되겠어?
난 될 수 있어.
너 먼저 해.
너부터 해. 너 먼저
해.
하겠습니다. 나 눈 감고 할게. 눈 감고. 눈 감지 마.
너무 빨리.
와 진짜.
역규야 너만 잘하면 돼. 역규야.
할수 있어.
역규야 너만 잘하면 돼.
3, 4, 5. 잘 가고. 이지.
승리의 소감을 말씀해 주신다면?
쉽고 재밌었습니다.
아니 뭐 소바 이제 이게 짬 차이가 아무리 나더라도 이게 기본의 실력이 있으니까 또. 네.
와!
트로피.
부럽다.
뭐야?
부럽다.
위 팀은 제1회 퍼시픽 운동회에서 탁월한 실력과 빛나는 팀워크로 승리를 거두었기에 이에 축하의 마음을 담아 이 트로피를 수여합니다. 우승!
기념사진 좀 찍을게요. 3, 2, 1.
You keep me waiting so long till the time I'll be with you. I guess I must keep it strong till the time I'll be with you. Ooh, I need you here by my side. And if what they say is true, I think we are a perfect match. You and I, I just think we are a perfect Loving you feels like a crime. Don't know what is wrong or right.
Hi guys, I'm with Solo Coach and I'm here to ask some questions. 감독님 안녕하십니까? We had some fans wondering who is the naughtiest on Genji. 혹시 젠지에서 가장 금쪽이는 누굴까요?
저희 HSK 코치가 네 가끔
Oh, there's the man, the naughtiest.
저래가지고 네.
And if which one is your pick? Do you like it when Texture gets 4 kills or an ace?
원래는 에이스 하는 게 좋다고 생각하는데 요새 하도 저도 가스라이팅 많이 당하다 보니까 그냥 4킬 하는 게 오히려 더 나을 때가 있는 게 아닌가.
I thought ace was better, but now I've been a little bit gaslit, so 4K might be the way to go. And lastly, the fans want to know how much do you guys spend on food and who has the biggest say when it comes to deciding the menu. 메뉴 결정권, 가장 목소리 큰 사람과 식비를 되게 팬분들이 많이 궁금해하시더라고요.
식비는 뭐 저희 다 여유롭게 나오고 딱히 얼마라고 말씀드리기 좀 그렇긴 한데 여유롭게 잘 나오고요. 그리고 메뉴는 항상 뭐 나라나 상범이나 그렇게 둘이서 잘 고르는 것 같긴 해요. 네.
We like to spend our money on our food, and it's usually Texture or Munchkin that has the biggest say. Speaking of Texture, thank you. 감사합니다, 감독님. 이제 텍스처 선수한테 한번 가볼까요? 안녕하십니까? The fans want to know if you can only eat one food in your life, would it be 제육 or 돈가스?
제육.
No thinking needed. 그냥 생각 없이?
제육.
Okay, and next you're going to be playing against DRX. It's been a little bit of time since kickoff. What do you want to say to them? DRX 킥오프 이후로 오랜만에 만났는데 한마디 부탁드립니다.
저번에 우리하셨으니까 이번에는 이기고 재밌게 잘하자.
You guys took that win last time, and it's ours this time. All right, let's have some fun. We'll see you in match. Bye-bye.
Welcome everybody to another day here at VCT Pacific, home of 4Ks and speedy neons. No, we do not have Ben Affleck, but we have the next best thing. We have Big Time and Pilsky on the desk. Myself, Mega Fabs here at home.
I was not expecting that. Unfortunately, we're nowhere near Ben Affleck. But you know.
That's what I said. I said the next best thing.
You are stuck with us.
I'd be like Ben Affleck because there's probably something wrong with me.
Ah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Morgan, I'm surprised you washed your face. Things you can take out of context on the VCT Pacific broadcast.
Yeah, no, it's all gone, unfortunately.
Ah, the 10 signature is gone.
I thought you meant he looks filthy like on a daily basis.
That too, actually.
Kind of orphan from bloody Oliver Twist or something.
Did you like, you think about it? You were like, maybe not, maybe one day.
I pressed it up against some paper. It's preserved now. I get that framed forever. So.
You know what else you should get framed?
What?
You should get your boom capsule framed.
Of course.
As well as a Nongshim capsule, because those are in store, of course, and you guys can check them out right now, as well as all of the other Ascension teams. Complete your collections respectively, as Morgan has, being very, very loyal to his good friend DOS9.
And if you tweet at me on Twitter saying that you've bought both of the capsules, I will frame Morgan for something.
Now I want to do that. I'm probably the first person to do that, just because I'm so curious.
He may go to prison.
Oh no! Oh, okay, that's gonna be really, really exciting. But you know what's even more exciting? What's even more exciting is our Build a Diff game, which has been heating up lately. Of course, the reason why is because our Build Diff brought to us by Acer Predator, and Intel has something more at stake. One of us will be going home with our very own Acer Predator laptop.
Yep.
So we have been really putting in the work here. And as I do believe Victoria is leading.
She's dominating.
She is.
Not for long. I'm locked in today, so
okay.
We're fine.
Well,
fine. Don't worry about it, guys. We're fine. I'll be back. I'll be back after
If we see Victoria's team, we actually have my team and Victoria's team on up here. This is my... Do you believe me, chat? Do you believe me?
He's not allowed to do that.
Good stuff.
Apparently not, but only because we're supposed to be picking from the teams that are playing on stage. That is the only reason why this isn't my actual team.
Okay.
What is your actual team? You have it.
So,
You have it prepared.
Let's go through. Well, let's take you guys out because you guys will be playing another day. But let's go through Victoria's team first. We have Texture as duelist. We have Australia over there as
I love
initiator.
Australia.
I'm like, and you're from there, aren't you?
I am. He's my dad.
We have Siota over there on Sentinel, and we have Persia for Smokes, and Karon as Flex. This is a pretty strong team.
It's not bad. It's okay.
It speaks for itself.
Yeah,
It's okay.
How can you not? How can you not pick it? He's actually flexing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's
I think she took it a little too literally.
It's a visual representation of the role.
It's
okay. What about you, Mika?
I have my team. I am not gonna. Okay, we are gonna start with Texture.
Oh my god.
As
so you've just copied her homework because she's doing so well.
Here's where it changes. Francis.
Francis. Okay, that's a good pick.
I can respect that
Initiator.
pick.
We do have Siota. Again, I mean, you gotta pick him after that performance. We have.
So Vic's picked Australia. He hasn't played anything but Sentinel on this team.
We have
Initiator.
Mako.
Mako on Smokes.
for
Mako's
Smokes.
good.
Yep.
And I have picked Munchkin as my flex.
Great team.
Okay, it's not
So I would say I'm pretty confident about this. Curious to see what
I'm actually
you
feeling.
guys have.
I'm feeling much better about it. Let me get this trash
We're
out of
gonna-
here.
we're gonna
Oh
get
my
there, okay.
God.
Oh, Jesus.
Don't
Jesus.
throw
Mor-
the players. They have to
Morgan
play
is-
later,
Morgan is-
Morgan.
Victoria's team.
Please. Persia.
Oh my
Persia, come over here.
Get that
Persia,
out of
come
there.
over here.
I'm going to show you all a real
Mako's
winning
crying.
team. He can deal with it.
Genuinely
He's a big boy. We'll be fine. Hyunmin, Francis, Foxy9, Sugar Zero,
Sugar Zero.
and then of course Karon. Look at this. Unbeatable team for today.
pretty
Unbeatable.
good.
Show me yours, but it's got nothing on mine.
Okay. I'll let Mika gently handle
You don't,
my team.
you
Be
don't
nice
trust
to them.
him after you
No.
don't trust him after what he did.
I've never
over there.
trusted him. Not since
Yeah.
I met him. He just looks like a shifty bloke.
All right, we have.
Hyunmin?
Good choice.
Yeah.
Respect that choice.
Wait a minute.
Hold on.
Wait a minute.
Wait. Okay. Yeah, we're good.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Yep.
We're seeing a
Yep.
difference now. Not much of a difference though.
I like my team.
I like the
I think
direction
my
you
team's
go.
better.
It's close to good, I would say.
It's close to good. Sugar Zero had one good series, buddy. You gonna put him on your team?
Yeah,
Come on.
he's got two after today.
Honeymoon
Wait and
phase?
see.
Honeymoon phase, anybody?
I believe.
It's interesting though because we have slight differences. Like everybody's kind of differing by like one or two players.
Yeah.
And we pretty much we're going towards the same direction here.
Francis just had the series of his life.
Yeah.
How can you not go? My middle name is Francis, and I'm not even lying. I lie a lot, but this
He
time
is.
I'm not.
That is
Mitchell
true.
Francis.
I can vouch for that. I have his passport.
So these are our rosters. We're locking our rosters here for today. I'm feeling pretty confident so far, but I mean, who am I to say? I mean, like yesterday was pretty chaotic.
I think after looking at everybody else's teams, this is the day I feel the most confident. This is the day I actually feel the best. I actually think I'm winning this today.
I think it was just 10 shine in your face yesterday.
I'm a true believer today. I've locked in. I didn't sleep last night, just looked over the kill statistics to try and make sure I can get one step closer to this laptop, and this is the final result of my wonderful team.
Interesting. Yeah, I've noticed that Victoria has been winning this competition a lot, and she's just putting players on roles they don't even play in the team that they're playing in. So, is that the way to go?
Let's get a formal investigation going there.
I think so. There really needs to be someone to look into this because this is extremely
I
suspicious.
mean, coaches don't do that, do they? Or maybe they do.
Coaches forcing players to play roles that they don't play?
Personally, I would never do that. That seems like a bad idea. But
Well, taking a look at our standings, I would say that pushing the roles around a little bit does help with some of these teams because if you check it out, I mean, some of the more unpredictable teams that we've had so far have had quite the run so far here at Stage 1.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot to look forward to today. We have, of course, ZETA versus Nongshim later to decide who's going to get that last spot in Group Omega, and we have DRX against Genji duking it out for that seeding position to try and get a nicer spot in the playoff bracket.
Yeah, also there are some of these results that may not have a impact at all on who's actually going to finish where in the group, but may actually affect the overall seeding once we head through to there in some very niche outcomes, which it would take far too long to go into detail. Take a look at the playoff bracket here, though. That is a sweet sign for all of you Indo fans out there. Boom up top. One game away from an international event is not a bad thing to be looking at.
Yeah,
Definitely not. I mean, you also have PRX that is on the board. It's only Boom and PRX so far that have locked where they are in the playoffs. Everything else still up for grabs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot, you know, especially in this Group Omega, we don't really know anything yet. Nothing is absolutely confirmed, so there's worlds where different teams are ending in that top spot. Some, you know, there's about 1,000 possibilities here. It's a lot to calculate, but we got a lot to look forward to over the next few days.
in here ASAP.
Yep, definitely, to look at all of the potential outcomes. So stay tuned for that second series. That's going to be very, very, very telling. But of course, up first, we do have DRX and Gen.G, also very telling, because this is basically we're gonna see who is going to come out second and who's going to come out third.
Yeah, it's massive for both these teams. You know, getting better seeding into the playoffs is so huge to carry forward momentum as you want to make it towards Toronto. Not to mention the all-important championship points that you get for the win to try and help you get to Paris later down the line.
That's absolutely right. And this is another, you know, very much awaited match, especially for the Korean fans. And it's funny how both DRX and Gen.G have had nearly the same record for this stage, right? You have a couple of 2-0s, and then you have a 3-mapper, and then you have a loss to Boom.
Yeah, I think even in kickoff, like, this was kind of a closer series, even though it was a 2-0 in the favor of DRX. They really had a lot of the Korean teams' numbers. Gen.G, since then, they have actually gone back to a pretty similar core. But for DRX, we are, again, not going to see Flashback play today. It is going to be Estrella as well as Bane in the roster. It really did feel like they were trying to make the roles that they were using previously work. And since then, we've got a little bit more context of what's happening in the team and some of the changes, of which I'm not really going to spend too much time speculating. But what I want to see here is maybe a little bit of a different look DRX playing double Enit or something like that instead of trying to make the double duelist work. So really what that comes down to is, does the coaching staff value what they think is strong in the meta more, or do they value what they think their players can fit better on? And I think I would always prefer the second, but I'm obviously a bit of a fraud, and Termy's the GOAT. So we'll see what he thinks is correct today.
Would you mauled on this desk if Free goes Yor again?
Yes.
I think I would agree with you. I don't know.
I wanted to pick him for my team, but I can't be betrayed again. I was crying. He went double negative for the series, and he minus 15'd me on average because he played duelist 3 maps in a row when I put him as my initiator. How can I ever trust again?
I was having a good day that day.
Well, you know what, you know, looking at on the other side, we of course have Gen.G, and yes, we know both teams will pretty much see them at playoffs, but I think we can all agree that the wins for Gen.G, they were, once upon a time, they were more definitive. And right now, of course, they're going through a bit of, they're still working out the kinks of this re-rostering.
Yeah, I think, you know, the last 2 games they have played some easier opponents against TFM and GE, to be fair, so I think it's not anything to get too excited about, but I think, honestly, both for DRX and Gen.G, every single one of these group games, like we talk about this game being a seeding match, so to speak, but I think DRX actually really needs to play this to get used to whatever lineup they're bringing and whatever meta they're going to bring into playoffs, and I just think Gen.G needs more and more reps, because the more games that I see this team play, the more comfortable they look, and I'm not there yet, because I need to see them play DRX today, I need to see them play some tougher playoff games, but these guys are looking better and better all the time for me.
Yeah, I feel like this was... For Gen.G, I think this match is important because, as you say, they've just had 2 2-0s before this, so they have a lot of momentum coming into this game. Carrying that through, beating DRX today means you head into the playoffs with your head held high, knowing that you really can hang. I think this is a huge game for momentum for both teams.
I mean, yeah, absolutely, but you know, I would say what's difficult about this series is there's no clear winner, even per round, right?
No.
There is absolutely no clear winner for this, and I mean, the history of both of these teams, DRX and Gen.G, they've always been going back and forth. I mean, you look back to last year, Gen.G and DRX, they were both at the top of their groups. As you can see right now, DRX got there with flying colors, and Gen.G, they were struggling just a little bit. How different are these teams right now? I would say actually not that much.
I mean, DRX were more group stage merchants back then, and now they're winning Pacific. So a little bit different. Gen.G in a different position than where they were before. But I think Gen.G was a very successful team last year, as everyone will know. Nowadays, they've been kind of knocked down a couple of pegs, and I think they're really in a rebuilding phase. And I think DRX, for me, are kind of the favorites here, but we'll see if that's what's going to actually end up occurring in the server.
Yeah, these are two massively storied teams. Both have been on top in Pacific, especially last year. Gen G, of course, having such a fantastic year, and DRX have been around for so long.
Yes.
All of these players know each other so well. They've competed against each other so many times.
Oh, knocked out in the lowers.
Yeah,
there you
nice
go.
little bit of revenge.
Yep, after 5-0 in the groups.
Group stage merchants, some would say.
But I mean, Gen G lower bracket merchants. They
Oh,
love
yeah.
those lower bracket
They love a lower bracket. I mean, like, it's one thing to do well in the lower bracket, but I don't think anybody loves the lower bracket. The lower bracket's scary.
So we can see this record here all the way through Pacific in general. You can see the most recent win there. The kickoff victory for DRX was a 2-0 over Gen G, so that was quite a comfortable win. For DRX, yeah. But one of those maps was quite close, if I remember correctly. Really could have gone either way, and I really felt like Gen G was still in that slower starter kind of position. They also did play each other. I mean, we've only got the Pacific results here, but they also played each other a lot in the off-season. They played multiple series and best-of-ones against each other in the off-season with very similar rosters. So these guys have actually played quite a bit against each other in 2025 so far. They're well and truly familiar, even in this current iteration of their rosters.
Yeah, Victoria and I have a photo like that, by the way. Crossing finish lines respectively. Just wanted to say, because DOS9 looked really, really happy as he was, running for that. Yep.
I'd pay so much to see him run a marathon.
So would I. Hey, I'm game to join him. But you look at these two that we have, both in very, very pivotal roles, Australia and Fox9, especially with what DRX is going through at the moment. It is definitely not the way they imagined this part of the stage for them, but they just got to roll with the punches at this point.
I think Australia has the most stable role really in DRX, or one of the more stable roles. I mean, he's one of the newcomers. He's done quite well in the Senti role. He has changed his role from what was an IGL and like Flash in it a lot of the time over on the side of RRQ, and he was flexing into Viper, which was a bit more of a kind of stable role, like you would play a pseudo Senti. Now he's just playing full-time Senti, and he seems very comfortable in DRX playing that role so far. Whereas Foxy9, I was floored that he was replaced, honestly. I know that there was some like sentiment and criticism against him for various different intangible aspects that don't include just banger multi-frag rounds that I saw at kickoff. I'm like, this guy's unreal in some of these rounds, and I don't know. I think he's been very solid. The last two series he's had and the stats that he's had going into the current game are fantastic so far in Stage 1.
Yeah, since he's come back, he's really lit up the server. He's come back with something to prove, and I think he has something to prove again today against his former team in DRX, so he's not going to let that slide easily. Hence why I picked him for my team. I'm utterly shocked nobody else did, to be honest. I think Foxy9 is the guy today.
Given some aura right there.
You can recognize the motivation, can't you?
Yeah.
When like players want to prove a point.
Oh, it's all about that.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. There's little intangibles. They go a long way. He's coming in with a lot to prove
This is
today.
the guy at the bottom of the build your team, by the way.
Not after today. Not after today. I'm feeling it.
Well, going into our map videos, this is going to be very, very important. I feel like there are several maps here that are going to be up for contention, are going to be very, very interesting coming into this series, especially since, we have to keep addressing this, little roster adjustment from DRX. It's going to be so, so important if they want to force that double duelist.
I mean, Gen G have banned Fracture. I think that that's a map that probably would suit the current DRX more than some of the other map pool. It's also a map Gen G hasn't played as much as DRX have. DRX always bans Pearl, so that's what you'd be expecting. And the Lotus pick is definitely well and truly expected in this one.
Textbook. DRX picking Split, which is a little bit more of a surprise, we would say, from them. They've only played it the one time here.
But so has Gen. So they have not played it since kickoff, I believe. It's been a little while between drinks for them. And then Ascent is another bit of a question mark. Honestly, Lotus is the map that both of these teams have repped out the most, and Gen G is going to be the one to pick that up. And then once we move into both Split and Ascent, they're honestly pretty big question marks for the rest of this series. And DRX is the team that's getting a little bit trickier with the veto. And I think, as far as I've seen, honestly, I think DRX's new identity, DRX, they're the team that swaps things up a lot, that changes up the veto, changes up the comp, tries to push the meta a little bit more, whereas both Gen G and T1, with very different styles, are much more rigid in their approach.
Yeah, but speaking of those changes, so we saw DRX be running this double duelist style. Now with the changes, are we expecting to see that again today? You know, we saw freeing on the Yoru last week. Do we want to see that again, and do we expect to see that again?
I want to see them play like the RRQS comp, right?
Yeah.
With just solo Yoru or something like that on Yeonmin. I think that would be fantastic. And then just see them play Breach Teo. I think that fits their players very, very well.
Well, we have both of you on the side of DRX.
Yeah.
I am going with Genji, and it was because of something that you mentioned earlier, which is the change, right? I never had in my bingo card to have DRX as a more spontaneous team.
This viewer prediction is very accurate in my mind. Like, this is how I feel about this series, to be honest.
Really, I feel like it's split. I feel like
it's
it's
50-50?
I feel like it's 50-50.
Fair enough.
And we're gonna find out exactly just how evenly split it's gonna be as we step into our first map of our first series. It's gonna be DRX versus Genji, so we're gonna send it to the stage.
...2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1. Rise Pacific. DRX.
This is definitely not the group stage and that DRX imagined for themselves, but the Crowned Kings of Pacific are determined to close out every single win. Against the Tiger Nation, can DRX adapt quickly to keep up all of the momentum that they've had this Stage 1 in Pacific?
Yeah, this team had a fabled kickoff, taking it all the way with their new rookies coming in with Human and freeing. Stage 1 has been slightly rockier for them, but they can recover today, still managed to finish second in the group and carry some good speed into the playoffs.
Definitely. Both of these teams are still, without a doubt, still two of the strongest teams here in Pacific. Although it seems as though, you know, all of their opponents also have become so much stronger, and that goes the same for Genji. It's been a lot tougher for Genji this stage. And the question on everybody's minds is, can Genji regain the throne that they were once on?
Yeah, third place in kickoff had to have been a bitter pill to swallow. I think they have a bit of a point to prove in this matchup, to be honest. I think DRX, they've already been used to being winners of Pacific. You're going to see Genji.
Sasageyo, Foxy9.
There you go. He's getting hyped up for the game. I think they really have a point to prove. I think they really want to beat DRX. Even though this game is only, in theory, for seeding, I think that they really will be the team that has a lot more motivation to win this series.
And when you talk about competitors like this, no one really thinks about it's just for seeding. You know, there's the group of the 5 of you, there's 5 people across from you. You want to win no matter what. Especially when the players know each other as well as this. There's always some pride on the line. No one's ready to roll over quite yet.
Not to mention the coaches as well. You can tell by that hug. I mean, these two teams are so closely tied together. And in a match like this, wherein, you know, you are basically defining who you're going to be for the rest of Stage 1, right? Because of the rosters that you had, whether they are unprecedented or not, this match definitely shows what they're going to show in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to expect for both of these teams. Both of these teams have huge fan bases, have a massive weight of expectation upon their shoulders. Both these teams would have loved to top the group, but that's not possible anymore. But Toronto is very much in the scopes for both of these teams, and the easiest way to do that is get the best seed you can, so they're not going to be stopping here today.
Yeah, I think Gen G will get a lot of confidence as well as they're able to take DRX down, obviously being the reigning champs of kickoff, and although the roles are a little bit all over the place and they're in a bit of a pickle in terms of their actual roster right now, I think they're starting to settle down. I think they're going to be wanting to try to get themselves in some match fit kind of play, be able to play a pretty serious series here as they head in towards a guaranteed spot in the playoffs, regardless of where they end up, and just get used to playing with this roster, because I don't think it's going to be changing anytime soon.
For sure, and they also have to make sure that the foundation that they're setting here is strong enough for the whole rest of the year, because to take down rosters and rebuild them again in the middle of a season is just so challenging.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, always trying to deal with these changes is difficult. But speaking of no changes, of course, Gen G running with the Lotus comp that they know and love. This is a real classic for them. Starting on that defense, watch out for Foxy9 and Munchkin. They had huge performances here last time.
DRX, though, they're going into the exact comp that I wanted to see from them. It's interesting to note Bane is on the Omen, though. Marco's going to be on the Viper. If I wanted to build this comp for the team, I'd probably put Bane on the Breach, although he plays Flash Init less than Info Init. Marco over on the Omen, and then Estrella I know is comfortable on the Viper, but they've swapped around the roles, and we'll see how that actually works out for them, because Bane, he's got a little bit to do on Omen. He did play it on Icebox recently, and it was a little bit of an up and down performance, so we'll see if he's more comfortable on the Omen here on Lotus.
But the highlight, Freeing's back on the Teo.
Exactly.
My sweet baby boy, he's returned.
He's
Thank
back.
God.
He
I
is
should have
back.
picked him today, man.
No, that's
As
exactly
soon
what
as I
I
don't
said.
pick
Now
him.
we're like, oh man, can we go back? Can we go back now that we know this little piece
If
of
they lock double
information?
duelist, I'd change my prediction to Gen G, so we're good, we're good.
Well, it doesn't look like you'll be mauling on the desk just yet. We do have a 3-mapper though, so can't tell. But hey, who knows? Maybe we'll have some mauling on the caster desk as we toss it on over to Achilles and Paperthin to take us through Lotus.
No molding in sight, at least. Well, I mean, I would have to be the only one, because there's nothing else
too late.
To lose.
Yeah, it's all
I guess
balded away.
from the face. Does that also?
I don't want that though. This is all I have left. Don't take this from me.
Well, we've seen the images of when you.
It's
have
not. It's not
accidentally
pleasant.
shaved. It's not.
No.
Great. It's really not. It's like a naked mole rat. But anyway, welcome back for VCT Pacific, second day here as we round out our standard play. Group stages are about to come to a conclusion. These final positions in the playoffs about to be locked down. It's all to play for here, and with this one, a little bit less important. Both of these teams we will be seeing in the playoffs, but of course it is for the position. Where are they going to go through in the seeding? That is the question as we get ready to jump into DRX versus Gen G.
Exactly, and I mean, I think for both of these teams, there's been some roster shakeups here and there for various different reasons on both sides of the coin. Obviously, DRX having the unexpected departure of Flashback. They've had to shift roles around, kind of maybe go away from what Termi had planned for this stage. However, I think in terms of a coaching staff that can prepare a team on short notice for an event like this, to get players in different roles, to get them adjusted. DRX, there's few better in VCT.
Sure.
And with Gen G, I mean, bringing Foxy9 back in, trying to find some stability on that Sentinel role, and it's looked good the last couple of weeks. Sure, you could argue it's some weaker opponents, but I think in general, from what I've seen, the game plans are really starting to come together for this Gen G squad here in 2025. Is Mako not aware of this lurk?
Oh, he was watching for it. Seemed like he did have somewhat of a read, but Munchkin just a little bit too snappy with the shot. Is able to go ahead and find that first kill. As right now the rest of DRX looking to push their way forward here in towards the site. Texture up top here at the drop. Not gonna go sliding down, has the paint shell, just trying to go ahead and dissuade and interrupt the plant, is able to do so. A smattering of damage gonna be put there onto Estrella. Texture does get taken down. Solid shots from Bane. Go ahead, break down that race, but Munchkin just swinging out, able to find himself a second as Hyunmin will hit the floor. Ooh! Headshot coming across with Foxy9, still able to stay alive on his feet. 2 players now left as Estrella tries to turn the tides of this fight, but it all falls down to Freeing. But look at the HP bars. Foxy, Ash, both no health to speak of as he's sticking it, and Freeing is wise too at a Red Bull clutch to kick things off as DRX will take the opening pistol.
That's a beautiful round for DRX to recover from a great read early by Munchkin. Had a perfect sense of the timing. Was right on Mako's heels as Mako had turned the corner to go back towards A lobby. He got that kill for his troubles, and a really nice salvos from Freeing, though, to set up Bane's first kill to clear Texture out of heaven. And then he comes through with a big clutch. Think back to that crazy ace he had with the Ghost at Masters Bangkok. He's very, very steady with those pistols. Haunt out early is going to get a spot on Hyunmin, maybe intentional there.
Quick reveal, but yeah, just pushing forward. Munchkin this time, once again, trying to explore outside of B main, but will get struck down. The Outlaw will go ahead and find that kill. Freeing now going to be halfway towards that Armageddon.
And just the Sheriff buy-up for Texture, everybody else on Classics for Gen G. Bit of an exploration towards this mound. DRX seemingly a bit wary of potentially a trap or something, but only seeing the Vice there. A little worried about there maybe being other players coming their way. Mako wise to this push out at B main. So DRX is expecting a aggressive move from Gen G somewhere on the map. They finally kind of figured out that it might be B, so let's try C. We haven't seen anything over here.
Flash out. Foxy on the peak. Head gets taken off. Being just a bit snappier there. 3 players left alive here for the side of Gen G, pivoting their way across towards the C site, but only just the 2 Sheriffs behind to try to get some damage done. DRX looking for a flawless as paint shells up and over the top. Looks like maybe, once again, tiny amount of damage going to be found, but Ash now eliminated. See if anybody from Gen G is going to be able to find anything. Texture does come away with 1. Bane, therefore, the punish. And that's about the only death they can afford and the only one that they will suffer, so weapons can be carried forward. Overall, nothing going to be lost here for the side of the RX as they get themselves a very clean 2-0 start.
Yeah, that's very good understanding of Gen G's potential game plan there on the anti-eco for DRX. Expecting aggressive moves somewhere, and able to kind of be patient enough. Had only seen the Vice at C. Felt like that was enough info that they could make a move in that direction. Able to avoid much in the way of damage, just 1 shot from Texture. Rifles in hand, although I say that, there is a judge for Munchkin, a guardian for Karan, so the money's still not quite where they would want it. Oh my
position, and Hyunmin able to find Texture out front here by the A orb. Catastrophic way to start off the anti-bonus.
Well, that's a rifle that Karan can pick up. You got that going for you, but he's all the way pushed up towards Rubble with that Guardian. Gonna try to hold that door.
Yeah, and Munchkin's just gonna stay sat here with this judge, so seems like widely that rifle going to remain on the floor.
Got to deal with this Vice wall for DRX.
Yep, decoy in. Let's go ahead. Beat out some of this util here. As now the recollection of DRX getting gathered up. As mentioned, Karan just that Guardian here playing back Rubble.
Good flash through the wall by Estrella. Could make this a little bit tricky for Karan.
Estrella, I mean, he's got that fault line at the ready. Looks like he's going to be sending it Karan's way. Is the drone going to be cleared out? Nope, never mind. Karan still out in the open, safe, and tapping heads. Comes away with 2. Munchkin at the same time able to find Mako on that linger outside of B. From a solid start into a collapse. Will be Gen G rescuing the round after the early death of Texture to go ahead and get the anti-bonus win.
Yeah, the flash there went for the backer Rubble. Didn't really catch much of Karan, so he's able to keep his aim steady. Some easy kills with that Guardian. Gen G there has a great plan for the anti-lurk with Munchkin as well. Okay, you got the early kill, but after that, very nicely handled by Gen G. They're doing a great job being a little bit patient, taking some of that space early. They're getting B main control, they're getting A Rubble control, and they're not overextending off the back of that. They're not going for anything crazy yet. That might be some conditioning. You know, we know Munchkin likes to lurk. We know he's going to want to get active on the map if possible. Change in spot for, oh my God.
Just the king of that.
Well, I was going to say, they have the Vice wall there. No, you're never safe with Mako there.
Texture trying to scale forward and take some space, and he's able to go ahead and get reward finding 1. Hyunmin going to be taken down, but Karan traded at the same time, so 2 deaths here on this B site. Wall going to go up. Ash looking for a punish, but gets forced away here by the snake bite. Wraps back around. Foxy, though, solid shot. Puts Fring on the floor, and now we go into a 3v3. It's DRX. Where do they try to get to here for the post plan is the question.
Oh, that's a nice kill for Ash. That really opens up some space.
Player advantage now here in their hands. Sees getting a connection here onto Estrella. He's being held in position, but for now he's not at risk. Gen.G, despite the numbers advantage, still trying to play this out a little bit more patiently. Estrella now all of the weight on his shoulders. And Texture will swoop in to find the kill. Foxy's popping off, and Gen.G are tying things up at 2-2.
Yeah, just winning some nice contact duels around the map are Gen.G. Foxy with some huge ones. Texture winning one over A lobby. I mean, that's a great start for these Gen.G riflers. This is just, that's before the drone even goes through the smoke. He's already spraying it. Just anticipating that Munchkin's going to be holding that angle. I think the macro game plan here from Gen.G clearly signals to me that they were expecting a B hit with the change in position of that Vice wall. Still, though, DRX able to find their way through, but a key moment there as well to get Gen.G pretty aware that DRX was going to be going B a little bit quicker was that Ash's Prowler didn't make contact at A lobby after him and Texture took a little bit of a push forward there. Speaking of pushes forward.
He's got a showstopper, and he's going to send it. Hyunmin sprinting, turn to the flash, and multi-targets! As Texture able to go ahead and take them down. You should think that Hyunmin probably should have been saying, "Oh, back away, run, get away, get out of here." He's got a rocket. He still comes away with 2, and it's going to be a very fast round for Gen.G to go ahead and establish the lead.
That's pretty uncharacteristic for DRX. Usually they're a team that's pretty calm under pressure in situations like that. Like, they're not going to make the wrong move, but that time it definitely was, and you're right with the Yoru ult invested. I mean, such a powerful ult right now. A lot of talk globally about how, maybe one of the most powerful ults on the planet in VCT, and it goes to waste. And it's a flawless to boot for Gen.G.
I only think that maybe they thought they would still be able to, if they just multi-man swung out, they could kill him before the rocket gets sent, but it felt like it was just such a delayed call.
Yep.
Either way, pretty brutal.
Toxin screen down.
Well, Estrella has to buy down to a Guardian as DRX's funds begin to run a little bit dry, but huge ults to play with.
Very contingent on this round going their way. Otherwise, Gen.G will stretch the lead by 2 and then break the economy of DRX.
Yeah.
Got a lot of critical ultimates to try to utilize here, though. Armageddon with that Rolling Thunder. Be a very solid combo.
This is one thing DRX has had going for it so far this half, is that they've done a good job taking mountain control. They're going to be able to really utilize these ultimates. You could send the Rolling Thunder. You could send the Taeho ult.
I think that was just a bit of a timing. But Hyunmin just ends up getting barrel stuffed by Foxy9. There's Ash, little whiffy on the shots. Mako able to come away with 1. Damage not going to be suffered. Mako finds another.
30 seconds.
Armageddon now going to be called through as Spike ready to get planted. Mako still strafing forward. Texture here to go ahead and intercept. Paint Shell is at the ready, but misjudges the plant spot. Still swings out, however. Finds 1. Looks for another. Can't quite make it happen. Bane down to 33. Stays alive. It's Munchkin tagging up Freeing. Get a headshot right there through the door.
He's going to read the reposition. Tries to.
He's at least keeping 1 player locked out here for the moment. Foxy9 loses this battle. Now it's all on Munchkin. Both players dangerously low. Bit of a fake out here. Seems like Munchkin maybe not buying it. Eyes still trained on this connector, but Bane has the swing out timing. Gets on top of him before he can hold it to half, and that's going to tie things up at 3-3.
Just another wild back and forth round there. Hyunmin tries to go in for the timing play. There's a flash that comes through, but Foxy9 just hearing the sound cues, maybe getting a little bit of a visual one, but not that he's able to find the kill. Mako, 2 big ones to open up the B site as well. And then Bane able to find the perfect timing there right before it goes to half, before Munchkin might be able to pull off. He comes in, finds that final kill, and they only used the Armageddon, so they still have the Rolling Thunder available in this round. A lot of util used by both teams, but the TP forward by Bane to take full rebel control. He's even going to double TP up towards the orb.
Probably doesn't check for this position, though. It did go deeper, so Bane, for the moment, not necessarily noted there. It's going to be a Nightfall in exchange for a Rolling Thunder. I believe 1 player stunned up there by it. It's flashing to the back, and Dunman comes strafing forward, just gate crashing out, and finds 2 kills. Kara not ready. for him to be there at drop. Plant now going to be in play. Foxy9, however, delivering, able to find a shot. Now the Steel Guardian going to be invested, looking to take their weapons away as the pit gets invested here on the site. Munchkin strafing forward, Texture around the back, able to find one. Estrella now going to be taken down, and Mako, it all falls on his shoulders. See if he can turn the tides of this round.
I get the snake bite killing the Foxy.
And he is dangerously low, but able to avoid it here for the moment. Pit nearly dropping, Texture looking to apply some pressure. Hits the shot. And that's going to be Gen G. Not allowing for DRX to regain the lead.
That's a brutal round to lose there for DRX. You used 2 huge ultimates, the Viper's Pit and the Rolling Thunder in that one. And Foxy9 again, winning a lot of these contact plays is really helping Gen G on this defender side break things open. I mean, Hyunmin, great entry, great flash. The TP in, the immediate reposition, ready for Karan. And then Foxy9 strikes. So quick there in the Steel Garden. Very well timed. Kind of keep DRX guessing about that Viper's Pit. Made it a lot easier for Munchkin to just go barreling in there to clear it out. So very nicely handled. A lot of good back and forth so far. A few kind of odd moments, I'd say, from DRX, but honestly, you know, the rifling's still there.
Definitely is. But this back and forth, it's kind of what we wanted.
Yeah.
You know, you get,
Kinda what you
you get this clash. Because right now, there's a bit of a void that both of these teams are looking to fill with, you know, some of the stumbles that T1 has been suffering across last week and then just yesterday, faltering and falling against Talon in a pretty one-sided affair. That opens up a big window of opportunity for both these teams to try to jump in there and reestablish themselves as the best Korean team here in Pacific, as well as fight for the throne. Right now, I gotta say, I think that this playoffs coming up, granted, we still have to sort out the other group. You know, we gotta figure out who exactly is going in there. Next match could be very, very important for that.
Yep.
But I think it's gonna be one of the just craziest rat races to the top that we will have ever seen.
Well, and I think it just goes to show that, you know, when players like Stax talk about the fact that Pacific is, you know, so stacked. Hold the phone.
Any other gun.
Yep, any other gun, and that's probably a kill. Fortunately, the Vice Wall there to keep Foxy protected.
The TV port. Foxy reads it beautifully. Up into the smoke. Finds the kill. Bane going to be taken down, and immediately DRX under the backpedal. It's going to be the orb grab here for now. Youngman one away from getting another dimensional drift online.
Trying to pull off the Mako play, but Foxy wise to it. Didn't pull out in time for Bane. Now, you do have a change in direction. Still though, Ash Karan. Gonna be watching, still plenty of util. Sees Paranoia available.
It's going for the timing shot. Estrella takes a couple there to the shoulder, down to 60. Now, once again, DRX going to be rerouted, swinging back across and towards the C site.
Foxy's been doing pretty well in his individual moments. The side anchoring maybe a little bit shaky, but this round so far, looking good. Salvo's out. Oh, he just walks right through the gunfire.
This time, Foxy catching a couple straight, but Fring is just strafing forward into the site. Knife out, ends up falling. Munchkin, a bit more damage going to be found. As paint shells get lobbed into the back, and Estrella like to die. Texture this time, not going to be getting a 2-for-1 special. Gets sniped out of the sky as Hyunmin recovers the Phantom. Comes away with a third kill.
Oh, the TP!
Drawing his attention to the side as the gate crash goes drifting past, but it's all a bit of a ruse. Karan now with everything to do. Caught a glimpse, I do believe, there of Mako. Swings the corner and cannot find the headshot. A thrifty from DRX will get us back to parity.
Just a bonkers round. It looked like it was going to be pretty clean for the side of Gen G. And then just a few kind of missed individual moments. Sure, Foxy wins that, but then he walks right into that stinger gunfire. Then Hyunmin just W-king forward. That is disgusting. Grabs the Phantom and shoots Texture right out of the air. Just ridiculous how good that is. That's the round changer right there. He doesn't take out that showstopper, he's dead, and who knows.
Yep. And Texture's been on one. He's 10-5 here at the moment. Hyunmin this time, dimensional drift. Doesn't have to worry about baiting his team into a showstopper ultimate. And we'll just go ahead and scout forward in towards that A site. Nothing really going to be spotted, but Munchkin's going to be isolated, stunned up. I mean, he is just concussed to all hell and dead. Foxy does manage to arrive fast enough to get a trade out. It punishes the killer.
He got paranoia, he got stunned. That was not a fun spot to be in for Munchkin.
He's not allowed to play the game.
No.
That's like being just grab cycled by ice climbers in Melee. Just over and over again.
Yeah, I remember that. Oh.
As, once again, I think how much Creed's being paid over towards this drop position, and Hyunmin's able to come away with a free kill. Flash connecting there. There's the swing out. Ash going to be gunned down to Straya. Able to stabilize the spray fast enough, and it seems like Foxy and Charon, I mean, they're in committed positions. Otherwise, I think they might like to go for a save. Foxy going to be able to fight back for one, but it's going to be a Straya with a 3K to get DRX back into the driver's seat.
Yeah, these retakes are starting to look a little messy for Gen G. I'd like to see a timeout, frankly, from Solo and Perry. Talk about some of these retakes a little bit more. They're not being diligent with clearing angles. Could have used the paranoia there to maybe clear the drop spot, but instead they just kind of are pressing forward, just trying to win their duels. I mean, to be frank, yeah, at times that was working, but that was when you were kind of getting ahead of the curve, when you were taking DRX out of the equation before they were able to get the spike plants often. It's where you're winning those a lot of those fights. Up under the rocks for Bane. He double TPs again.
Wobbling. That's what it's called.
Wobbling?
Ice climbers.
Ah, wobbling.
I couldn't remember the actual term. It's been years. Sorry.
I
just completely cut you off.
I didn't know that one. No, it's fine. I actually know about like wave dashing and some other tech in Melee, but that one I did not know of. Didn't know the name for it.
Forbidden, often banned.
It's forbidden fruit.
Well, big wrap around the back here. Texture, one of the hero rifles now going to be left on the floor. And Foxy loses the other. Just the one kill to be found, and with 2 eliminations on this side of the map, DRX starts saying, well, maybe C's open. Let's go that way.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like it was a matter of time for Gen G before they try to get very active on the map. And it's read beautifully by DRX, taking a lot of A control. They are very, very aware. Ash on his lonesome. Sheriff and a clone in his face. And a Rolling Thunder.
Stun up and just can't quite align that shot.
30 seconds left.
Easy enough collection on the kill there from Mako. There's DRX looking to secure a 6th round victory here on their attacking side. 2v4 with Sheriffs in hand from Munchkin and Charon if they're going to be able to turn the tides of that, which just does not seem likely.
You never know. Charon and a Sheriff. It has happened before.
Gets some good damage. Flash sent out. Smoke onto the spike here. Munchkin, jump peeking. Spotting Hyunmin, but this time Hyunmin able to go ahead and find it. Munchkin will make it a little bit more costly, but there's plenty of cash behind here with just 2 more rounds to be played out after this. Seems like Munchkin, Wiley just content to stay back here behind the pillar. Go down to the spike.
Not much else that Munchkin can do there. Let's see if maybe now a pause is pulled by Gen G, but yeah, they're just starting to get read pretty well. I mean, to be fair, DRX is mostly had a pretty good read on some of the strats. Both teams have had good reads here and there. This time around, though, DRX is going to be able to win that, getting that first kill in time. Foxy not able to find the transfer on the spray. Munchkin okay. Yeah, there you go. Need to talk about this a little bit more.
No.
Oh, no.
I was going to say, that's not the right music.
No. Well,
let's hope it's a quick one. Looks like it might be a peripheral thing.
We can only hope.
So,
usually it's just the earbuds.
Surely, it'll be fast.
I believe. Got anything to talk about today?
No.
Yeah.
There's nothing going on today. Today's, I think it's just an average day.
Yeah.
Nothing
Weather's
special
nice.
about this.
No, there's nothing important going on.
Yeah.
Not in the studio for sure.
Definitely not.
No.
Now, of course, a happy Easter to those out there who do celebrate.
I have that.
Amongst other things on this day. But yeah, I'll play a quick little one, get out of the way, and get ready to go back into this. I don't know why I randomly started watching Inglourious Basterds again last night. Fantastic movie.
It's good.
I haven't seen it in years.
I like it.
For whatever reason, I was just like, I'm in the mood for
some Tarantino.
Yeah, just some Tarantino.
I always go back to Kill Bill if I'm gonna get in my Tarantino groove. That's my favorite of the works.
A very, very solid one. I mean, he doesn't have a bad movie.
No, even Jackie Brown's not that bad.
Oh yeah, I would say like probably he's weakest, but still a very good film.
Yeah, it is. It is good. I enjoy it.
I guess the one that's a little bit contentious for people is the Hateful Eight.
Oh yeah.
Personally, love it.
I like it.
I think it plays so well, but then again, it's very much like a stage play.
Yeah.
Rather than, compared to like a lot of his other movies.
Exactly.
So it's not for everybody, I suppose, and it's very slow at the start. But when you hit that halfway point.
No. That turn in the middle of that movie. It's really, really good.
I got to see that when it came out 70mm in LA. And it was the whole road show that they had done.
Right.
And you get this nice overture to introduce the entire film, and then they take an intermission right at the halfway point.
Oh, sure. He likes intermissions.
And then, so you get like 10, 15 minutes to step away, and then you come back in, and then there's like another little quick overture, and then you go straight into the action.
See, I'm a big fan of that. Especially because I don't like going to movie theaters.
And then being glued in your seat for 4 hours.
Yeah, because I got to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
It's something that I think, some other people should have explored that. Scorsese.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, what are you doing?
Oh, yeah, like he doesn't put out long.
The Irishman is however long. Killers of the Flower Moon, I want to say it was like 3 hours and 40 minutes long.
Yeah.
It's at the point where if I go to a theater and a movie's that long, I'm like, well, I'm not going to buy a soda.
Yeah, right. No.
I don't want to tempt fate.
But I need something to do. Like I need a drink or popcorn or something while I'm at the theater, or else it just doesn't feel right. So
yeah.
I don't like that. I almost never go to movie theaters anymore solely because I know at some point I'm going to have to go to the bathroom and I'm going to get upset. I'm going to miss part of the movie. There you go.
So far, still no ETA. Waiting to get any other word. And once we have updates, of course, we will push those forward to you guys. But for now, hopefully you can enjoy the movie chat. Something else, I still haven't experienced it here. There's only a handful of them. But something that I dearly miss about being back in New Jersey, it's the only thing probably I miss about being back in New Jersey, to be frank, is drive-in movie theaters.
Oh, sure.
I think there's like 1 or 2 on the outsides of Seoul.
Yeah.
And it's such a good experience.
I do like those, yeah. We had one in my hometown, so we would go there quite often, yeah.
I had one, there was one that was in, not my hometown, but a town nearby. And it was like, I think it was in the 50s and 60s that it was opened, and then it was shut down for a long time. And then my pediatrician bought it.
Oh, nice.
And then reestablished it.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, great deal. All right, I'm being told we're going to go to a short break, so we'll get out of you guys' hair and stop talking about drive-in theaters and Tarantino until we come back. But hopefully when we come back, everything will be sorted and we can get back into the action. We'll see you guys in about 5 minutes.
Living in this paradise, there's only sun and a clear blue sky. Dancing in the neon lights, got the summer vibe. Yo, let's get this party started. Living in a dream underneath the moon. Living in a dream with you. I want you by my side till it's over. Always you and me. I want you by my side till it's over. Always, always, always.
안녕하십니까?
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
저희 오늘 해볼 게임은 퍼시픽 운동회인데요. 텍스처 선수가 선서문 먼저 낭독해 주실게요.
네. 선수단 선서. 우리는 스포츠의 영광과 팀의 명예를 위하고 스포츠 정신의 근본 원칙을 준수하며 노력과 실력으로 정당한 승부를 펼칠 것을 약속합니다.
약속합니다.
네.
어떤 미니 게임 할지 예상이 되시는 분 계신가요?
저요. 그 피구.
피구?
응.
무슨
닷지볼.
피구를 어떻게?
그 소바 충격 화살로 그거 하는 거.
네,
소바하니까.
야, 잘하고 와.
이겨야 된다 형.
뭐라 말 좀 해라.
내가 더 날렵해.
와, 야 잠깐만 날려.
형이야. 화살은 내가 더 묵직해.
야야, 너 왜 웃어? 규혁이 너 뭐야? 젠지 화이팅!
더 크게, 더 크게.
넌지 화이팅! 오. 야야야, 다 맞아.
야, 한 대만 더 맞춰봐. 형, 좀 떨어져서, 좀 떨어져서. 고수인데?
개보다리.
아니, 고수인데?
나와.
원래 지고 시작하는 거예요.
뭐래?
젠지의 경기답게.
오케이. 아, 패승승.
승승으로 가자, 승승.
우리 승승으로 가자 임마. 이분 화이팅! 가자. 나이스. 하지 않자.
와, 쉽다. 한 대만 더. 한 대만 더. 한 대만 더.
못해!
제발 때려. 여기.
접으세요.
형, 좀 더 날렵해야 돼.
아 화겠지.
화살만 묵직해서는 안 된다고.
아무리 묵직해도 못 맞추면은 묵직함이 필요가 없어요.
맞지. 가자. 빨리 끝내.
아.
잘한다.
야 왜 가도?
좀 더 날렵해야 돼. 화살만 묵직해서는 안 된다고.
이거야 임마. 아 김범배 화이팅!
화이팅! 응 아니야? 김범태 화이팅!
김범태 화이팅!
가자.
여기.
하던 대로.
좋은데?
여기. 저기.
그렇지. 여기.
Player
우리였다.
먼저 땄어.
조용해라. VAR 판독.
VR 판독.
벤지가 이번 포인트 가져갑니다.
아 뭐야? 오케이.
손에 땀 나는데 이거? 아 뭐야?
긴장돼.
그만 맞아 그만. 화이팅 할때 시작할 때 속이.
갑니다. 가자.
여기.
가자.
여기. 나 진짜
나 지키면 돼.
야 욕심이 나오면 어떡해?
무비라 그렇게 날렵하진 않은데?
에바야 너무 묵직한데.
좋았다.
복수해줘 복수.
복수해줘?
복수해줘.
알았어.
저기 그 늙은이가 이제 스파이크 담당 연막이잖아 또.
맞긴 해. 아무래도 계속 들고 있어야지요.
잘 넘기긴 해.
난 내 안에 스파이크가 들어온 적이 없어.
내가 이번에 넣어줄게.
안 내면 진다. 가위바위보.
노장답게 잘하겠지.
살짝 아쉬울 것 같지 않아? 너무 느려.
나 느려?
아니 상대가 더 느려.
네.
화이팅!
어디야?
오 빠른데?
스킬을 왜?
Spike drop. I have the spike.
뭐해? 스킬 좋아. 못 찾겠지 늙어서. 못 찾겠지.
안돼. 따라가야 돼. 예측해.
어떡할래? 어떡할까? 이거 어때?
예측해서 해야 돼. 예측해서.
어때 대회네? 어때요? 나도 갈 건데? 안 돼.
확실하다요. 따라올 수가 없어.
저 웨이레이를 한 번도 안 해봐서 이 스킬을 모르겠어요. 잘.
안 되는데.
응원과 함께 시작할게요. 자, 하나, 둘, 셋.
아이 궁. 도망가. 형도 궁 써.
Spike drop. I have the spike.
느려요.
어떻게 할 건데?
느린데.
맞춰.
우클릭 누르면 택시 한 번입니다. 8개 맞던데?
놀림까지.
이렇게 할 건데?
너무 빨라.
어때?
내가 말했잖아 느리다니까.
아니 이거 확실히 잘한다 그냥 이거는. 생긴 거에 비해 날렵해.
아직 내가 더 젊다.
그런 거 같네. 나 좀 젊어져 볼게.
좋아. 도망가고.
좋아. 날렵해. 약간 아쉬운데? 못 찾겠지 늙어서.
말했잖아 느리다니까.
나 좀 젊어져 볼게.
And we're back. It seems like everything is good to go. The timer is ticking down. We're about to get back into the action. So get your butts back in your seats. And let's hopefully get through the rest of this map.
We can only hope. As much as you and I want to talk about movies, that's not what's important here today, as this is an important round for Gen G. Economy going to be a little bit weak if they can't get through this round relatively well. A little bit of prowler action. Hyunmin, though, is going to back right up. And, again, DRX, very methodical. The macro game, trying to understand the tendencies of Gen G. No timeout taken, though, so Gen G just going to have to figure these things out on the fly still. Orb grab. Foxy9 one away from his ult.
Setting up a flash, looking for the swing out, but just a tiny little bit of damage there on the Bane. Healthy for the most part, though.
It just seems like the game plan continues to be for Gen G, just take control, Rebel, and let the rest of the chips fall where they may, but Texture and Karan trying to hold the line. Once that toxic screen comes up, some sprays through. Hyunmin able to slip through the spray.
Texture running out of bullets here. As
great
salvos. Karan going to be forced to reposition. Ends up getting clipped there. The salvo does come away with the kill. Texture able to trade it out, so 1 for 1 at the end of it all as the dust settles. Spike now being brought forward towards this B site. Sees, looking for a timing there is Ash. Not quite able to find it, plays in behind that. After shock, is Spike going to be dropped on the floor. Ends up getting picked back up. The ult forcing them forward. A double stack here from Texture as they offset with the blast pack. Texture comes away with the third, and Ash at 1 HP gets the headshot as Gen G scraped by with a round win.
Yeah, this is a really nice round from Ash, being really proactive off of the contact at A, and the fallback by DRX recognized. So he immediately throws out the C's, and Gen G isn't able to pop the wall. Estrella goes for a peek, gets punished, then they're able to find just enough room off to the side of the Armageddon. They can hold the line. A great double blast pack here to offset Mako's aim. And Texture knows there's more coming. He knows the time on the clock, so he just holds the spray down. Has Ash there to back him up. Really nicely handled. That was almost bad for Bane. Got out of there just in time.
Drone, I don't believe. Catching a glimpse of Texture. This is the showstopper, going to be sent in blind. Finds one. Bane going to be taken down. A lot of damage on the Bring as he's just at 7 HP. Texture looking for a little bit more. Smoke will fall, and Freeing now at 7 health. The only player trying to stop Gen G from tying it up, but he's able to find the headshot onto one. Foxy, the Phantom, any amount of bullets connecting will do it. And there you go. Right through the corner of Rebel. We're tied up 6-6 at the half.
This is a really nice bounce back for the side of Gen G. Few rough rounds, but able to shore up the defenses. Very, very good at some of those crossfires and the kind of back and forths, the trading. Really, really nice for them. Great snake bite there as well from Munchkin to come in to assist Karan. And then Freeing so weak, able to find the headshot even, is Foxy9. So 6-6. Got to be feeling pretty good about that as Gen G. Solid defender side. You know, again, generally an attacker-sided map in most matchups. Depends on who's playing, but teams like G2 might have something to say about that. But this is, I think it looks pretty good for Gen G overall. I mean, you saw early on, right? DRX had some seeming communication issues or kind of coordination issues, however you may want to think about that. It definitely got cleaned up quickly, though, especially after the timeout. Again, Termi's so good at finding those opportunities to get in there and get involved with his team to get them righted. So we're going to have to see if Gen G can just have a solid attacker side, can march through. They still have both timeouts, I believe.
Yeah, I was going to say. They do have that in case this half starts getting away from them DRX. See if they're going to be able to find another pistol, though. We're able to take that opener. See if they can go 2 for 2. Try to get back on the path of closing this one out. Worth noting is Gen G's map pick here, this Lotus, and we have a split coming up next, the selection for DRX.
All right, I'm gonna call my shot here. I think either a Texture 4K or a Karan ace in this round.
In this round?
In this round.
Okay, in the pistol.
Sure. I don't know why.
Let's find out. As we go off to the races, some salvos out. As push onto the corner. Well, it's not going to be that one.
Yeah.
Texture on the floor.
Definitely
so
the ace.
Let's see if Karan can come away with the ace. He's looking for the first one, but never mind. It's going to be spoiled as Foxy finds the first kill there for the side of Gen G. Karan and Ash are able to go ahead and quickly pick up the pace as well. Damage suffered, though.
It's a good fight. I mean, again, you know, Rubble is the name of the game for Gen G against DRX, and they've been doing a above-average job of taking those fights and controlling that territory, and this opens up the rotation for them. Now, Mako is going to get a ton of info here. He's going to be able to read this pretty quick. He's not going to see anybody over at A lobby, and that's going to be with
Here's
that
the
door.
top of the door. That's actually a pivot back into B.
Ooh.
As Prowler scouting, flash sent up over the top. 2 quick turns. Mako ready to backstab, and right now, Karan is not paying attention to this at all. Cycles out of smoke, and he is not tucked around the corner, so 2 taps to the head. Mako able to find that. Now brings it to a 2v2. The HP advantage here in their favor as Mako looks to clutch it out, and he shall. The 3K, both pistols going to DRX here on Lotus, as they will once again gain the lead.
And both of them come down to clutches, freeing on the first, Mako on the second. Just great timings again. I mean, ever since Mako has stepped into the IGL role, he has done a beautiful job in the macro game, I would say. I think he's got really good understandings of his opponents and their timings and how they want to maneuver around the map. And this time it's just, he gets far enough out towards the pillars that he's able to hear that door, and he kind of knows at that point, okay, they're going B. I can just wait this out and find my moment. And that's the 20th clutch in his VCT Pacific career. One of the best in the business. Always in the conversation for the best controllers on the planet. And now he's looking to add IGL to that list. Man's got a deep resume.
Texture has a stinger. This is a bit odd, just for Gen G in general.
Yeah, they usually aren't a stinger team. They're a sheriff team when it comes to, if they're going to buy up on an eco.
Mako is going to be taking this first contact. Just swung out here over towards Mounts. Jiggle peek. Shots able to be avoided. Repeaks it. Spotting out multiple players. Rotations not too far away as Freeing will start cutting back across through the connector over to Waterfall.
Still, they bought enough time. Thought maybe for a second there, maybe DRX was just gonna, or excuse me, Gen G was just gonna go. Mako looking for a player out of place through the edges of the smoke. Texture though, right up front, 2 blast packs at the ready. Maybe looking for a timing when this one's gonna dissipate.
Oh. Drops down behind the box as the entry starts coming through. On getting the reveal, and Texture able to just run him down. Bulldog now gonna be recovered. 2 weapons in the hands of Gen G as Seas holds Freeing back here at Waterfall, and the spike gets planted. Rotation still coming across. DRX getting collected together, but Gen G gonna win out this eco round.
Still got the paint shells. A lot of extra delay, a couple prowlers to check. Confirmation. See what DRX can do.
It's 2 Spectres and a Stinger here for the side of DRX, so they still have the firepower advantage, but it's not as massive as you might expect as Foxy9 strafing forward, able to go ahead, just get on top of Estrella. And this round looks very well secured for the side of Gen G. Bane able to come away with 2 more eliminations, but falls down to 45, and Texture will just blind spray through the smoke. Picks up a 3K, and Gen G pick up the eco.
This is just tremendous from Gen G. The patience behind the smoke there. Just waiting for their opportunity to strike. Never giving any information over to Mako. Not letting him make a read if they were still there or not. Hard to tell. And Freeing it shifted over towards Waterfall. He didn't push through towards pillars, so they didn't get the info if there was a change of direction for Gen G. They just had to rely on contact. And Gen G punishes them. Really nicely done. Foxy gonna grab a Marshall rifle for Ash even. Texture has that Bulldog, Karan as well. Munchkin with a Spectre. So a wide assortment of weaponry, but DRX, at least at the very beginning of this round, has a pretty good read.
Paranoia sent. As Texture able to find 1 swing out. Hyunmin does go ahead and put down the enemy raise, but Ash with another kill maintains the advantage here.
Should be a change of direction, I would think, for Gen G with Foxy9 getting so much space over on C.
Yeah.
Sees that it's completely open. You basically won the Rebel fight. No reason to over-aggress here, especially with how much contact you've received over at the A side of things. Have the wall to watch for the rotates. Seems to be an easy choice for Gen G.
Weapon from Texture should be recoverable outside of this door. No one there to protect it. I don't believe it was juggled back. Get confirmation on that in a little bit here, but for now, DRX is trying to stay clustered together, pack mentality, trying to see if they can fight in case it comes away towards that A site, but Spike down planted. As DRX gets the bad news.
Yeah, the Spectre for Hyunmin. And it's going to take a while to get over there. You're going to have to go through quite a few crossfires. Plus the Marshall of Foxy9.
Yeah, it wasn't juggled back, but was just left on the floor. So the Bulldog was taken away. So they give him a little bit of weaponry, but nothing too significant. Foxy can push up. He's got the Marshall here, so he's going to be favored on this angle, depending on how far he goes.
Just wants to see if he can do anything.
Might get timing here. Oh, there's the swing out. Woo! Quick scope. Finds one. Mako not paying attention. And Foxy just swings the corner. 1, 2, 3. Puts down the players here on his former organization to get Gen G back into the lead.
And I love that call from Gen G. You know, the Marshall, the least valuable weapon in that round. Send it forward, see if you can prevent the death to the spike of DRX. Get some extra orbs towards that Steel Garden to boot. Foxy, great with these quick scopes. That first one, really nice.
I mean, man used to be a Jet player.
He did.
And he is absolutely feeling it. Saw him on the way into the building. He's in the elevator, and I asked him if he was playing, and he said yes, and he was very excited and was feeling very good.
Well, he's one of the players that I had on my mind today for sure, going up against his old team. Oh boy, Mako. Oh,
timing there, nearly finds it, but Foxy let's go ahead and shut him down. Hyunmin just going to be forced to evacuate the area, takes that gate crash out to safety. And his weapon will be regained, but sight is opened up here for the plant. And goes to Texture, and that's now going to be a showstopper online.
Well, if he finds the timing here on Waterfall, that showstopper could be devastating. Nightfall.
Looking for the peaks and freeing, I think caught. Coming out of the iPad, Foxy with another 3K. This Prowler goes on the hunt, and this is going to have to be a forced save from Hyunmin and Bane.
Tremendous stuff again from Foxy9. Couple big kills there towards Waterfall to break things open. And Gen G on this attacker side in the driver's seat for sure. This DRX struggling to find answers. Just really, really tough. Mako there had a moment where maybe he could have gotten through. He snuck right behind Foxy9, but Foxy9 able to spin and take him down before he's able to do significant damage.
I need a weapon.
And go back to it, you know, I was talking to one of the Korean casters, Dongjun, before this, and he was asking me who he should pick for his that little game they do on the desk,
yeah,
right? That one that we don't get to be
Built different.
Yeah, Built Different, that's what it's called. We don't get to be involved, so.
Yeah.
But he was asking for my opinion. I said, I think you should take Foxy9 today. I think going up against your old team, you got something to prove.
Yep.
And I think Foxy9 is definitely answering the call.
29-3. It's been a whale of a time. I mean, back-to-back 3Ks, very much bolstering those numbers. Hyunmin in his first contact, and the shots are just off. Puts Foxy down to 70, but that's about it. Showstopper now. Just go ahead and lead the way forward into the site. Debating where he wants to try to send it to. Freeing, going to be taking a bit of damage. Showstopper will not clear him out. Paint Shell certainly might. Never mind, just going to be Coward who's able to do it, and Texture will scale forward. Gets right in on top of Estrella. Could be similar scenes here. I mean, Mako noted trying to fight his way out to hold on to the weapon, but he cannot. Now it's just going to be Bane. Once again, just trying to save.
They're so clean. You know, you have a moment for Hyunmin where maybe he can find two, but the shots are just off. He looked pretty sharp at the beginning of the map. A little bit of a fall off since then. And then, you know, Gen G is just there. Snakebite, showstopper, sight's ours, good luck. Obviously, for Bane, gonna try to hold on to this gun. Texture going looking, but looks like they might just bypass each other potentially. Yeah, I think Bane should be A-okay. Texture seems convinced it might be in spawn. Gen G aren't gonna drop a player in this round, seemingly. Texture.
Not quite near enough.
I don't think so.
Should be all right to hold on to it. And even if he did go down, he's got 5,800 before the win bonus comes through. Bane is still holding the angle. Texture looking for the swing, and he finds the shot! That low. And he just takes everything out of DRX's grasp.
Just a wide swing. Texture so dialed in here today. Great showstopper, paint shells right away to follow up, knowing there's a player in there. They want to clear that as quick as possible. And he's on point with his utility, he's on point with his shooting. Yeah, perfect, exactly. Hard to do it much better than that. Flash out, some util sent, a seize to control the orb. And Bane actually takes down Karan with TP forward. Nice quick kill for him. See if DRX can use that numbers advantage. 4v5 for Gen G. As they try to work their way towards B again. This time Mako over at C site. Texture trying to sell a little bit over towards A, and he's got a lot of attention.
Up and over the top, Bane gonna be struck down. Texture looking for second, finds it. Hyunmin eliminated. The swing out, Estrella caught there, bit of damage, suffered, but is able to go ahead. Trade that one back. Spike planted, denying the orb grab, so Estrella is still gonna be 2 away from having that Rolling Thunder online. It's Foxy on the quick peek, opting to back away. Has this upper position double stacked here alongside Ash. Salvo sent Ash, force off, but the jump is there. Double takes it, but yeah, this time does have that kill secured. And now it's Estrella's turn. Just tuck tail, hold on to the weapon. Gen G now getting up to 11, running away with this attack side.
Yeah, 5 in a row now for Gen G. And this time it's just Texture, all on his lonesome over at A Rubble. Just by so much, commands so much attention.
Estrella will be good for the kill. So holds onto the weapon, 1 away from a Rolling Thunder. But still, I mean, just cash aplenty in Gen G. Now up by, what, 4?
Correct. And it's just, when these Gen G players are online, they are some of the best in the business. We know what they're capable of. We've seen it before. Many different levels of competitive Valorant. The timeout going to be taken. Going to just assume DRX. Try to see if they can find some way through. Because right now, every time you start out the round well, Gen G is able to just punch right back. Their plans are so varied, so deep on this map. Munchkin does such a great job of calling in the macro game. Talking about how good Mako has been, Munchkin, you know, has been doing it for a little bit longer and has had a trophy, an international trophy to boot.
It's
a lot of Gen G fans.
Yeah, it's just kind of Gen G over and over again.
Yeah, really like Gen G.
Gen G Jung, Gen G Jung. So it's not quite the novel that a lot of people who can't read Korean would think that it is. But I'm happy for you, or I'm sorry, I ain't reading that.
It mostly just said Gen G.
Yep. Well, we'll see what the adjustments look like. I mean, critical ultimates online and getting ready to cycle online here for the side of DRX. 2 from the Armageddon, 1 from that Rolling Thunder aforementioned. But weaponry not going to be on their side.
See just a little bit of a change here from Gen G. They're a little bit faster. This time Karan doesn't TP towards the door. Munchkin opens it. He's going to push through a fault line to answer from Estrella. Snakebite in response from Munchkin. So just trying to gain control over that door. I think Gen G just trying to march their way past this toxic screen, have to wait for it to drop. Seeing if they can maybe open up an opportunity for a pivot. But DRX kind of trying to hold the line, see if they can collapse onto this.
Ring had to go for that shot, but it's a bit delayed to be able to find a window of punish. It's taking quite a bit of damage. Falls down to 52. Continuing to poke and prod forward, trying to challenge out of Baby Door. As Hyunmin will be able to find 1. Karan going to be taken down. Texture playing up close, looking for the timing. Hits the fake out, turns back over towards sight. Estrella now dead on the floor. 10 bullets remaining. Boombot going to be sent in.
So fast.
Let's quickly get cleared out. Still Bane here in position with that stinger in hand. Finds a headshot. Munchkin going to be struck down. Quickly TPs away. Repositions in towards back sight. Gunman now looking to escort them forward here with the ult play. Bane with a 3K swaps to the classic. It's going to be another thrifty here for the side of DRX as they break Gen G's win streak.
Yeah, this is a really nice round from DRX. The whole goal of this one was to make Gen G think that they could pivot over towards B through A link, and that's when they started to strike. Really great use of the Taeho utility by Freeing to make sure that it wasn't comfortable for Gen G to push through the baby door. And then DRX able to just play contain at A main and shut Gen G out of that round. Really well dialed up. Now operator for Hyunmin. So a big weapon available for DRX to maybe turn this map around.
Up now as Bane.
Oh, Bane.
Again. Getting a punish onto Karan there at back rubble now. Just TPs taking over that position. Gen G very much shut out from the A side of the map. Swing coming through. Hyunmin splitting the difference. A rare whiff from him with the op. As Foxy opens up the C site.
It's been so good in those moments. Great layering of the util there to make sure they were safe to push forward into sight. Use the Vice into the Poison Cloud, and now you have the ult. Both ults, 2 ults being used. A delay from DRX.
Just way to get out. Munchkin looking, trying to catch somebody unawares. It's a spot out, but nothing much going to be found there. Is this spike still not yet planted? Just constant delay tactics. Rocket going to be shorted as the kill target's already dead. Freeing snipes texture out of the air. Foxy9 similarly going to be taken down. More time delay. The salvos, another volley going to be sent in. Munchkin just about able to stabilize that spray.
30 seconds left.
Helps get his teammate now into a 1v1. As Hyunmin will fall, trying to challenge on the angle, but Ash clips him in the head. That's Gen G now getting back into the driver's seat and now up to map point.
I mean, DRX throwing everything they have at this round. A great opener again for Bane, but Foxy responds in kind over on the C site. Him and Munchkin able to use their util to clear forward, and then delay from Freeing to give them an opportunity. That fight right there, though, if it had gone Freeing's way, probably a different round, but Munchkin, 3K for him. And Gen G, map point on the cards. Viper's Pit available as well. And well, speaking of Viper's Pit, Mako's just pop his Hyunmin just domes Munchkin.
He's been getting some really nice one-taps these last couple rounds. Certainly making up for the whiffier moments that we had seen previously outside of B.
I want to know what the 4v5 win percentage is on this map, because there's been a lot where a team gets the first blood and then the other team just punches right back.
We will have to take a look at it once we get to the post-map graphic, but who knows how many more rounds we still yet have to get through.
That's a good point.
DRX getting 4 in a row to take this into overtime.
Estrella there, looking in the other direction.
Oh. Being able to avoid damage, but has to back away. Just a Sheriff in hand here for him. Aftershock to try to delay, Pain Shell to clear out that connector side. No one there to receive the damage of Baby Door. Textured swoops in. Estrella falls to the wayside. Now 4v4. Mako still lingering in the pit. Needing to work his way over, joining with the rest of the team. Paranoia connecting here on the 2, forces them back in towards the site, but the door is being held. As 1 by 1, they will quickly fall. 13-8, Gen G. A little bit of a soft start, but an explosive second half. They take the win here on their map pick of Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this came down to just some really important rifling wins for the Gen G players. Some big multi-kills they're able to string together in post-plant scenarios. Some good macro reads from both sides. But I think the firepower advantage in Gen G's favor onto that Lotus. A little bit of still uncomfortable looks from the side of DRX at the beginning of this, having to again try to adjust.
Say the comfortability wasn't there.
The comfortability-ness.
Yeah. Wasn't quite that strong.
The strongness wasn't there.
Well, that's Gen G eking out the win here on their map pick. Very solid attack half coming through from them. And I mean, shout outs again to Foxy9 and Texture, just pretty much consistent the whole way throughout, fragging like crazy.
Where's Dongjun? You're welcome, Dongjun!
DRX down but not yet out. Still, of course, do have their map pick of Split coming up next, where they will be looking to try to send us over to a third and final map. It's Ascent if we can get there. And that's a rare sight these days from Gen G. Not a map that we usually get to see from them, so I'd be very curious how they're going to be looking there.
And we haven't seen Split this stage from Gen G, so it's going to be really exciting to see what they're going to bring. DRX as well, who knows? They might be going away from the double duelist again.
Yeah, I mean, might have to just make that pivot. Seeing the changes here from the side of Lotus. It was a solid start from DRX, but now need to answer back and win on map 2. For now, we'll go ahead and send things over to the analyst desk.
Absolutely right. Gen G looking like, you know, they still have those slow starts occasionally, but definitely on that attacking side did make a comeback. I wouldn't count DRX out just yet, though, especially since, as our casters mentioned, the next two maps are going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, this map was typical Gen G from me. We know they love Lotus. It's no surprise they were going to pick it, and especially in this second half, they are really able to show their strength. But I don't think that it should be all credit to Gen G, to be honest. I felt like DRX made some kind of fundamental mistakes. I felt like they were a little bit sloppier than we're used to seeing from this DRX team. Maybe that's a given, you know, due to the change in players, the change in circumstance, the change in roles, but it wasn't quite as clinical from DRX as we're used to seeing, and Gen G took advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, they're winning in first kills. They get 2 thrifties and they can't get the game across the line. It's not a particularly great look. End of the day, I think you're looking over at Gen G. Texture had a phenomenal game, but he still didn't win that many opening duels, and you can see it in the first kills there. Hyunmin's winning a lot of opening duels, and they're still not able to convert. Massive, massive game from Texture and Foxy9. Those two guys were absolutely lighting up the server, and the rest of Gen G was kind of just along for the ride, just playing within the structure.
Yeah, this is definitely atypical from DRX. DRX have one of the higher first kill win percentages of all the teams. It's up past 70%, which is exactly where you would want it to be, but this game absolutely not there at all. So I think they need to regroup themselves, get themselves ready to go to this map 2, because it will be their pick, but Lotus was all Gen G.
So what do you think it was? Because, of course, we did see Texture definitely bringing forward a few rounds. I mean, those who have him on the team for Build Diff today are very, very happy indeed. But what could it be for DRX? The aura of Texture or something, that even though he might not be performing at like the numbers that they expect, he still manages to do it?
I mean, this is one of the big strengths of Gen G, is the huge individual level, especially from a guy like Texture. He played such a good game, won so many rounds that he sort of shouldn't, managing to recover the positions, just hit big multi-kills. I mean, this is what he's known for, and I felt like he had a showstopper every other round this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when your Raze is just getting his multi-frag on at the end of the day. You're able to string those ults together and kind of snowball the game a little bit. I think it was kind of what we expect from Texture. Like, statistically, he's actually still doing totally fine. He's still well and truly up the top of the statistics. The main statistic that he's really not dominating in is first kill, first death percentage. Like, he's going negative in first kills, first deaths all the time, but he's still posting these numbers. Like, this is the thing, you expect your duelist to be that player that's taking opening duels and winning them, but Texture might be losing more opening duels than he's winning, but you're seeing both him and Foxy9 bail out Gen G. Well, I wouldn't even say bail out, because they were in total control that game. Like, they're just dominating and multi-fragging in the mid-round and winning the round quite easily. And I think, again, like Morgan was pointing out, and like they pointed out on the cast a little bit, that comes down to some sloppiness from DRX, the inability to be able to win your opening kills in some cases, or the inability to be able to coordinate yourself well in the mid-round, which is also a big, big downside if you're going to play a double Enit comp. You need to be well-drilled, you need to be making sure you're coordinating your util correctly and that your communication's on point, and it just really looked like they were a bit too disjointed there for DRX.
Yeah, it's that conversion, right, that they can't seem to they can't seem to pull up at this moment. And you know, it wasn't just Texture. There were a lot of players on the side of Gen G that had their moments, including Foxy9.
Yeah, we got to talk about Foxy9, man. He had a wonderful map 1. Him on the Vice has been a great addition to this team. I said at the start of the day he's going to come in with something to prove, and I think he did exactly that.
I mean, you got two players that are going like +10 or better. Like, you're gonna win the map at the end of the day. And you have your opener or your Raze getting involved in the action, and you have Foxy9 on the lurk, playing with confidence, locking things down on the defense. I mean, one of the defining rounds that you got early on was when Hyunmin just tried to hard TP into the C site, and they tried to run the kind of execute that you'd see with the double Enit, and you send your Yoru in, and Foxy9 just sprayed him straight through a flash, and that was one of the first gun rounds. Like, this guy is so fantastic anchoring. Statistically, he looks like one of the better players in the competition at the moment because he hasn't played as many maps as other people, but I don't even think he's had a bad map yet. This guy is absolutely owning.
I think this Senti role is becoming more and more perfect for him, especially with, you know, his Vice now coming really into the meta. I feel like this is such a good role for him. It's very, very simple. He knows how to anchor the site very well, and I think the coaching staff have found a way to make this work very, very cleanly for Foxy9, because, you know, they weren't sure on him. We saw them bring Suggestion, but I'd like to think he's now cemented his place as part of the starting five.
I think the Vice is a good fit for him as well. I really like putting a Senti player that has some tendency to play a little bit more aggro on something like a Vice. He can set himself up well with the arc rows, he can anchor a certain position, but some Senti players are the traditional turret style. You're locking down a position, you're playing off your teammates' util, and you're needing to communicate a little bit better. You can be a little bit more self-sufficient on the Vice. You can choose your own flash timing and read intuitively in the moment when you want to be able to swing and when you want to be able to disrupt whatever the other team is doing when they're entering the site.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, let's not forget the first time we met Foxy9, he was in that duelist role. So that history is still there and does make, you know, a little bit of showings here and there. But I do want to go back to kickoff when Foxy9 did, you know, say, Termi, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you, and it seems like he's doing that as well in this match.
It was a phenomenal game from him, and I have to say as well, I know a lot of people talk about this guy and they say like, this guy is pushing, or this guy is not necessarily like playing passive on the Senti role. I don't know if there's an unpopular opinion. I don't always want my Senti player playing passive. Sometimes on defense, I need you to push if you're on the small site and they go and take control on one side of the map. I need you to go take some space, man. Like, constrict the map a little bit more. So I was actually loving it when he was playing KJ on Haven and he was pushing out Gary Dor and taking a duel with the other Senti who was defaulting on the map or something like that. I actually love that kind of thing. So I think that's a unique skill set that Foxy can actually use to get a lot of value here for Gen G.
Definitely that game sense to know when is the right time to push out and when is the right time to hold back, right? How is that going to come into play, though, in a map that, you know, as the casters pointed out, it's going to be very interesting. It's going to be very questionable because, you know, you have DRX and Gen G. Gen G has not played this map before. What are we looking at coming into the second one?
I mean, this is a rather big unknown for both of these teams. Of course, Gen G not showing it in this stage one yet. So they've had, you know, a lot of time to kind of get this ready if they needed to. But as you say, they have been known to ban it in a way. DRX, last time we saw them was with that double duelist, but we just saw them change away. So in my mind, I'm expecting a simplification of the comps again. I don't expect to see double duelist here, but that means I'm curious as to what they've got cooked up because they've chosen to pick it here.
I mean, for Gen G, we haven't seen it since kickoff where they did get a win over T1 with Breach Teo when it was still kind of new in the meta with the Astra, and they had a lot of kind of set combos. They were playing Astra Cypher in addition to that. For DRX, totally agree. I don't think there's any way you're going to see Neon Rays. I wasn't necessarily a fan of the comp initially when they did debut it and they had flashback on the Neon. And they did win, but it was a 13-10 over Global. So I don't know if you're necessarily looking at that and feeling a lot of confidence on the side of DRX, especially with the current lineup that they're rolling with today. But at the same time, watching that Lotus game, I'm getting a little bit concerned because this is the style that I wanted to see them play, and these are the kind of the roles that I wanted to see them on, but it really actually did not look that great. Maybe they're a little bit too used to the simplified kind of free flow style of the double duelist, and they're finding a tough time kind of switching gears back into the double E-net play.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the problem wasn't necessarily with the comp, it was in their execution of the comp, where I felt like when the round broke down into these kind of mid rounds, where you have to be able to be more fluid, you have to be able to talk to each other and kind of make those plans in the moment, they weren't quite there. In double duelist, the plans are a bit simpler. You can walk forward, you can take that space a bit more for yourself. But when you have this kind of more initiator focused style, you can't really do that. And I felt like that was what was missing. I don't know if it's a reps problem, it's hard to really know, but I feel like it should in theory be fixable. These are good enough players to know how to play when the round breaks down, but it just wasn't there that much.
I thought Australia would be a good addition for that kind of style. Like, he's just come off of IGLing in English, now he gets to communicate in Korean. He's used to playing the flash in it. Like, I can understand why he would be the player that's needed to kind of set up some of these plays, but it still looked very disjointed for DRX.
And that's why I felt like the previous match of DRX, right, was very revealing, just because it showed, I guess, the disadvantages of that inflexibility, right? Going now into split, and it appears as though we are seeing freeing still on that Taeho and Hyunmin on the Yoru.
Yeah, you're going to see DRX actually pretty much running back what they were doing over there on Lotus. So that's an interesting adaptation. You'll see them start defense first, you know, we'll see Gen G actually play something a little bit interesting. Ash is on the Duelist, man.
Yeah, I mean, I was not expecting this from Gen G. I mean, this is not a team we would normally see to this double duelist, especially not with Ash on the Yoru. It's kind of a big change for them, but I like it. I think double duelist is very in right now. I also think it's very good on split. But strange to see DRX run exactly the same comp as they did on Lotus.
And it just didn't work for them. Maybe they're going to have a better read here on split. But Ash has played a lot of duelists. It's his most played role in Gen G Academy, and he's kind of been fit into the init role. So Gen G, something different, some changes for once.
Well, I guess Gen G is going to say, DRX, you know what? We're going to show you how it's done. That is if they can close out split. So let's toss it on over to Achilles and Paper then to find out if they do exactly that.
Thank you very much. As I mentioned just there by Pilsky, yes, this is Ash's overall most played role. The Yoru in particular, though, not the agent that we often see him go over to. His last series on Gen G Academy versus Spherix had played the Yoru a bit, but all time, this is going to be his 13th outing on that pick.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised in a way. I mean, Ash obviously can flex for sure. I thought maybe this would be an opportunity to throw Foxy9 back into the Duelist, and then you can have Munchkin on the Viper and Ash on the Fade, but they're going to try something a little bit different. Let's see how it goes, and Hyunmin's already got the first kill.
Ash on the floor as Hyunmin, a very solid opening kill. Starting to re-warm up a little bit. Saw him in that first half prior to the tech pause, really with some cracking shots. Fell off a little bit coming back from that break. And the latter half of that Lotus is looking clean, but damn, what a shot from Freeing.
Push forward. Hyunmin backed off to quite a bit of damage. Gen G, though, gonna take that opportunity to change directions. Might have found a good timing there. The drone clearing through A lobby gives a little bit of false information over to DRX, but that just slides Astray over. So this will be the weak side of the map. Gen G's done a good job identifying that, but with 2 players down, could be a rough go of things. Meanwhile, Foxy trying to find some space to lurk.
Headshot unable to be found. This is going to apply some pressure here to the B site. Keep some interest here from DRX. Quick little backpedal and Texture. Swinging out, gets the insta headshot there to one tap. Freeing, however, is still up above on the rafters. It doesn't come away with the kill. It does get some very solid damage through. But now we go into a 3v3 with 2 players, both duelists remaining tagged up. First one to fall. There's Estrella able to find Texture there at screens. The Heaven fight going the way of Bane. There's Karan now needing to clutch it out. Fenneman nearly swinging into the angle, in the line of sight. Now going to be spotted. Finds that first one, tucks back over towards the ramp, gets a spot up onto both. Challenges in for the fight, nearly gets a stray up, but it's going to be 2 players surviving as DRX continue to be perfect on the pistols. Now 3-0 in that regard.
Wow, this looked like another round where Gen G was going to be able to overcome those odd man situations like they did on Lotus. You saw in the post-match graphics, DRX 13 in the first kill department, and still Gen G was able to come through with the wins. Just threw the smoke for you in there. Oh my.
Baco's been teaching him well.
Yeah, no kidding. Who better? A tough challenge there at the end. But Bane's been hitting some crisp shots. Second half of Lotus, we saw some really nice ones from him. Continuing that over to Split. Certainly a different look than I would think DRX was expecting. You know, Gen G is a team that kind of... Oh, that's a problem.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Quick kill. Foxy going to be taken out. Bane. Quick little reposition there. And slides away, finds some damage onto Ash. Main objective, Wiley going to be just getting this orb over into Texture's hands. As Paranoia a little bit too late. Hyunmin arriving there on the rafters is able to find a Munchkin. Does get put down by Texture, so just the 1 kill found. Karan with a classic. Stranded here in Garage. He is unlikely to find much else.
Well, this is not fun for Karan, but kind of to be expected.
He's got to get a go on it at some point here.
Well, he's got plenty of time.
He's got time. But
got 2 TPs.
He does need to die, so it looks like it's going to be okay this way. As he, for a second, made me think that he was going to get even more damage through, but that's still going to be solid. 2 kills. Unexpected there at the very end to be able to find that additional one. So Gen.G, a smattering of damage done to the economy of DRX.
Just oppressive util dumps. Foxy9, not much you can do in that scenario. Texture somehow is able to always find that 1 kill before he's quickly traded out. Karan, that got close. But good, Mako a little bit frustrated with the rifling there. Let's see what this double duelist can do. Got full rifles. His attack side seemingly so important for Gen.G. Oh, flash out.
Flash out, tucked back behind the box.
Well,
damage avoided from both sides.
I think for me, when I start thinking about this map, the biggest question I have in my mind is actually Foxy9 on that Viper. That's a role that usually you're going to see Munchkin in. And that's where you have to find those lurks. You have to find that open space. You have to create pressure on the flanks of DRX. And is he going to be able to do so? We know his rifling is good. He can take those 1v1s. So it's a good opportunity in that regard. But you have to be so crucial with the timings on your walls and on your poison clouds.
Munchkin's able to find one. Strafes forward into the A site. Mako ends up getting put down.
No damage done to Munchkin either.
Yeah, solid kill found. Just gets the one tap, gets out. Calls over the rest of the team. As Hyunmin now going to be noted here in mid. He and Foxy just going to go their separate ways.
That should be a pretty good indication there for DRX that might be a change in directions for Gen.G towards the A side, but so far they're just keeping that 2-2 split.
Texture able to get in. Out in front of that vault line. Flash in hand there from Estrella. Texture snappy with the readjust. Finds the headshot. Time dwindling, but Spike brought forward. In the end, 6 seconds still to spare as Gen.G look for a flawless anti-bonus.
That's just very difficult. Don't have too much util. Paranoia for Bane.
Have to just, okay, I was going to say sprinting into that elbow position, given they have a stinger behind, but we'll be able to find one. Looks for a little bit more. There's the stack up, and Ash will collect them both. The 3K, the 1 casualty. Gen.G get themselves on the board.
Yeah, that's very nicely handled by Gen.G. Establishing a presence towards mid, and then just taking a pivot towards the A side. Good opener for Munchkin. Texture dives in, clears the site open for you. That's textbook Valorant right there, and that's often the way that Gen.G is going to be playing these rounds. They want to beat you through fundamentals and good shooting. Occasionally you're going to see some trickery from Munchkin for sure. Curious to see with that fade as well. We've seen him on his own a lot trying to sell some fakes, but a quick execute with the showstopper.
Has it at the ready. If he sends it towards screens, that'd be Mako. Does it, sends it up towards heaven, and Mako finds the time. He pushes the smoke. He's able to go ahead and collect that kill. And that's DRX very swiftly shutting the door here in Gen.G's face on that A site. Now they need to fight their way through heaven. Strat tagged so very much. All the way down to 7 health. Swing out though, Karan not ready, and now Spike is on the floor. They're gonna have to double back to try to get this one, and now Gen.G have no control whatsoever. Dimensional Drift is in play from Hyunmin. He's just pinging it all out. Spike does get scooped up. Looks like it's gonna be a long wrap around all the way through the sewer, back across into mid, where they do have Foxy9 trying to get an entry into that B site. Ash able to find one there, and Heaven takes out Maka before falling to Estrella's hands.
Look at Bane though.
He's in the garage, and they might not read that at all.
Is Foxy9 going to clear it?
He's starting to turn back in, but Bane is wise to this. Finds the headshot now. Munchkin is having to go for the plan of 1v4. As Salvos flying his way, a paranoia crashing across players about to arrive in heaven. Munchkin, sights turned back over. It's a shot onto one. The swing out, identifying their location, but just cannot line up the shots to isolate. Only 2 casualties. DRX going to be maintaining the lead.
But you're seeing a different look on this round when the showstopper is available for Texture on Lotus. It was a lot of safe play, a lot of patient play with that ult in their back pocket. This time they go for the fast hit, and he just doesn't guess correctly, and Mako just waiting in that smoke for his opportunity to strike. The rocket gets sent, and that's when Mako walks out and just basically nullifies this round. From there forward, DRX was swarming the A site. They were all over the place, able to catch Karan in A main,
Stay focused.
put the spike on the ground, and make that round very scrappy for Gen G. Ash does have his ult.
He's going to use it off the rip.
Over towards A. They're trying to sell a bit of a fake maybe with Texture over there.
Yeah, that and the paint shells end up going through, just trying to spot out what they can. Ash now down here on the site, tucks back around the corner. As Hyunmin is jumping back over towards Ali. Looks for the transfer there, ends up catching the clone. Find the follow-up, and Estrella is able to find one. Karan down below behind the box. Picks it up, but Freeing able to capitalize before he can TP away.
Jeez.
Foxy will get himself on the board, picking up his first kill there as Freeing does fall. So we now go into a 3v2.
Spike planted.
Texture tucking back in towards Mail. Mako. Does he still suspect it? Looks like he absolutely does. And Texture may be about to walk into a trap, but no! The timing off just for both of them, but Foxy is there, watching the drop. Mako will hit the floor, and Hyunmin good for one more kill. Good to make it a little bit more costly, but Foxy 9 will come alive with the 3K. It's Gen G get their second round win.
Yeah, I mean, Foxy there challenging that angle on B site, winning a very important duel. Nice opener for Ash. I think he said try to go for the transfer, but it was a clone. Poor Karan with just a stinger. This right here against Freeing finds a great angle. The 3K for him. Just backing up his teammates very nicely, playing reactively off of contact. Something a good Sentinel or controller will always be able to do. Foxy 9 showing his worth. Oh my.
Well, Texture has just hand-delivered them a gun. So no, you don't have to sign for this.
On TP.
He's gone around into the back. So look at that second kill, but can't quite make it happen. Foxy 9 will be able to push the ramp, finds the punish. Australia going to be taken down, tucking to the corner though from Freeing. And the Stinger still going to be put to good use. Swaps over the classic, spamming through. Ash hits the floor. As Munchkin now spotted alone, wondering what in the hell has happened in this round. It's just absolute lunacy, and it's another thrifty here from the side of DRX.
I mean, it's just the number of times I see teams not clear that corner right outside of A main ramp. It's a brutal one, and that'll lose you rounds because it's almost a guaranteed 2K. I think Freeing turns it into 3. You just can't see a damn thing. Just going in. I mean, it's your job sometimes. But again, this is just that corner and the timing as well. Here's the footsteps and just springs into action. So now it's Sheriffs for Gen G. Seeing if they can find a thrifty of their own, but so far DRX has had a phenomenal read on the defender side. It's not really giving up too much room. If they can win at the point of attack, if they can win these battles, especially here at A main, other than the round that Munchkin got that opener quite a bit ago. Okay.
Oh, all right.
That's what you need.
Great shot.
That's a gun on the floor if you can get there.
Bane jiggling, spotting 3. It's a ton of damage. Chunk him out to 40, so any shot from these Sheriffs will now go ahead and get rid of the enemy Omen, and similar to the previous round, it's a weapon handed over to Gen G. Turn on the flash, Estrella drifting back across, looking for these wall bang attempts, and She's going to be the one who finds it through the box. A-site not quite opened up yet, though. Mako still nearby. And all the forces of Gen G are getting gathered up here in position as Bane TP's over to screens. Still weakened. Mako tucks back just behind this cut of the wall. Do they pay attention to this? No, they do not. He now strikes Hyunmin and Heaven, able to find one. Mako going to be put down as Munchkin comes up with a second, but Hyunmin, quick turn back over towards the vent. Spares their blushes, stops the Thrifty from coming their way. DRX now up by 3, 5-2 the scoreline.
Man, Mako's just so smart with his positioning. But again, it's that same corner. And I mean, some good shooting here breaks things open. It's starting to look like, yeah, it's starting to look like this should very much be Gen G's round. But Mako hides in that spot there, gets the kill. I can't remember who was up on the rafters, but didn't matter. Whoever it was. And all of a sudden, that just caused a bunch of chaos and confusion. Spam here. Try to see if they can get Mako. Nope, he's going to get Texture instead.
The pit is a smoke, which means that Mako will kill you through it. Jiggle on the corner, freeing Force off the angle for a brief moment. Looks like he considers reaggressing, but will opt to back away. Speaking of op, got one in mid, brought forward here from DRX for the first time.
Toxins going up.
Jiggle peek, I think, is a little bit late. Doesn't spot out. Follow-up may have. His off shot going to go wide, but the rifling on point for Bane and Estrella. Aaron only able to trade one out, and that leaves Foxy9, previously noted, all alone towards this A side of the map. And, you know, they haven't done one yet here in the series, and I'm thinking that after this one, Gen G probably going to have to call a timeout.
Well, I was thinking they should have done it in the previous round, but there were some issues there with people clearing angles that needed to be addressed. Foxy. Mako has a pretty good idea
30 seconds left.
where he's at. Foxy, a lot of time still left on this clock to try to save this gun.
Nope.
Oh, that's...
Wins a range fight. Nice headshot.
With the Phantom, nonetheless.
Expecting some matched pressure to come in from the rear, but it is just going to be DRX saying, no, 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 leave him. Let's not over-challenge. Let's not try to get the punish. So we'll be able to save one weapon, but DRX now, the very dominant defending side, move up 6-2.
Yeah, they're really just kind of reading Gen G pretty nicely. This time with the mid control. They've got the double flashes with the breach and the Yoru. So it could set up for that timing push out. See Bane, everybody just swinging off the back of that Yoru flash. A lot of assist pickup. Even though he doesn't find a kill with the op, Hyunmin still doing a nice job. And yeah, okay, about time.
First one of the series. Yeah, this has been getting out of hand steadily from the side of Gen G, so we'll see what they can try to call to turn this one around, because this is where you would expect, oh, hello. There's a face that we don't get to see too much. Good old Bezzy showing up. As it's
anybody wins, yeah, he doesn't care.
Yep, just here for a good time. That broke my train of thought. Oh, I was going to say, they have a double duelist, so like they should be having a lot more impact than they are on this attack at the moment, so.
For sure. No, I was thinking the same thing. I mean, you got to turn it around here as Gen G. A 5-7 is okay, probably acceptable, especially losing the pistol on this attacker side. But, you know, this defender side, who knows? Sometimes teams with double duelists can surprise you on the defender side and just have really good reads and good rotations, good reactions, and I no doubt that Gen G is capable of that. But I'm starting to wonder a little bit here, because they don't look quite up to snuff on this map just yet. Again, it is their first time playing at the stage.
Oh, eventual drift forward. Ash gathering info here. Constance coming their way, rides the rope up the top, spots out the three players here situated on the A site, looks for the exit on the rafters, and Mako is wise to it and prepared. And this round, this timeout call is not meaning a damn thing. DRX quickly snuffed the flame, and Gen G have just been knocked out of the park.
Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, even their Ash sends a TP into back B, but can't even get there in time because Mako just walking through util. Ash not expecting it, thought maybe he could just hang around at rafters for a bit longer. Set up a bit of a crossfire with the players pushing out of B Garage. Did not work because Mako just disrespects the snake bite.
Yeah, I think Texture just getting killed while fully blinded up summarizes the round pretty perfectly.
That's happened a couple times. They've been nailing those flashes.
Youngmin, ooh, offset there, was still moving forward, is able to exit out to safety though with the gate crash.
Opened up some space. You've got mail control.
Foxy breaking open that A site again. Trying to draw some attention there. Prowler keeping interest at B, however, is Hyunmin. Yep, shorty at that range, not going to get you too much good done. Freeing is able to go ahead, peel that pressure from the flank. Texture up top here on the rafters, frantically trying to reestablish the aim. Eventually is able to find it. And now Gen G in control for the first time in a damn long while.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
At that early pressure they're able to create to get Hyunmin backed off of his angles with the op, opens up so much space, and then Texture there, the confidence to push through towards Mail. Ooh, this backstab from...
So you gotta just go for it here. You've got so much money, freeing, especially now has an ult online. Will get traded out. Stray in a 1v3. Can he try to play for it? Looks like he'll make the call to back away. Already has his ult at the ready. Doesn't want to give Karan nor Munchkin their ultimates here. So even though I think the damage would be nicely found, we'll just have the weapons saved and carried forward. Gen.G picking up a third-round win.
And I think you've got a lot of interesting decisions to make now as Gen.G coming into this next round because of the point you were just making, Achilleos, with a couple players being one away from their ult, particularly Munchkin, one away from that Nightfall. You have the ability now to play for an orb. So you might think, well, maybe DRX contest, but with the Showstopper available for Texture, you should be able to reasonably safely get that Nightfall there and kind of stagger those ultimates for the next couple rounds.
I like this logical flowchart that you're coming up with. Thanks. I think that it's going to be thrown out the window.
Yeah, probably.
And we're just going to get a shit show of a round.
With the way this map has been going, yeah, you might be right. I mean, look, I'm trying to...
Ooh, minus 5K in chat.
I'm trying to bring
You said the bad word.
Oh, no. It's okay. I forgive you. Oh, they're just looking to...
Oh, Ash is chasing.
He wanted that, but couldn't quite get far enough forward. This time the drone couldn't identify Foxy's position, but that should give you some decent info, actually. That potentially you might be able to either try to set up for the punish onto Foxy or pivot towards the other side of the map. Looks like they were leaning in towards trying to at least get a trade onto Foxy9, but Foxy just gonna back away from that. Doesn't like his chances. A little bit of an angle there at that smoke for Bane. One way.
They lead with a Prowler. It's gonna be Karan jumping across. It's situated inside of it. There's a fake out. There's Texture entering. Catch it. Where did this Showstopper go?
What? What?
Did it just evaporate? I'm not sure. Gonna have to see that back. He's able to plant his feet and find the rifle shot. What did I say about this round? Things are already getting weird. Freeing gonna be caught there on a time and trying to go for the iPad. Foxy9 just gets him from the flank. Now you've got Mako and Estrella still making their way over as the spike just now gets planted.
So confused. I mean, there might be a save. Maybe Mako goes for something, but yeah, looks like it's just the save again. I mean, again, 7-5 here for Gen.G, I think is acceptable. I need to see where that rocket went.
Yeah, I just didn't even really
did it just
get the notice. I mean, he was flicking for it, but...
Was it just like quantumly entangled into another round? Or it's like we start the next round and the missiles just...
It just comes, yeah, it comes flying through. Just end up in a wormhole. I don't really know. Either way, Gen.G picking up 2 consecutive rounds. First time that they've been able to do that so far on this map. They now are in a chance, or now are in a position rather, with the chance to try to rescue this half a bit. As
Did he shoot it under him?
I think he did.
Oh my.
Well, either way, planted his feet and was able to find the kill. So all the same, worked out.
Come on, I was hoping Texture would have a freak out there at the end of that.
I think if he had died,
yeah,
if he hadn't been able to get that kill at all, then yeah, we probably would have seen one.
I was hoping. Well, Freeing is really looking strong in this Tejo on this map. Back onto his agent that he was widely known for, his signature agent for sure in kickoff. Here in stage 1, back to normal.
Oh, all Texture just getting his legs swept out from beneath him. It's a little jump there and a readjust from Mako. Collects both duelists. DRX wanting as big of an advantage on this half as they could possibly get. Now well poised to go ahead and make this an 8-4. Hyunmin sprinting at him with the dimensional drift in play. And realistically for Gen.G, I mean...
Who this TP is though.
You've got some
Karan's right here.
That's true, he is, but not able to spot him out. Still potential to go for this backstab as the flash gets sent out. Hyunmin trying to flush out the enemy Piper. He cannot. It's Strand now falling. And suddenly they're right back into this round. Nightfall going to be sent. Ends up connecting onto one. Doesn't quite clip onto Bane there at screens. Mako swinging out. Karan dead. Flash in. And that is just going to be them getting taken down as Freeing dies to his own salvos. 30 seconds, the pivot is there. Munchkin, he's going to sprint for it.
God, what a read mid-round there by Karan. Knowing that the TP might be into the vents. That really broke things open for Gen G. Gives Munchkin a chance in the 1v1 against Mako, who's been stellar in this round so far.
It only comes to a 1v1 because Freeing governored himself. Gun barrel spotted. Mako faster on the trigger. A 4K from the IGL, and Captain gets DRX, an 8-4 lead at the half.
To be fair, Governor ulted himself.
That's true.
It was even worse.
It's a bit more costly, and it doesn't get
I'm
cycled
sorry,
every
Governor.
40 seconds.
I'm sorry.
We love you, and we wish you the best in EMEA.
Yes.
But it was very funny.
It was. This right here, just a great counter move to the Yoru wall by Gen G, but DRX there again. Oh man, Mako just so steady there. He had Texture's number on that half. Every time the Texture was going in, Mako was finding the perfect opportunity to just swat him out of the air, take him out right as he's landing. So a really strong defensive side, and then the real question becomes, there you go.
Get a win, eat some
Jayuk.
Jayuk.
Yep. But yeah, I mean the real question is does this double duelist have legs on the defender side for Gen G? And by the way, Gen G on this map kind of likes to go to overtime, so you never know.
Could happen. My biggest question is, can they get a pistol? Because so far, they've not been able to. It's been 3-0 in DRX's favor.
It is a bit surprising, but you know, DRX has been really good about finding those first bloods. And then the clutches, of course, as well, from Mako and Freeing on those pistol rounds have the mom's favorite team.
Yeah, I didn't know what the second word was. So I was trying to figure that out. I just saw something about their mom.
Well, let's see what they've got in store for us. This defender side for Gen G, you doing okay?
Yeah.
You sure?
No, yeah, I'm fine. There's a joke, and I don't want to make it.
Can't say it?
Yeah.
You can tell me later.
I'll save it for a safe space.
Yeah.
But Mako gonna be under some pressure, but he is shrugging it off. Both duelists dead. Munchkin says, maybe I will try my chances. And well, he gets his moment, and then
doesn't pull the.
He gets to back away. So Mako just massacres 2 outside of 8, and is able to escape.
Yeah, this just looks messy. I mean, Gen G has an opportunity, but Mako's just better right now. That's all there is. That's all there is to it. Mako's just better. Everybody else just holding the line. I mean, you got to know this is A. Foxy's out in B lobby. There's nobody there. Finally, Karan's making his way over.
Oh, looking for the timing as that gate crash chasing forward. Paranoia goes across. Munchkin just able to tuck back away, but seems like, didn't have the audio, didn't have the knowledge. So Hyunmin still able to go ahead and come away with the kill. Mako about to kill another player from the same position. He's just undefeatable at the top of that rope.
Yeah. Man's doing his best WrestleMania impression from the top ropes.
Well, flawless both in the round and in pistols so far. 4-0 to DRX in that regard, and now looking to go ahead and get their way up to double digits.
Yeah, it's just quite interesting for the side of Gen G. You know, you've got a prowler to clear the other side. You basically should know that you got a couple directions you got to look, but those ropes are a likely place for a player to be, and I mean, they were kind of aware, and Mako still just wins it. It kind of just takes the sails out of much hope that you have in that round. Once again, just a Sheriff for texture. No Stinger this time. Ash pushing very far forward. The Haunt going to give him the opportunity to grab the orb and TP out.
Like a thief in the night.
I will get the orb roll at first.
Well, they're tied for now. DRX triple buy, 2 ghosts behind, so can't afford for this to get a little bit scrappier.
The heavy stack for Gen G on the wrong side of the map, seemingly. DRX with all that early util just saying, nope, we're going the other way. Too much. Don't want to deal with the fade. But Gen G reading it pretty nicely. Just off of that little bit of information of the Prowler, they're going to try a different direction, and they're right.
So starting to rotate around. Gate crash going to be taken. It's Texture trying to get in on top. Gunman able to just go ahead. Shrug it off. Ooh, the turn back over for Karan. Snappy. And finds one. She's going to be the singular casualty so far, but the Vandal is picked up. And as previously mentioned, even if DRX loses out on one more player, they're not going to be suffering as far as the economy is concerned, given the double ghost was brought forward here into the round. Mako, speaking of which, has the ghost in hand and will go ahead and knock out Munchkin. So, double digits achieved for the side of DRX, as they are very much looking to take this across the line and into a third map.
Yeah, it's definitely a massive uphill battle that Gen G has to fight the rest of the rest of the way through. Yeah, I mean, DRX looks so good on this map. I mean, you can see why Gen G's widely been avoiding it this stage. They haven't played it yet. Seems like they're still trying to put together this double duelist comp a little bit more efficiently. I mean, yeah, that's an eco round, so whatever, but overall the map has felt a little uncomfortable for them. Doesn't seem like they've got some of those typical good ideas on how to find openings for lurks and, you know, set up some good combo plays.
Ooh, Ash is out into the open and is not finding the kill that he very much needed. Mako will be taken down, so one of the raid bosses eliminated here. As a Garage going to be controlled. Foxy9 for the moment. Gonna have to try to stave things off at mid now. Picked apart. As Foxy looking for a little bit more. Estrella tucks back around the corner. Snakebite now going to be sent. That stops him from getting into the site, so the spike is not able to be brought forward here for a plant. Bane now just going to have it passed over as Foxy9. It's a great position to try to strike here. Hyunmin, if he continued to swing the angle, would be able to find that kill, and instead, he's just going to be able to spray across to find both. Hyunmin, however, still fighting back. There's now a 1v1.
I got the spike.
Spike picked up. Gate Crash at the ready, wants to go a little bit more of a reconnaissance mission here to start, but then opts to just go ahead, exit the ult.
Is he going to be ready for Texture to be that close, though?
Gun barrel spotted. He is not. Didn't know that he was going to be into the site already. Texture able to bail him out. He's trying to find the spike. I think he ran right past. Maybe he thought that there was another gun, but I'm like...
He's looking for that rocket.
Yeah.
Where'd it go?
Yeah, where did it go? Well, round 15 will be Gen G's. They're fighting back a bit. First round win in quite some time.
No one beats my firepower.
I mean, Foxy9 is really having some moments today. His back should have been watched by Munchkin. You can see there was a moment there with the toxic screen where Foxy was trying to figure out, because he heard the TP go past him, and he didn't want to let that create an extra angle on him where there was going to be a crossfire. And so he's like, okay, if Munchkin watches my back, I can move to the other side so that crossfire isn't going to be created. But Munchkin just misses the timing on Hyunmin. And that almost changes the destiny of that round. And Munchkin going to have a Guardian for this one. Karan with a Judge right around the corner. Trying to play up into the smoke. Oh my god, that was close. Gave Karan a free ear piercing there. Very close. Ready for some kind of contact play in mid.
Portal closed.
But nobody on DRX making a move. They're grouping up in Ramen. Trying to suss out some info. Bane.
Just going to be a double face. And it's going to be Gen G suffering the damage here. Munchkin knocked down to 33. Texture trying to hold things here at bet. The wide swing, though, from Estrella. Completely offsets. Cuts him down to size. Now the spike being brought across through the vent. Ash situated here on the A site by himself for the moment. Pop flashes out. Sending out another one, just trying to slow things up. Gate crash around the back of elbow, but Ash just found a timing. Swings out from screen side. Finds himself a third kill, and now it's freeing by himself. And he cannot find it. Was looking a bit brutal for the side of Gen G, but they manage to go ahead and claw their way back into the round. Now 4 away from tying things up.
It's great presence of mind from Ash. Senses the pressure from A Tower, throws out a flash so he can change angles, group up with Munchkin, and then they swing together from screens. Great transfer too with the Vandal. Stellar stuff. And now you're starting to think that maybe there's some hope. It's going to be a weak buy, a bunch of Stingers and a Sheriff for DRX. But
truly need to nerf this guy.
But, well, yes.
Make it more expensive.
I definitely agree. I think the Stinger is a little too good, but I was just about to mention also that the ecos have been kind of good for DRX.
Yes.
So
yes. It's 3 thrifties, maybe 4 in this series.
A lot.
No, they had 2 on the first map. Ash, a little bit of crossfire, able to go ahead, play protect. Exits back out as well as Hyunmin going to be taken down there in mail. Mako still trying to scale forward. There will be cut down to size. Foxy continuing to note the angle. And now it's the 3 remaining players from DRX slowly creeping their way forward here at Garage. Straight Falcon going to be good for 1. Good for a second. There is Estrella. It eats an immense amount of damage, so we'll just go ahead and pick up the orb so that he can get his ult no matter what for the next round.
Yep. That's a really nice moment there for Estrella. That kill was huge. And he's still got enough time to go to the other side of the map, and Gen G starting to figure that out themselves. TP over. He sent the clone. Sent the clone. Just to check if Estrella was already over there, but Estrella's going to be a step behind. Foxy9 tucked into the corner. Now takes a peek.
Oh. Tucks back. Footsteps, however, heard. And we'll start slowly creeping forward. Can he interrupt the plant? The answer is yes. Has the headshot. And it's Gen G now. 3 rounds away, picking up 3 consecutive wins.
Yeah, they're starting to get the read. Just good timing through the smoke off the first kill, I believe. And I've got some big ults as well to play for Gen G. Oh, saw the first player. Okay. There might have been another one. Stupid Stingers. Great timing from Foxy9, continuing to have really good performances today. Termi, I believe, wants a timeout here. Talk things over a bit. Bit of a change in game plans. I like some of the initial ideas at times from DRX, but haven't been able to get some of that utility to land to get some of those early picks to really set up those plants that they would like. So my guess is just talking about, okay, well, what are the positions that we're seeing, you know, how, especially in like Mail and Tower on the B side, we're going to go for that. We need to make sure we're clearing that a little bit better. You might be able to hold on to it. But Foxy's done a great job. He's always been backpedaling. He's been finding those timings to make sure that that utility isn't landing. So it's tough.
See, though, within touching distance here is Gen G. They're getting rocked in that first half. And DRX not wanting for that ramp up to come through. Right now, it's been quieter performances from Texture, from Charon in particular. DRX knows that if they suddenly get activated, this could end up being a 2-0 against them.
That's a great point. That's always got to be something in the back of your mind. Now the Texture is an op as well. Ooh, good flash.
Chasing forward, flash pushes him off the angle. Salvos to try to push him out into the open. Texture. There's the blast pack to try to reposition. Hyunmin TPing forward. Munchkin going to be blinded up. Texture finding one, able to go ahead and swings back around the opposite side of the pillar. Bane is there scaling forward aggressively. Gets on top of the op before he can redraw. Foxy, however, still holding things down, finds Mako. There's the dimensional drift from Ash. Scouting out the double stack here at the elbow. Paranoia going to be sent through. Exits out. Ash swinging around back at the screen, unable to find that kill. As it's now just Charon. Aforementioned, tagged up a bit and spammed through the smoke. DRX, the 2 players left standing. Economy would have been in shambles had they lost this one. Managed to go ahead, break this minor win streak from Gen G and take 1 step closer towards Ascent.
Well, that's brutal, because a lot of the economy was put into that round for Gen G, and it's just a press forward. And the Gen G players aren't really in a position to shut this execute down. They aren't playing forward towards A main. They're playing back to try to protect the operator. And it's, again, that Teho utility that breaks the initial angle. So Texture can't hold there. to watch the entry initially. Nas to reposition, and by that point, it's a little bit too late. DRX is already flooding into the site.
Still an op-in. Showstopper is well behind it here from Texture.
They bought down to 2 Guardians to make sure they could get this.
And Foxy is tagged to 9 HP.
Oof.
What in the hell happened? I didn't get eyes on it at all.
Maybe some Tejo util.
Perhaps. Nightfall, that's going to be quite telling, and Charon going to be caught on a timing. Mako continuing to just utilize opponents' ultimates against them. Swings as it goes out, gets rewarded with a kill. And now they shrug that off. TP into back sight. Munchkin looking for it. Does manage to find the shot there on a Bane. Foxy coming away with 2, so even with his low HP, was still able to find an immense amount of value. Now we go into a 2v2. Showstopper for the attempted retake. As Texture just looking to send it. Point blank. This one landing right at Freeing's feet. As Hyunmin.
Position reveal.
Gives it away. Does have a dimensional drift. He wants to try to exit into the flash, but doesn't find the kill that he so critically needed. The paint shell will obliterate him. This time everything from Texture lands exactly where it needs to. Gen G will keep the op. They will keep themselves afloat here, denying map point from DRX.
That's crazy. That ult from Texture is so valuable there.
How did Foxy get 2? Show me this replay.
Man, Mako just, he does this all the time. They just walked into it.
Mows him down. I mean, Salvo's at his feet, gave his life for the cause.
I think the initial damage, I assume, came off of like maybe a breach stun into the Tejo salvos, because I saw the salvos already out early, so that's my best guess as to how he took that damage.
Possibly, yeah.
That's my best guess.
Either way, he didn't care.
Nope.
And 2 rounds separating. Looking like we're going to have another timeout call.
It's DRX again.
Given the way that previous round went, it seems like the answer is yes. So it's actually going to be Termi calling both of them close to back-to-back, and Gen G is now the team with the timeout still left behind.
Curious about this. Does this mean that Termi has a couple of just playbook executes where it's just like X's and O plays where the util goes here and there and you do this thing like we saw after the last timeout where they're able to get onto A site quickly, you know, just punish Texture's op position? Or maybe this time they play a little bit slower. I think he might be calling for a change in direction on the map, potentially. See if they can use some of that utility to break through onto the B site this time. Curious about the ultimate situation. So Hyunmin, yeah, does have the drift. So looks like to me they're gonna try to make a play off the back of this. Check mid, maybe TP into the back of B. Then figure out exactly how they want to rock and roll off the back of that. Judge for Charon.
Double player spot here on the B side. Paranoia going to be sent Foxy, clipped by that. Answering Paranoia from Charon, holds him at bay. He's going to scale forward, get right in, up towards this garage. Quickly deals with 2. There's Mako now, last one standing in the blink of an eye. Snakebite not going to be able to find anything. Weapon not upgraded. Just the Stinger with 11 bullets remaining. Swings in, finds it. Now we go into a 1v1. Poison Orb at the ready, but a paint shell still behind here from Texture. Here's the tap, drops down, swaps the weapon. Spike planted, and somehow just hits a random shot through the Poison Orb. Mako getting a taste of his own medicine. Unable to get in position to try to go for the clutch. Gen G are now 2 rounds away from tying this up.
And again, it's another fast hit off the back of the timeout for Termi and DRX. But Charon so quick to change position with this Judge to get in a point of impact. The impact he makes. I was just about to say it right before Mako swung that corner. I'm like, yeah, but Mako's got a stinger, so this is, you know, just one of those weapons where,
again,
just can have impact with it.
Nerf it.
Nerf it, please.
Make it more expensive, whatever you gotta do.
Please.
Like, yeah, I know it might make G2 irrelevant, but, you know, just nerf it.
Ooh.
Texture with a nice shot finds Mako. They know I'm kidding.
I think he might have tagged Estrella with that shot.
Yes, he did. As it would seem to be the case.
Oh.
Good amount of damage in. Paint Shell once again going to be lobbed forward, but Bane does find Texture. Wall bangs him out of position to open up the A site.
No. Don't have much just yet. If Ash gets one kill, he will get the Dimensional Drift. It's a matter of finding the opportunity for it. They're going to be quick on this retake.
Go ahead.
Flash towards back of sight, Armageddon.
It is.
Sent towards screens, but yeah, Ash arriving, finding two, Karen finding another, but Hyunmin fighting back. But now is all alone. 45 health, the shots have to be on point, and he is not prepared for the first. Foxy will take him down, and Gen.G continue working their way back. Round after round. Now just one more to go to tie things up.
Track by track.
Brick by brick.
Brick by brick. What else do you build stuff out of? Lego by Lego?
Lego by Lego.
Yeah. This is
plank
just
by plank.
Plank by plank. 2x4 by 2x4.
Yeah, that's a little bit more of a mouthful.
That is a lot to put. This is starting to look good. Gen.G there, just a quick decision on the Flood retake. Don't want to give DRX much time to set up for those post plants. I really like that. That's something that, you know, if you let DRX get into crossfires, a lot of these teams, both Gen.G included in this statement, that they're so efficient. They're so well drilled in those scenarios.
Drone doesn't scout. Texture doesn't go for the repeak.
I like this choice.
He just waits and he whips.
Oh.
Paint Shell to cover his evacuation. Shifts over now towards the Raptors. Catches a glimpse but cannot find the shot. Freeing, strafing forward. Munchkin. Tension tied up towards the Raptors. Now Hyunmin able to find Texture. DRX suddenly. They go for a quick hit once again, and this time it is going their way. Weapons scooped up. Foxy, Karan, they just have to save. DRX, they're going to get up to map point. Unbelievable.
That first shot completely snowballs the round in DRX's favor because it would have been Hyunmin dead. And he's the one that gets in there, gets 2 kills. His clone buys the attention to save Freeing's life. That one missed shot is all it takes, and DRX is in there and the round is over. And usually Texture's like the most consistent player on the planet in those situations. He rarely misses those. And it just seemed like it just bypassed Hyunmin's head by a millimeter.
Doesn't find that one, doesn't even get to fire the shot to try to go for the, you know, the one on that peek in towards A main.
Thrifty.
Things very off kilter and shaky from Gen.G in this round. It's another thrifty from DRX. 4 or 5 now in this series as they get up to map point one more, and they're going to be sending us over to that map 3 of Ascent. As it looks like, okay, I thought we were giving Texture an accolade as we go to the full screen. I was like, what milestone does he hit?
Yeah. What did he do in that round? His second missed op shot.
I think we just didn't have a replay ready to go.
Now they're going to give Hyunmin the op. He has his ult too. So does Ash. So kind of a game of chicken with the Yoru ults. Impetus on DRX to use theirs first, most likely, to set up their execute. And then who knows, Ash for the retake potentially. Texture, a couple away from the showstopper. I mean, there's so many things that could have changed there. Texture just hits that one shot. He'd be either at or one step closer to the showstopper. Could be, you know, it'd be potentially 11-11. Let's see. Karan having a bit of a struggle here on split, trying to hold down the B side, but Hyunmin there, spot him out with the ult. Estrella ready.
Fault line sent, and Hyunmin able to get the catch. Karan just cannot get out fast enough, and Foxy 9 noted dead there on the Raptors. Texture arriving, able to find one, puts down the Yoru as Ash goes forward. Dimensional drift of his own. Just go ahead and try to scout things out, identifies where the op is at. The Paint Shell ends up bouncing off the corner. Texture absolutely beeps it. Doesn't get the interrupt on the plant. Doesn't get the damage in that he was looking for, and now he is just going to be shut down. Munchkin, a 1v4. Catching a glimpse on a 2. Drops down off the top, gets the haunt reveal. Still, however, a flank coming in from behind. As DRX could just go ahead and leave it to the IGL and captain, but it will just be a wide swing out. An up shot from Freeing, and a 13-10 scoreline as DRX will send us to Ascent.
Yeah, a sturdy defender side sets the tone for DRX on Split against this brand new double duelist comp that Gen G attempts, and it doesn't really have legs just yet. A punch back on their defender side, to be sure, but Gen G not able to fully recover, and DRX with some quick executes after the timeouts from Termi. Some good decision making there off the back of that, just seeming to change their game plan halfway through that half. They come through with some brilliant rounds. And we will be going to Ascent next, which I am very excited about. Even though, you know, both these teams, I think you would think this is a map that they should like, they should favor. So this should be, I think, pretty back and forth.
It has been this whole series throughout. Tightly contested here between the two squads. Gen G finding their footing a bit more over the last couple of matches that they have played, but some off moments here from the Rocksteady players that we usually do rely on. See how Kara and Texture look as we swap over to there, as well as what DRX are going to be running. The only thing that I could really rely on is freeing on Teo.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to see that. I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised to see something not too different from what we've seen in these first two maps. Could be Breach Teo, maybe a Jet instead of a Yoru might be the biggest difference.
Well, time will tell, but for now we'll go ahead and send things back over to the analyst desk to break down all of the action from Split.
I mean, yep, freeing on Teo and you get success, and that is part of the formula that DRX is running. Of course, Gen G, they did manage a little bit of that comeback, and towards those last few rounds, it got a little bit dicey. We knew this match was going to be really, really close, but that just showed exactly just how close these two teams are.
Yeah, I felt like this was definitely a better performance from DRX. I also, I think this shows the strength of the map beta, right? They took it to Split, and I think it was quite evident Gen G weren't exactly comfortable here. They found it tough to really find that momentum, apart from, of course, the very end. But it was a fake comeback in the end. We have to talk again about the First Bloods. 16-7 First Bloods for DRX. I mean, the Thrifties were crazy as well. I mean, I feel like it's so much easier to play the game when you have those two stats in your favor.
It's 2 games in a row where you're getting all of the first kills, you're getting multiple Thrifties in your favor, and Gen G is still able to take 10 rounds off of you. Like, they're keeping this game very, very close. I think, honestly, I was very convinced by mostly Ash and Foxy. I mean, I haven't seen too much of Foxy on the Viper. It's an agent that he hasn't played too much. I think he's only had 5 officials on it in his career. And I haven't seen him play it on this Gen G roster. Usually you would have Munchkin, filling that role, but in the double duelist kind of iteration here of Gen G, you do have to throw Munchkin over onto the primary init. I do like the fact that they're playing the Fade, and then you've obviously got the Yoru as a bit of a pseudo init on attack. Didn't mind what I saw from Ash on defense either. I thought that he had a really good handle of what he was meant to do as the Yoru. It felt like he was really kind of targeting Marco outside of A main there, and had a good sense of like what was happening macro-wise and where he needed to rotate. But at the end of the day, DRX getting across the line with some kind of muddier strats, I would say. They made things a lot messier and just tried to kind of force out A at the end of the game there, and it worked quite well for them.
Yeah, I mean, that was their go-to towards the end of this game, right? Group up as 5, let's just slam a site and see if it works. And, when you run it back that many times, eventually the kills are going to go your way. So that was their go-to. But we have to talk about the pistol rounds in this series, right?
It's not only opening kills, but also they winning all of the pistols, which you can see they had 50-50 pistol win rate before they started this series. They're 4-0 so far. They're winning Thrifties, they're winning opening duels, but Gen G is still incredibly competitive, and I think that just kind of shows you how shaky the current DRX are now, still getting used to these kind of roles and these different double unit comps.
So what do you think happens in the mid-round then? After these opening duels, what is happening to DRX that they can't seem to convert as well as they should be?
You see it in some of the rounds where things get messy. The perfect example was over at A-Ramp, where Texture, that he, especially when he's got the AWP, you know that he's going to be taking that opening duel, and over towards A-Main is the perfect position for that, and there's not really clear protocols or a clear game plan. Texture takes the first pick with the AWP there, and then you have Bane try to TP flash him, Estrella stuns Bane. Like, they don't have a clear plan of what they need to do to kind of punish some of these plays. The util is very messy and a little bit too much on the fly, a little bit overlapping and all over the place.
Well, to me, it just kind of screams like they just need a little bit more time on these roles, They've had to sort back to this over the course of a week. So I think it's just finding their footing again. These are, good enough players. I think it's just a reps problem for me for DRX. But one person who we do want to highlight for DRX, especially in this map too, was Hyunmin. I felt like on the Yoru, he looked very, very good this game. very comfortable. I think this is a great agent for him. And yeah, he really took over the map.
I mean, you need a really, really strong primary duelist who's going to be able to disrupt on defense, who's going to be able to be self-sufficient on attack and call around himself to some extent. And I think Hyunmin really does have that presence as a duelist in Pacific right now. A lot of teams do run it as a double duelist comp, including T1 or like you just saw Gen G do on this map. But Hyunmin will get the MVP, and I think similar to what we see from Jemkin and some of the other really strong duelists in Pacific right now, having him as the solo Yoru is enough to get the job done when he's having this much impact.
Yeah, I feel like this is who DRX need to lean on today. With all these role changes, you know, they've had to make changes. You know, Freeing is back on the Teo, Foxy9 is moving around, Munchkin's playing Fade. The one guy who has been consistent this whole time on DRX is Hyunmin. He's been on the duelist from the very, very start, so nothing's changed for him. If anything, he has more help and is being set up more in this iteration. So I think he's the one that DRX really need to lean on in map 3 to help get the job done. Hence why we both, of course, put him in our own teams.
Yes, I mean, he was hard carry mode last week as well, and it wasn't enough for DRX. He had, I think, the kills of Mako and Freeing combined, so and they did not win. So they're going to need more than that this week, particularly as we move on to Ascent.
No, yeah, bring up the changes of DRX also. You're absolutely right. They might be falling back into compositions that they were playing a few weeks ago, but that doesn't mean it's still not a change. You know, there are still protocols that you have to get familiar with and wait, are we doing this or are we doing that? So there is still some of that hesitation, and that's really coming into play in these maps and in those very, very tight moments. Moving over into Ascent though, now that we're going into a map 3, I don't know I expected any less between DRX and Gen G, of course, but this is going to be very interesting because, you know, DRX, they're likely to revert back into that single duelist, and Gen G, they haven't really played this map. We haven't seen them on Ascent in a while.
Yeah, the only time we saw Gen G play this Ascent this stage is when they lost to Boom in that week 1. You know, Boom surprised them with their solo Phoenix comp, and Gen G was slow to adapt there. But, you know, it's been a long time since that. I'm curious if they're going to stick with this same comp or how they've managed to improve. I think this is a relatively big unknown for Gen G in the same way Split was. So I'm quite happy with my DRX prediction here. I don't know about you, Pesky.
I don't think Gen G need to change anything. They had suggest on the Cypher he was getting straight up bullied in that game. They've got Foxy back in the roster. He's going to be able to hold his own on the Cypher, I think. I see no reason to take Ash off the Teo, and the rest of them are on comfort roles from the Gen G dominance era. So I think they could just run back the same comp with a couple of fine-tuned ideas and a bit more of a stronger Senti player, and things should go fine. For DRX, I totally expect them to run this Sova comp. Probably Bane on the Sova with Freeing on the Teo, and then you're going to have Hyunmin and the rest of the boys playing comfort agents. Estrella looked pretty good on the Vice on this map, and that was his DRX debut, and that was a promising debut indeed. So I don't see any reason for them to really do anything fancy here, DRX. I think they just keep the players on the comfort roles and roll with it.
Yeah, on the side of Gen G, you know, you still are seeing that slow start, that iconic Gen G slow start still come into play here in 2025. It's still something that they can't quite get rid of, that the players need to warm up just a bit, and then later on they'll probably make a bit of a comeback. But you know, going into this map 3, I hope that they don't stall a little bit when it's too late.
Yeah, I mean, the magic of last year for Gen G is not there this year. You know, it is a little bit different for them. They are not the, you know, the world beaters that we once saw last year.
Shanghai.
Yeah, it's not quite the same team. Things are different for them, and I think they have a big target on their back after all their success last year. Everyone wants to start the game so strong against them because it is harder for them to kind of climb their way back into these series. That sort of same mental fortitude from their lower bracket runs of last year, you know, it's not quite there in exactly the same way, but it makes sense. You know, I think it's a different point in the game, but they do definitely need to sort of settle into this map 3. I have to say I'm worried for Gen G just a little bit after that.
Yeah. I mean, you can tell with the players as well. They're not the same. It's not the same kind of energy. It's a different kind of dynamic with this roster compared to last year. I know fans can see it as well, that this is, you're absolutely right. It's not the Gen G that it was last year. It's totally different. And it's still, you know, it's the little tiger cub. It's maybe a teenage tiger cub.
They're in the rebuilding phase at this point, and I think Ash is looking better and better. Foxy9, since he got put back in the lineup, has looked fantastic. I think here on Ascent, they're going to get to start defense first. They haven't won a pistol yet. This is what you need to see from them. You need to see them win a pistol because they haven't been able to do that this series. Get the economy rolling early on. get the op in Texture's hands, and he needs to start winning some opening duels because, you know, honestly, that is something that he's very adept at when he's playing well. He's been on the Raze a lot, and honestly, his opening kill success on the Raze is really not good. But I think if he's back on the Jet or something like that, and he's getting the op out a lot, it could be a completely different game, and it could be something that Gen G could really take advantage of.
Yeah, Jet's definitely a massive comfort for him. I would, of course, expect that to come out here, but we have to wait and see from when we get into these picks.
Whoa.
Oh,
whoa.
Okay. These almost look... Is this the wrong way around? Gen G is going to play Munchkin on the Sova, and they're going to put Texture on the Yoru, something he hasn't been playing too much.
Wow.
So they have swapped a few things over, and DRX are kind of playing the comp that I expected Gen G to play.
Yeah, DRX, we're not seeing that same Sova from them. They're playing the Teo and the KO, which is a slightly different variation here. But, you know, Hyunmin sticking with the Jet, Boxy9 on that Cypher, so it's sort of similar, but I think, yeah, Gen G is the surprise here. Texture on Yoru is not something we're used to seeing.
No, definitely not. We'll see if he can have that same impact on the opping presence. I mean, it's definitely something that you can do at the moment on this map. You've seen monstrous games from Jemkin and a lot of different duelist players. Even Famous has been mixing in the Yoru and playing a lot of these disruptive off angles on defense at the moment on the Yoru.
Well, we'll see. Perhaps Texture has caught on to that Yoru craze. We'll see as we step into Ascent and find out who takes Map 3, DRX, or Gen G. Achilles, Paper Thin, tell us who it is.
I don't have a damn clue. Yoru for the first time ever for Texture here. He has never played this before. And he's bringing it out now versus DRX, their final matchup here of Stage 1 ahead of the playoffs to help determine a better seed. Dust just talked about it. We've been talking about it. Pistols have not been kind to Gen G so far.
No. First Bloods have not been kind to Gen G. Texture -5 in that department, and they're trying to get him set up early, using that Teo util to push forward. Bane thought about
the reveal coming out. Very nicely pinged, and Freeing does get taken down, so there you go. One step towards the first pistol, and one step towards clawing back that first kill, first death ratio.
Yeah, a nice start there from Munchkin. This is also the 4th time ever that Munchkin's played Sova.
I was just about to ask you if you had the statistics on that.
Yeah, and I mean, I have no idea what the official count is, if that's, you know, third-party event stuff.
Sure.
That's just what his VLR is telling me.
I mean, you got to, you know, think about it in his past teams. I mean, all of last year, you had Lakia, who was going to be playing Sova if you ever needed it.
Right.
So, it's definitely not something that we've seen to be in his wheelhouse. We'll see if he's got a stronger... we'll call the first outing of the stage, I suppose, on Sova.
Scanning ahead.
For sure, yeah. Pretty surprising. I mean, after that loss to Boom, Gen G felt like they needed to make changes on this map. That's a cool trip. Gets the catch.
And that's going to be Gunman dead to rights. Texture able to find that, catches a glimpse onto another one. Able to go ahead and finish the job as a couple kills get answered back here from the side of DRX. But Gen G will get their first pistol win of this series.
And of course, that's got Texture cackling like a child. As
I think he
wanted that kill, I'm sure.
He saw the 4K in his sights. He had 2 more people right there in front of him, and he just couldn't quite make it happen.
He needs the 4K to secure the Gen G win. But this is just a great crossfire, great setup with the info utility, and that's one of the big things about this comp that I'm always looking at with teams that run Teo Sova is those double drones with the Cypher in there as well. The trip getting a lot of value, so that's something that Gen G is going to be relying on.
Shock dart onto Freeing.
Doesn't feel good.
No, it does not. Down to 41. Ash looking for a punish, but won't be able to find it. Just clears out the camera.
Look where that trip is. It's up high. Expecting the jet dash around the corner, potentially.
Everyone about to be funneled into Calron, who does have that judge. As Texture snappy with that headshot. Finds the second. Quickly exits, moves back over here towards the A site, and Khan, yeah, he's just going to be looking for a little bit more. Runs out of bullets, but it's fine. Shells, I should say. Munchkin will be there to get the covering fire through. And it's going to be a flawless as Gen G start things off 2-0 on the defense.
I like the ideas from Gen G, in particular the way that Foxy9 is setting up his Cypher utility, because you think back to the first pistol round, it's a low trip that catches Gunman as he tries to dash in. So on the B side, they set up a high one. In fact, Gunman dashes up, it's on the A side. The trip just isn't there. They have the other trip set up in tree. So you can see they're trying to already kind of play with Hyunmin's mind, try to make him guess where these trips are going to be, make his entries that much more difficult. This one he's trying to set up on the corner for the deep position on the landing spot for Hyunmin. So I really like these staggered ideas with the Cypher setups that we're seeing. And again, for Gen G, this is the information game that they're trying to play with, that they're trying to lock DRX out of this half with. And they've got quite a bit of weaponry still to back up.
And look at this read. They're stacking 4 players on this A site. They say Kalran's got the judge. He'll be good for a couple. You know, we'll just leave him there on that B site, keep all of the trips on this A side.
Just throw the TP over to the other side. You know, if Karan does have contact, you'll have plenty of time to get back over there. Texture going to maybe challenge this angle. 2 for 0 on first blood so far.
For a little bit more, but crosshair offset. Mako able to just dance around those bullets, doesn't take any damage. Keeps himself safe here for the moment. Munchkin looking to play the closer fight, just drifts across. Damn near finds himself a second. It will be Ash that goes ahead, scoops up one, gets the follow-up on Mako. And now they're just strafing into the site. Ping reveal from the cameras. Bane tucks back, but the spike, it is so far away from him. Cam rechecks. Foxy just poking and prodding, playing around with him as Karan swoops in, arriving on the flank. As this
has to be saved.
Almost 100%, yeah. It will be a bonus conversion from Gen G. First one here in the set. As they are off to a roaring start, and we might have to see a very fast timeout call from DRX.
Yeah, I mean, it's just these little trick plays, kind of these timings that catch DRX off guard. He got something in his eye?
I'm not sure.
A tear to the eye after that round.
That bonus conversion was so damn beautiful.
So good, Munchkin.
He's just that upset that he didn't hit Mako once.
Probably.
Either way, probably something in the eye. But hell of a start. Yeah, clearly I just wasn't upset.
The joy that he brings is just infectious.
He's like literally just a puppy.
He is. He's a puppy.
Sometimes, you know, like he's got to figure out how to walk right. Sometimes he trips over himself, but he stands right back up, and he's always joyous. As up and over the top, Hyunmin shot out of the sky. Foxy, quick reposition as Texture able to find one before getting taken down. It's going to be the one little trade out, and it's going to be Foxy with a 3K to get Gen G up to 4.
I mean, this is just really nice from Foxy, understanding how his util is set up and that there's one thing he's leaving open, and that's the boat dash right over the house, and he's ready. He's just running and gunning from there. It's because everybody on Gen G knows they've got the players in position to support him there, that they can press forward and go for those crossfires. Just wipe DRX out, and you called for it. Timeout comes right through. Tough to say exactly what the ideas are going to be from Termi this time. Haven't seen much exploration towards mid.
Yeah.
My guess is this is some kind of setup for, hey, let's put some pressure at Pizza and Market, see if we can get through there. You got to worry about the op potentially coming out, if not this round, in the next.
The RX faithful still here, still believing, but the 4-0 deficit certainly not something that they were expecting.
No, it's.
I need to get that bear again.
I have one.
I don't have one anymore.
What happened to it?
I gave it to Aspas after he won champs.
Oh, well, that's acceptable.
Over in
That's fair.
Istanbul.
Okay, that's fair.
Every now and then he brings it out, so I know that he kept it.
That's nice. That's pretty adorable, actually.
But I was like, you know what? I got something for you.
Of course, that one way being set up for Foxy as well. And look at the mid control attempted to be taken by Gen G. Texture is out for the operator, but he's already
wider angle. He's going to just go strafing forward, and he's going to get the catch. No counter swing. Fast enough there from top mid. It's just freeing dead off the rip.
Yeah, Drone couldn't see him from there. Nice counter play. Oof. Oh, Bane, you are so lucky. That was so close. A couple different players had a look at him. There's that info.
Hang on to one, Mako able to stay alive. Still held at bay though, and Hyunmin, because of that, he's left on an island. He's just alone here in the site, then gets taken down. Mako Limping forward over towards the door, able to find one. Ash eliminated. But it's just Mako and Bane. The shock dart is going to be good for it. Munchkin just knocks him out of the park, and Texture on the re-peek. Finds the upshot this time around. Timeout call, be damned. Gen G now up 5-0.
Yeah, this is such an impressive composition that Gen G is bringing on this defender side. Again, so much info that you're able to gather. A nice little outplay here. Able to sneak by that drone, and freeing is no hope. The util getting the spot there for the Gen G players. They're able to play comfortably on the back of sight. Wait out Mako, who was able to find one off the back of his own paranoia, I believe, and then try to press forward through Gen. Stingers and Sheriffs trying to get yet another DRX eco to go, but this time feeling like it's going to be way more difficult. Oh, just barely turned in time to see Hyunmin. So they're going to try Tree this time. That short-range weaponry. I feel like this might be your better opportunity. Great util.
It's going to be exchanged there. Hyunmin on the entry, dash to the cross, able to spat out two, but Karan draws down, finds one. Estrella strafing forward into the side. As player after player is noted and dealt with. Gen G are absolutely battering DRX. 6-0 now. And pretty much going to be cash cap for a lot of these players.
Oh, they're just doing a great job reacting on the map, not giving DRX many opportunities off of some of those util dumps to get kills. They might get one, but the fallback positions that Gen G are taking, especially, of course, with the operator in play, make it so difficult in these crossfires that Gen G are able to set up for themselves. Are just brutal. And, but again, it's
still screaming.
Yeah, some say.
What is this? What are you doing, Munchkin? Okay, it's an attempt at a crunch. Texture does arrive over at Tiles to find one. Munchkin is just donk walking into main as the push of Foxy 9 is able to find one. Tuck back into the screen, looks for a little bit more. Mako able to go ahead and stabilize and bring an end to the madness here, at least a pause in it, as Estrella going to be res back into the action. And at the end of it all, it's going to be a 2v4. Things got weird.
Yep.
Just spotting one, cannot find Hyunmin, and that should be DRX getting their first round victory.
For Ash.
Surely.
You would think so, especially with the door not being broken. Now the identification from the knife. I mean, Ash wants to die here so he can get his ult. Like you were saying, cash capped, so no reason not to go for something, I would think.
Yeah. Worst case, give Hyunmin knives. As leg spotted, freeing on the flank, able to go ahead and keep him nice and safe. As this was weird.
Yeah, I mean, this is just Munchkin. Can't, you know, you can take the player off the duelist, but sometimes you can't take the duelist out of the player.
Just actually strafing forward for a Tiles crunch, walking into a cyber cage to his demise.
Yeah. You know, he'll gamble. I mean, that's the thing about Munchkin. And when you're up 6-0, you can afford to do stuff like that. You can throw a round away.
Well, they're going to be looking to not have to be a regular occurrence as the paranoia is out onto Estrella. And Mako just mows down two. Once again, just shrugging off the pressure. It's pushed into the smoke. Mako good for another one. Kawan cannot hold the door. Bane just staying tucked there into the corner. Now repositions as the reload comes in.
Spike planted.
And this is the worry. When you throw a round away, that it turns into a second, can turn into a third, and suddenly the floodgates are open. I need to see that from Mako's perspective.
Yes, that was fast.
Ash with the 420 score line, saying Happy Easter to everybody who celebrates. But, wow, okay. Yeah, back-to-back puzzling rounds here from the side of Gen G, trying to change things up, trying to catch DRX off guard, and they just have overcooked it.
I mean, Mako's just not having any of that. I mean, I don't mind it one round. You tried it in the previous round, fine. But 2 rounds in a row.
But yes, but we haven't tried it on the A side.
I think hopefully Munchkin is learning his lesson, because what has been really making things difficult.
Ooh, look at the
Hold on.
slow-mo and everything. Brother!
Oh my god.
What? Well, the gentle giant. Just absolutely.
He's like, I
tears
shot
him
it
to
like
pieces.
that. Yeah, I don't know.
Just like, yeah, I don't know. Just kill him.
It's like, I just shot, is basically what he said. Okay. So play to the strengths of the comp now for Gen G. Texture back on the operator. Using the drone to try to set him up. Does clear, or well, hits the trip. And clears. Immediately reset up, but Texture's right there. Should be pretty aware. They're really trying to make this uncomfortable for Bane.
All right.
It works.
It does. Spike for now going to be left behind as drone's going to be cleared out. Gunman starting to work his way forward towards Pizza, but you got 3 players pretty much on this angle. One playing anti and Texture. Spot out the elbow. He's able to find the wall bang shot. 2 op kills here in the round. Still a dimensional drift if he wants to, if he gets into a point where he needs to use it. But there's the ping reveal. Estrella, staying tucked. Munchkin opts to not swing for this. As Foxy waits out in the 0 point. And on a swivel, just can go in for that
30
peek.
seconds left.
Flash out, Salvos. Let's go ahead and offset. Munchkin going to be taken down. Sight opened up a bit. Still have to try to work their way through Texture, and there's a TP across as Karan does join in. 15 seconds remaining. Mako able to find one as Foxy 9 will be taken down. The Paranoia, however, going across to try to save them off. Texture finds the shot. Mako hits the floor, and Karan finds the other. Gen G, a lot more stability here. Get themselves back into the driver's seat, now up 7-2.
Yeah, love the way that Munchkin is using his U-tilt to make sure they can get that first one for Texture. Just making Bane mega uncomfortable there. Finds a great shot through the wall to Hyunmin. And then Estrella able to find some good U-tilt to flush Munchkin out. The ult from Freeing actually forces Foxy out as well from the alley on the back. And he has to come through. He gets killed, and all of a sudden you think there might be a chance, but with 2 players in Boathouse, not happening. Bye.
Peek out, Texture gets his. Dips, joins in here at Heaven on this A site.
They're ready for this. They got that jet.
Paranoia onto 1, stun going out. As Ping does get the reveal, so they know that the op is here at Heaven, but Mako dead. They're still strafing forward as Karan holds down the flank. Spray through the smoke, flawless fashion. Gen G right back to running away with this map.
Just a great read off of just a single kill. Expecting that A would be the call without the jet available and no other mid pressure to be seen. It's good understanding, good map awareness. Oh, Mako, no. Great patience from Karan. And then Bane just has too many angles to check when he walks through the door.
Yeah, the suspected Mako attention was tied elsewhere, was paying attention to different things. Doesn't swivel, doesn't check. It's just going to be a quick exit from Texture.
I like this though. Yeah, I like this from DRX. You know, you forced him off that angle.
Drone doesn't check for him. He swings out, he still hits that shot. It's so damn fast. Master Flash is gone. Aside from Mako, who does still have a Paranoia, but now suppression out on a Freeing.
Now you've got a ton of map control as DRX. You can try to figure out which direction you want to go. Looks like A is going to be the decision, but with Hyunmin watching spawn, Gen G could get cut off in rotations. Comes down to Ash here.
Finds the first, can't steady for the second. Bane finding a bit of a weakness there, breaks through. There's a neural theft revealing. Foxy strafing dead. Hyunmin, the perfect position to go ahead, get that interception. Karan, however, still here at Hell, able to find Mako. Strikes him down as Bane is trying to bring the spikes forward to bear into the A side. Munchkin still a world away, taking his time. Not necessarily convinced, it would seem, but maybe his involvement isn't needed. And now he is, as Hyunmin does manage to find the 3K. Looking for the 4th. As he shuts the door and gets ready to plant the spike, but Munchkin now getting into position.
Spike planted.
Still has a drone, still has a recon.
Hasn't used any of that util yet. Is he just gonna try to clear everything dry?
Trying to quiet drop down the box. Hyunmin, eyes on the angle, leg spotted, swings out, restudies the aim, and does manage to get DRX over the line. A chance now at an 8-4 half.
This is spicy, but I like this from DRX. Kind of just challenging Texture, saying, okay, we'll have 2 there to make sure that we can trade you. Karan starting to hit some shots. It's one of the things I was thinking about coming into this map was Karan. If he comes alive, Gen G could just blast DRX out of the water.
And widely,
he's been pretty good. Yeah. I mean, Texture's been destroying.
Yeah, Texture's doubling everybody else, and the rest of the players of Gen G are all pretty tight-knit. And Texture once again out here in mid, stealth drone. Go ahead and lead the way. Will snipe it, now sets up for the gate crash. And the pressure, however, comes in before he can really react. Didn't have anything pre-set up, so Texture just gets out on an island by himself and pick the pieces now. 2-player advantage. DRX are looking for that 8-4, the push in. Hyunmin instantaneous with the knives, but so too is Karan. Trying to hold down this site, but now he's going to be flashed up, blinded by the paranoia. Ends up getting taken down. Munchkin noted here by the cam. As it's looking to be a damn near flawless round here for DRX. Get themselves into a solid spot. Drone never checked this position. Bane is there. 8-4 at the half.
Honestly, not too bad for DRX.
Considering how it started.
Yes.
6-0.
You've got to be feeling good. I mean, just an odd setup there for Texture. You would think that TP should be out if you're going to push that early in the round. Basically, as soon as the walls drop. It was not. Yes. Yes. Maybe just a little overconfident there from Gen G. They'd gotten away with some of those catwalk pushes multiple times, and that round, DRX very ready for it. Hyunmin sharp with those blades. Just popped a bunch of heads on the way through. So this attacker side, Gen G's turn. Let's see if DRX can shut them down. It was a big pistol win as well for Gen G. Are they going to be able to find a second? Maybe find that road to victory. DRX. Some good adjustments there as that finally at the end, able to find that open space in mid, start clearing some of that pressure that Texture was creating. Now you got to wonder, what does this Yoru look like? Without that jet there to break some angles for you, you need to have some really good util. So those util dumps, especially from Munchkin and Ash, have to be really on point. They have to be identifying who's where so that you can find those timings to safely gate crash in. We'll see.
Nothing too shocking here. It's just going to be classic half armor here for the side of Mako. Same for Karan and Munchkin. Texture with that ghost. Gen G going to be looking for their second pistol win of this series.
Locating targets.
See if they are going to be able to find it.
Gate crash being sent towards catwalk.
Quick TP out. Bit of damage taken there by Foxy.
Yeah.
Knocked down to 50.
Oh boy.
As okay, things are starting to get a little bit scrappy. Texture down low, the jump onto the corner, and that's going to be Foxy9 coming away with 2. Estrella freeing, both going to fall. Munchkin, the casualty on the side of Gen G thus far. Mako looking for a little bit more, can't quite make it happen, but he had been Bane coming alive. And that's going to be them holding down the site, denying a second pistol win. 5-1 in that regard. 5 rounds now for DRX.
Just took too long for Gen G there because of the stall from the KO and the Teo. It made it way too difficult to get through A tree cleanly. They took a lot of damage. Yeah, Foxy finds 2, but everybody on Gen G was basically weak at that point, making it pretty easy DRX to clean them up as they try to get in towards the generator.
I'll find them.
Now you start to think that after what looked like it was going to be a dominant map for Gen G to start, DRX may be able to change the tune of this song. Spray through by Mako as the orb is picked up for Texture. Moxie there, oh boy, has to just run.
Sprinting away. Bane.
The spot.
Yeah, just gets spotted out.
The cheeky cam.
Ooh, I was looking for a wall bang shot, but no connection to be found.
Like the idea. Hyunmin, though, his outlaw, making its way over towards market, so just that little bit of presence shown by Foxy has DRX feeling like this is going to be a B hit. Cam right above the door to get the spot. And this looks like it could be a bit of a meat grinder for Gen G. The salvos are out to delay this even. They tip their hand and Bane's already got one.
Yeah, Texture trying to TP forward, but Bane able to find it. Hyunmin swooping in, looking for a target. They've already been widely taken away from him. Karon tipping forward over towards Switch, is able to find a second kill. Just he and Munchkin, though, with classics and now very little HP to speak of. Munchkin gets pinged. Bane just trying to keep them in this one. Finds himself a third. We'll get the fourth as Karon falls. DRX now 2 rounds away from tying things up as we move forward into their bonus.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Bane there. Sets himself now on top of the kill charts for DRX. Just great fallback positioning. Util finding its moments. Crossfire set up by DRX, nice. Karon, yeah, he battles his way out of it a bit. Finds a couple with the classic, not bad, but...
Well, still feeling a little bit energetic.
A little bit crazy, he said, yeah.
Not out of the woods yet. Still a lot more to go. As now we get the weaponry here into the hands of Gen G.
They've been using those stealth drones same way, just that time freeing, just bouncing his up and down to try to distract.
And timing on the push. Hyunmin using the drone against him to fantastic effect. And just like that, DRX so heavily favored to convert this bonus. Gen G desperately needs some openings. Otherwise, it might just have to be, you know, get settled down in pizza and try to go for a save. Still a lot of time to work through. This Hyunmin not jiggling the corner anymore. Now swings out, gets the headshot tap. Texture falls. As Bane looks for a little bit more. And Mako draws the attention over towards Cat. 1 casualty, a bonus conversion. DRX now on the cusp of running this one back.
Yeah, I think a little bit of shakiness with some of these comp changes for Gen G today. Hyunmin just using that Cypher cage against his opponents very nicely. Yep. And then you're just stuck in mid. DRX just knocking at the doors.
You have to suspect that barring Gen G getting a thrifty here, timeout has to be on the horizon. As DRX look to tie things up. Solo has not called any timeouts on this map. And it was only just the one, I believe, used on split. Wiley has been relying on Munchkin and the rest of the team to find the adjustments needed.
Well, I'd like to see them try the double drone to break into a site here with Ash and Munchkin. Still have both available. They're going to change directions. Made some noise on one side, going to try a different one. So far, they've been pretty one-dimensional. Most of their pressure, once they've gotten to the points of attack at a main, have basically been towards that site. So showing a little bit of a different look. Estrella jiggling the corner.
Oh, maybe caught on the timing here. Sends up the 0 point. We'll get the weapon drawn back up. Peeks the corner. Texture going to be the one that eats a bit of that damage there. So they get held up. Flash after flash. Estrella eating a little bit more damage, but Wiley is able to backpedal out towards safety. Clears the stealth drone. It's freeing now. Moving forward. Texture eliminated, and Estrella 2 quick taps. There on the back end, comes away with 3. As Hyunmin will find Karan, so a little bit of damage dealt, but widely DRX still looking strong as they tie us up at 8-8.
Yeah, I mean, just for whatever reason, Gen G's not able to find their opportunity to punish Estrella. Some great flashes. Maybe the Teo util came and delayed it just enough. And then freeing in Hyunmin, cleaning up what Estrella started. Been a bit of a rough go of it today for Estrella, but that round, 3 big kills to double his kill count. Here comes the tiles crunch.
The classic. Vision Strikers say hello, but no one there to receive the crunch. Shock Dart not clearing out these trips, still are there as Bane getting noted here at Hell. A bit TP forward, Karan immediately going to be snatched up there by that trip. Shot's going to be exchanged here, freeing, just spraying across, trying to find anything that he can, but going to be a tiny amount of damage dealt here. As Bane turning from the flash, instantaneous with a headshot. Karan does flush him out, but now falls as Mako comes away with one of his own. Frank pushing forward here through the door. The spike still not yet planted. Foxy9 on a backstab angle. Slowly creeping forward. The stealth drone, however, spoiling the plot. Comes away with it. And Hyunmin and Mako will be the lone survivors as DRX on their own monstrous run-back win streak. 7 consecutive now across the top there, across that midpoint of this map. They gain the lead.
Yeah. Still, I think that finally, I see the clock being paused, but they're doing a great job playing off of each other, setting up for the trades. The long-range weaponry, great. I mean, Gen G is just, I don't know, these comp changes haven't looked great yet. It doesn't feel like they're quite polished. You know, again, you lost to Boom, but Boom's on a heater, man. Like, nothing to be ashamed of. And I think you're just seeing that there just isn't a lot of comfort yet. They're having a hard time following up off of some of their util. They're landing some good ones. We saw it in that round where Estrella just got blinded to the Nether Realm, but still there was enough behind it for DRX, so they were able to keep him alive. And then he finds 3 kills. This round here, they just can't find an opening kill. They can't find any entrance into a site. I mean, it has been rough, to say the least.
And they haven't really been able to utilize Texture on this Yoru on the attack at all.
Yep.
I think he's killless in this half so far.
He might be.
Take a look here. He's still at 16. Yep. I think if my memory serves, he was 16, 6, and 3.
Yep.
So 0 kills gained, 6 deaths suffered. With just 2 assists really to speak of. 1 stinger, Sheriffs for the rest.
I must wait.
Clear on the cam here in main.
Well, you get a little bit of info. The trip, at least identified and dealt with by Texture. Counter drone now. So Texture's gonna try to create some space off the clone.
Who knows which one's fake.
Not able to really get through the doors.
Just has to stay tucked back. Now position recovered here by freeing. Shots out, so this position going to be noted as Mako considering a swing into A main. Saw Munchkin. Karan there as well, and Karan hits a hell of a shot. Salvo's immediately going to be sent here. Pop flash coming through, and the flash connecting on to Karan, so he ends up giving up the plot, letting him know that he's tucked away in towards wide, but Estrella now going to be taken down as Foxy9 swoops in from tree. Gets the shots connecting, Texture, TP's into hell, Bring's been felled, and suddenly, Gen G are looking for a flawless Thrifty. Weapon scooped up, the ping reveal on the 2, Bane and Hyunmin completely and utterly noted. It has to be a 2v5. Smoke is cycled here. And keeping Heaven covered. A random turnaround here from the side of Gen G. Texture. Picking up a second here. Tries to drop down. Bane will be able to find the punish. Maybe look for a couple more kills, but already has his ult. Drops down. Trying to check in around Hell. Nothing going to be noted. Ash, seizing a little timing, will go ahead and finish him off. 9-9. Tied up once again as Gen G pull off a Thrifty.
Yeah, and this is all about what they're doing in the beginning of the round with their utility for Gen G. It's Foxy creating a little bit of presence with this cam, okay, but then it's the stealth drone through mid, Texture goes in to clear a trip, and then throws a clone out, so it's really reading like B or mid, and so DRX has to respect that, but it's actually a quick pivot over through tree and A main, and it catches DRX off guard, and that's why they're able to get through there. It's just a bit of a timing issue, and Gen G finds their moment. Now maybe setting up for something A heavy. And there's the ult.
Gonna just push them forward here. Shoves them all up in towards main, but Mako does get shoved back. So unable to try to go for the pinch as the drone, able to spot one out. Mako, I believe, still protected though here by Dyson. Is not noted.
I think you get the tag, you might send the Hunter's Fury there. Could not with the drone, so instead they're gonna change directions, change ideas, but there's an op waiting. They have no drone to clear that.
We'll just go ahead and smoke it off. Texture dropping down. Ooh, big updraft.
Whoa.
There's 0 point. Able to go ahead and connect onto, I believe, 2. Not sure if Karen had also gotten snatched up by that one. And Texture, he's just going to swing this angle. Youngman has the shot. Might have seen Ash on the jiggle peak. He will just say tuck back over towards bench, but that's the spike, so he needs to be very careful. It seems like Youngman is damn suspicious about it, now has it confirmed.
30 seconds
Opts to back away. Sights now turned towards A here from Gen G. Down a player. Is freeing. Looks to try to slow things up, sends out the concuss, eats a bit of damage. Salvo's going to be sent, and Foxy9 strafing across them. Eats a headshot.
Time.
It's just not on their side. 14 seconds. Gen G need to be explosive here, but it's going to be Ash taken out, and there you go. Round is done, dusted. DRX going blow for blow, back and forth. Will reestablish the lead for themselves in flawless fashion. It's only Munchkin surviving.
Again, Gen G is trying to work the map, but from the get-go, DRX has their number. With the Tejo wall over at A lobby, you don't feel comfortable then to try to make an A hit because it seems like it's been read, it's been identified. So you try to go on an exploration of mid, but Hyunmin is just waiting with that operator the whole way, and by the time you get to the front door of mid, you don't have much util left, so Texture has to take a peek, pays the price. And from there, it's just kind of piece by piece, you're able to dissect Gen G.
Speaking of paying the price, I mean, Munchkin having to be the selfless IGL here, just a classic. And a regen shield for himself. This is the economy, just they didn't have enough to try to afford this. Kauron does TP down in towards Boats, and he goes for a bit of a wide swing. Just trying to challenge here and fight back against Bane, but Bane gets the better of him, now sends out the neural depth. And they have peeled back the curtain on this attack. Straightforward, Texture dead. Spike on the floor is freeing, looks for more. A third one gonna be found as Gen G cannot get anything going on this attack.
That's just so brilliant from DRX, and Bane in particular has been stellar on some of these side anchors. He has been really crisp today. Comes back into the lineup and is having some serious impact in some of these rounds. Then freeing, just tucked into the corner. Yeah, sure, you shock dart me, that's cool, bro. I'm just gonna step out there and not finish the round. And Gen G just does not have answers. They just cannot get this Yoru to go. Haven't seen a TP either from Texture where he's able to try to get to the back of a site and break some angles really other than one round.
Yeah, so that hell TP as Ash is dead. That's a spike now noted outside of B main, I should say. It's on the floor tiles, and it's only Foxy9 remotely in the area to pick that up.
I have retrieved the spike.
Just checking his back, and that's going to be the call for the rotate. He's not seeing anything, but Bane just waiting around the corner. Some deep trips to play off of. Trying to use the drone.
He's down.
Again, just hiding the rest of Gen G there. Foxy9 able to brute force his way through, at least for now. But this execute has to be immaculate.
And it does.
Got
Double trip
everything
set up.
Yeah.
4v5 thrifty attempt to try to stop DRX from getting themselves up to map point, and there's no eyes set over towards that market position. Gunman looking to reposition, closes the gap. Texture dead. Kauron only able to find the one as freeing massacres another two. 12-9 DRX. What a recovery after the first half. Just trading catastrophes between these two Korean teams. Gen G have only been able to find one attack round thus far, and now they need 3 to force it to OT.
Not much else to say. I mean, it's just, you know, DRX there, able to get into position to anticipate the breakout from B main, and there isn't anything to dissuade the position of Yeonmin, and then you can just trade Bane in the spots after Yeonmin backs off.
He's gonna go for a peek here.
Yep.
It goes out, nothing really noted. He takes a bit of damage, so opts to back away.
And you know they want that dimensional drift. Challenged for it a bit, but Gen G wise to it. Gonna try a bit of a different look.
They have the drift, they have the Armageddon. Nothing on the side of DRX at the moment, freeing one away from his own Armageddon.
Again, I'd like to see kind of some staggering usage of these drones.
Up is on a deeper and deeper line here.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be ready.
Dimensional drift going to be sent TP forward. The drone here on the corner looks for the check, and Foxy9, he's got the angle held. Armageddon going to be sent. Oddly, does go through before the scouting here. Dimensional drift will expire. Sector makes his way into boats, and for the moment, everybody else is still gummed up on main. Camera's still situated here inside of B, and Fring, he's already hot on their heels. Gen G, they are far from being comfortable here, as there's a blind, and there's Fring striking from behind.
30 seconds left.
The Armageddon now stacked up. Sector able to find one, finds his second. Estrella on the floor. Now a 2v2 as the spike gets ready to be planted. Bane finds a headshot. Ash dead. Munchkin. The last one standing is Mako. Swoops forward and strikes him down. 13-9 at DRX will take down Gen G once more. Asserting dominance in a rock steady, stock standard 2-1 series.
It's just that good old blue-collar Valorant from DRX. But this defender side on Ascent was nearly immaculate. Just one round dropped. They just looked so steady, had such good reads, and, you know, again, Gen G not seemingly comfortable with its attacker side with the Yoru just yet. I wasn't seeing some of those kind of TPs comboed with some other util that would really throw you off balance that a lot of teams lean into with the Yoru. If they're going to play this map, it's like you're throwing drones and then you're TPing and then you're flashing, or some combination of those kind of, you know, baby steps to get into a site, but it just felt really discombobulated for the side of Gen G. It just didn't feel like this was quite there yet.
Yeah, a lot of holes in the game plan here compared to what we're used to seeing from the Gen G of old. Not noting that potential for Fring to have that quick flank to get in behind over at B main. Moments like that ends up costing them very dearly. For DRX though, solid stability. You know, obviously forced to make some changes, forced to make some adaptations as of late. Doing their damnedest to bear through it, and here today, it's able to get them the win. The solid performances across the board here from this team.
And again, you know, credit to the staff to be able to put this team together as quickly as they needed to with the roster changes.
Yep. Well, we'll go ahead and get ready to hear from one of our victorious DRX members now on the stage, so we'll send it over to Bella for our winners interview.
Hey guys, it's Bella, and I'm looking for Mako. 안녕하세요. 고생하셨습니다. 일로 함께 인터뷰 만나보도록 하겠습니다. Hi guys, it's Bella on the stage for our post-match interview. I'm standing with DRX's Mako. 승리 다시 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Alright, Mako. Alpha's second seed going into the playoffs goes to DRX. You took that win against Gen G in kickoffs, and you do it again in stage 1. Your performance today was immaculate. So how was that, taking that reverse sweep today? 젠지와의 경기 킥오프에 이어서 오늘도 DRX가 승리를 가져갔습니다. 패승승으로 오늘 경기 가져간 소감부터 한번 들어볼까요?
일단은 저희 팀에 많은 일들이 있었는데 그럼에도 저희 팀이 극복해내고 승리를 해가지고 다행이라고 생각합니다.
승리해서 기분이 좋다.
네.
맞죠? I'm happy that we came out on the second. We're taking that second seed in the group Alpha. So yeah, I'm happy that we came out today with that win. And you guys made a few changes regarding your comp, the double entry. Now you're back on the single entry as the IGL, does it make it easier for you when you're making the call orders familiarity-wise? 아무래도 요원 조합을 이전에 익숙했던 뭐 원타격, 투타격, 다시 원타격으로 돌아왔는데 IGL로서는 조금 더 이제 익숙함에 다시 돌아와서 편안한 점도 있을까요?
사실 오늘 IGL을 제가 안 했고 에스트레아 선수가 했고 사실 그 변화의 이유는 투척 코드를 기용을 해가지고 오히려 좀 더 조금 천천히 운영하는 거를 좀 맡겼던 것 같아요.
Actually, I wasn't the IGL. It was Estrella on that call order. So, and regarding the two entry ones, I think it actually alleviates the pressure off. And yeah, Estrella made all the calls, taking that win today. And next week is what matters. That playoffs and the tickets to Toronto is on the line. Are you excited? Can we get a word what your mindset is like going into the playoffs? 이제 마코 선수 토론토 가야 되지 않습니까? 플레이오프 다음 주입니다. 각오 한마디 부탁드려도 될까요?
비록 1등을 좀 놓치게 되어서 아쉽긴 한데 뭐 어쩌겠습니까? 해내야죠.
또 이제 가서
네.
더 잘하면 되죠?
게임 더 많이 해가지고 또 올라가야죠.
I'm a little bummed that we didn't get the number one seed, but hey, it is what it is. We'll play better in the playoffs and make it into go to Toronto. All right, thank you, Mako. DRX fan meet and greet is going to be happening in the lobby, so I'm going to send him off to that, and I'll be back after match 2. DRX 팬미팅 1층에서 진행된다고 하니까 제가 마코 선수 얼른 보내도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
미팅하러 가시죠.
All right, lots to talk about with regards to that final map. Lots of firsts in there, and as we just heard from that interview, Australia was IGLing too.
Yeah, I mean, strange to see them kind of change that, but I do think it did end up working out, and you know, I think that's probably partly why we didn't see Australia on that kind of sentinel role that we were used to seeing him on, moving him across to initiator lets him call a lot easier, so I think that makes sense. But this map 3, was a real game of two halves. We saw both teams really dominate on the defense.
Yeah, I think both teams kind of struggling to find the right calls on the attacking side. I mean, Genji did exactly what I wanted to see from them. They got that pistol, they got off to an insane start on their defense. Texture was looking great on the Yoru. He was winning opening duel after opening duel and getting the AWP out nice and early, just doing everything that you'd want him to do. But then once they moved over to their attacking side, similar to what we saw from DRX, there just wasn't really a lot there, and DRX just scraped a couple of attack rounds towards the end of that half together, and then once they moved over onto the defense, they were able to close out the game. But really, this was a very tight game. Like at 9-9, this really could have gone either way, honestly.
Yeah, I have to agree. I don't think this game was necessarily the best from both teams, right? I think we saw uncharacteristic mistakes on both sides that they will look to refine as they head towards playoffs. But I suppose that's the good thing for Genji, is you will still be able to go to playoffs.
I mean, DRX, they win 4 out of 4 post plans. So when they did get on the site on attack, those were the only rounds that they got at the end of the day, interestingly enough. I guess the rounds where they're getting disrupted by texture, they're losing those opening duels, they're having trouble with the Yoru, things are getting hard for them, but when they're actually able to get on the site, they were very consistent at winning those rounds.
Yeah, a true yin and yang on Ascent. And again, both of these teams are still adjusting. They're probably, you know, test running a few things that we will see in playoffs, including this first time on Yoru, right? But we also saw Munchkin, for example. He did bring out like the Fate, and even the Sova. We don't really see him play that too much.
Yeah, not too much over from him. I mean, this comp, honestly, from Genji is probably my favorite Ascent comp at the moment, but on attack, they just didn't have the ideas that they needed. I don't think they got enough of those rounds that you'd want to see out of the Yoru, where you're actually getting in there with the dimensional drift. That can be really good to kind of get you a couple of attacking side rounds across the line. So yeah, unfortunately wasn't enough for Genji at the end of things, and DRX take the dub there, but it was still a very, very shaky game from them. Bang did pretty decently on the Cypher though.
Yeah, but I think if we go back across the Texas Yoru for a second, I feel like it was good on the defense, but how you play on the defense is quite simple. He picked up the AWP, was dominating those lines, getting the kills and getting away. that's very, very easy. I think Gen.G struggled a lot more on the attacker side because it wasn't quite as fleshed out. They couldn't get Texture in the same good positions that he can naturally take for himself on that defense. So I think I do like the comp. I like the direction that they're trying to take. They're trying to adapt to this new meta, but I just think it needs a little bit more work.
At least we know that there's something there, right? And as we mentioned, this was his first game on Yoru. How do you guys rate it? As well as, you know, Bane on the Cypher and Munchkin even on the Fade.
I mean, I'd agree with that. I think on defense, fantastic. It looked like Gen.G were just going to roll them and win the game. He was amazing. He was winning opening duels, something he struggled to do on other agents like the Neon and the Rays, for example. So it was great in that regard. But on attack, I mean, I don't know if I would necessarily pin it on the Yoru specifically, but there were rounds where they were looking borderline lost. Like the Cypher was entering out B main first in front of the rest of the team. Then you got a weird Yoru TP into boat, and they were just getting ripped apart by Teos, salvos, and disruptive utility. And I think at the end of the day, some of that, it is down to the timings being mismanaged, but also, you know, there's some things that can really kill the Yoru momentum. Like if you get hit by a KO knife, for example, from the defense when you're trying to kick off your execute, it can completely mess up your timing and basically lose you the round. So
yeah, I think that, you know, both of these teams, as we mentioned, they are still the Tiger Cub on the side of Gen.G is that teenage Tiger Cub, and DRX doesn't really have an animal to be associated with. But both of these rosters, it's encouraging to see that they are willing to adapt at this stage in Pacific, right? Especially since we have playoffs coming up as well, and because there are circumstances that are beyond their control, especially for the side of DRX. I was worried about the potential inflexibility of this team, but it looks like, hey, they are ready to handle it should it come their way.
I mean, you said DRX doesn't have isn't associated with an animal. I mean, I see one on the screen right here. This guy's unbelievable.
A beast.
He's just absolutely carrying them in every damn series. This guy's unreal. Hyunmin, I mean, he was arguably the best duelist of Kickoff if Jemkin didn't exist, although Jemkin didn't make it as far in the tournament, so you could still make the argument for this man. And once again, here in Stage 2, regardless of how shaky the team is looking or what kind of comp they're playing, this guy is locking in a duelist and he's getting you frags.
Yeah, I mean, he's the one you can always trust for Hyunmin, and he showed that once again today, and I mean, I think we're both very happy.
That's true. That's true.
On the
I mean,
team.
overall, you know, we're about to jump into the second series. Are you guys happy so far? Feeling confident?
I'm feeling
what
good.
are you thinking?
I'm feeling real good.
I'm not feeling good, but
You're not
you
feeling
got
too
Foxy 9 and Hyunmin, so I imagine you're feeling great.
Yeah. I mean, I got Texture, Munchkin, and Mako, so I think it's there, but hey, we'll find out. We will find out much later, of course. We still have another series to go. It's going to be Nongshim versus ZETA right after this very quick break, so don't go anywhere. VCT Pacific, we'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
welcome back once again to VCT Pacific. We finally got Ben Affleck on the couch. No, I'm joking. But we got another next best thing. We have... We've got William Chobra back on the desk. Hey, man.
How'd you know I was working on looking more like Ben Affleck? It's really been a project ongoing.
It shows.
Wow.
It shows.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
the progress really shows.
The Nongshim noodles really help.
That's the secret. That's the secret.
But how many bundles have you sold?
How many bundles have I sold? Actually, at least 10.
At least 10?
Oh!
At least 10.
Hey.
Zelsis, I'm coming for your job.
That's a cause. That's a cause for celebration. I mean, Chobra, you've been here watch partying as well. Of course, here to support your team. Right now.
I mean, the only team really worth supporting here. Just kidding. Just kidding.
You have changed so much. He's changed. You give him a bread and black and the noodles, and he's changed so much.
What a sellout. Unbelievable.
RQ did not deserve for wreck.
Jonathan?
Hell, man.
Jonathan?
They're good now.
Wow.
No, but going into this match, of course, we have Nongshim versus ZETA. How are you feeling about this match? I mean, it is a very important match for this group.
Yes. I'll be very honest. I mean, I think along with everybody else, after looking at what ZETA looked like last week, this is now a much more exciting match than maybe a lot of people thought at the beginning of the stage, right? A lot of people probably looked at Nongshim's schedule at the beginning of the stage and you thought, oh, they start out okay and they should be fine. But, ZETA turns it up to 11 last week, so I think this is going to be an absolute banger.
What's the win condition do you think for Nongshim today? What do they need to execute today in order to get them across the line?
I think, first of all, don't ever hit B site on split if Sugar Zero is there. So that's one. But more importantly, I think as long as they keep their eyes on 1010 and always assume that there's someone with him, right? Yeah. The way that ZETA's been playing, they're supporting 1010 so well. So as long as you're always ready for the trade, I think that's going to be the really big win condition.
That doesn't sound like Francis 40 bomb in 2 maps. That's a weird way of saying
No,
that.
today is the day that Domby
Okay.
He's gonna go around.
That's too far.
He's gonna drop the 40 bombs with the Whaley on the Bucky. All right.
But that head-to-head's going to be so exciting, right? Dambi versus 1010. That is going to be so fun to watch. And of course, ZETA is just renewed because of this new addition, right? They were talking about how if Challengers Japan wasn't happening, they might have gone with the Japanese duelists. But as fate would have it, they have 1010.
Yeah, I mean, 1010 joining this roster seemed to be a huge boost for them last week. Able to slot into the team so easily. I felt like he was a massive, massive addition. And of course, they managed to upset Talon, keeping their playoff hopes alive and ready to take that all into today. This is a much more improved squad that are looking to really, really take it to Nongshim.
I mean, he slotted very well into the team, but he's played in a lot of Japanese teams back in the day, you know, over multiple different seasons. So I think he's been a really, really good addition, a convenient pickup for ZETA, somebody who wants to come and, take some good form into this stage. And you can see it from his statistics in the game last week against Talon. He was key, but I would say the rest of ZETA really stepped up around him. I mean, you mentioned Sugar Zero there, Will. He was fantastic, but I think it was a very well-rounded performance from pretty much everybody on ZETA, and I think 1010 might have been a small key to unlocking that and streamlining everything to get it running smoothly.
No, absolutely, because they were also talking about how 1010, he's also their hype man. Like, before every round, he would count down like 3, 2, 1, let's go! And that would just, turn around the confidence of the team. Just give them that massive boost.
Yeah, you gotta have a hype, man. It's good if 1010's able to join, immediately bring those good vibes, bring that positivity. That's kind of what this ZETA team needed, man. We've seen them look down and out several times. Once again, the graphics people are doing way too much.
I love how they dragged Meteor into this.
Dude, what did Meteor ever do?
I know. Somehow he's here. 1010, by the way, that is actually how he looks in real life. I did see him walking down the corridor.
We of course, photoshopped Will's body there, cooking up the Nongshim ramen. You
Wait,
can see that on his watch party.
I'm always cooking.
This is Photoshop. This is not real?
Well, you know what? You're gonna head on over to you're gonna have to head on over to Chopra's watch party to find out if it is real, because I do hear that he does cook indeed on stream, and he has that exact same pose on your watch parties.
Yeah, all the time. All the time. I already have a pot ready here at this venue as well, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, we can see Nongshim has got the head-to-head, and it was a pretty convincing win in kickoff, but that feels like eons ago at this point. Like, this current ZETA roster looking very different, and I would say Nongshim have looked a lot shakier in this stage than they they did in kickoff. Like, they're losing some uncharacteristic series and maps in fashion that you really wouldn't want to be seeing. So yeah, I mean, this head-to-head is not a Nongshim versus ZETA head-to-head, but I think 1010's done a very good job stepping into the very big shoes that Depp has left. But what I will say is it does actually change up the way that ZETA plays.
Yeah.
You can see it there. The op is getting pulled out a lot more for ZETA, so that's something that you really wouldn't have had to prepare for very much playing ZETA in the past that now you really have to keep in mind.
Okay, the face card for Depp though, I just have to point that out.
That.
Look at that.
It's like an idol.
1010, you're gonna have to step up.
He's just happy to be here. It's his first series. Give the guy a break.
Yeah, there's a lot of expectations here.
Depp's been practicing for ages.
He's a superstar.
Like 14th picture.
This is how you be a duelist. This is how.
This is how you pull your shoulder out, pull your moves. Sorry.
I wasn't sure if I would be allowed to make that joke, but thank you.
But you know what? You bring up a good point about Nongshim, right? Because, sure, they were a little shaky, but Chobra, they did mention in the press con how the match versus Team Secret, let's put that aside, let's put my bias aside just a little bit, but there were several breakthroughs. Like Silkanon mentioned, there were several breakthroughs that happened in that match, and he was actually quite happy because he's so confident with the team now going forward.
Yeah, and I think that's something that maybe you guys have mentioned a little bit or hinted at on the desk as well, where it's like, okay, well, they experimented the way late, great, it didn't work out. Now you're back to the Neon, but you are adjusting that to the current meta, to the current pacing of a lot of the other Pacific teams, and I think we definitely saw that. Now, I will go ahead and say I wouldn't put that much stock in the actual performance against Secret either, because you should have won that match. I'm sorry, Mika, but like absolutely.
I'm gonna leave now. You take over.
you should have won that match. However, that's a good place to learn these things. It's a little bit of a safer space to be like, okay, we actually do know how to do this. Now you have that confidence going to a very important match.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And the thing with Nongshim is that they're like these four crack players who are just orbiting around Danby. And no matter where, you run into so many different levels just because they're just able to flex around so much.
Well, I don't think Danby's the star. We just saw them Francis' stats from the week against Team Secret. There's a reason me and Pilsky both put him in our teams. I mean, I think...
I had him on my team too.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, see, I think Francis is the player that stepped up the most since they joined the specific league for me. He's been the one I've been by far the most impressed with. Yeah. Seems to be the most consistent. Is really leading in the front from that calling position. For me, Danby's no longer the star of his team. We're not in that old school Neon meta. We're changing it up, and it's the support players that are really getting it done on Nongshim.
In Ascension, it was all Persia Danby. That was like the opener and closer in the round. But since kickoff, Francis has been the best player on Nongshim for me. And this is a KPR competition, and Francis is the dirty Teo abuser. He's killing everyone with util. So you could go look at the KPR stats for yourself. This man is spamming Teo, and he's killing everyone with missiles. It's beautiful to watch.
By the way, Chobra, I see you, checking out Pilsky and Big Time teams over here. What are your thoughts?
I'm just going to say, I don't see 1010 on here.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're like talking him big. We're bigging him up. We're saying he might be performing better than Depp. He's filling in the shoes, but I mean, he's not leaving a mark, is he? I'm just saying.
No, not yet. Okay.
And also, everyone's like, listen, 1010 looks great, etc. You know who did win Challengers in Korea and even won Ascension?
Who?
The Nongshim squad. You know who didn't win Challengers Korea this past stage? 1010. Dude's gonna carry his own team to win Challengers. You think he's gonna win to go to playoffs in Pacific? That's insane.
It's a different environment. He's on a different team.
He wasn't even the top scorer on that team. Oh, you think he's gonna carry this team?
This is crazy. This is crazy. You gotta take the jacket off. This is too much. There's too much bias. I almost
want to say, if we take off the jacket, what kind of will do we get?
It's actually like slowly getting molded into my skin.
It's a Jekyll and Hyde kind of thing. He has a Nongshim tattoo on his sleeve and everything. Jumping into the map draft right now.
Oh, okay.
We noted some very interesting things here.
Yeah. ZETA banning Haven seems like a huge question mark.
Yeah.
They let Pearl through.
Yeah, we're going to see Nongshim pick Pearl.
Surely. Yeah. I mean, of course.
ZETA are a team that change their bans based on the opponents that they play against. They like to take out their opponent's strongest map. So to see them ban Haven here and not Pearl is somewhat confusing, no?
Yeah, I agree. I think, honestly, Lotus Pearl is the two opening maps here. They are down horrendous. Like, Lotus is not a bad map for Nongshim. They like to play that. They played a lot of reps on it, so I think they're going to be very comfortable with this veto. Split, it could kind of go either way for me. I think it's been pretty decent for both teams, for the most part.
Yeah, but I think the most important thing for Nongshim is now you're playing 2 out of the 3 maps you've already seen from the new ZETA roster, right? You know kind of the tendencies, you know the style, you know the speed, you know the agents, because that might have been a question mark. So that's good. So even if ZETA does anti the Pearl,
And you know you shouldn't put Ivy on ISO now.
Yeah,
that's definitely not a move.
Which, yeah.
No,
Defend that one. Defend that one. No, I can't defend him on this one. Like, he plays it well in ranked, but he did not play it well on stage.
Well, hey, I think that Pearl is going to be very, very telling. If I'm a Zeta fan, I would be very, very worried about Pearl. I mean, the guys over here to our side, the casters, of course, are all in Zeta, so I don't know. I don't know about that Pearl, man.
Listen, I saw your prediction. Can I just have
You're
one last
wearing
word?
your prediction, yeah.
All right. These punks can't take the heat, Chober said while slurping his Nongshim spicy noodles. He then spewed spice at the analyst, who backed away. Japanese noodles ain't got poop. Bros can't take no spice. Dombi stepped onto the stage. Nongshim 2-0. Chober spewed his hot take before swallowing the last bite of noodles. Get good, Zeta. See you next split. Nongshim 2-0.
I'm losing my mind on this desk. This is insane. I can't believe I'm the only one who predicted Zeta here. I feel like you're all going crazy.
Wait.
This is a Zeta win today.
That is a massive mic drop. We're gonna have to send it to the stage after that. This is way too spicy for me.
Rise Pacific. Nongshim Red Force.
The spiciest team in Korea are looking to cement their spot in the playoffs, but lately it seems as though their signature Nongshim style has been broken in by several Pacific teams. Is Zeta Division going to be one of them, or can Nongshim rev up once again right as it matters most?
This is a team that we've seen have to go through many changes stylistically. Of course, coming off the back of that Ascension win, they looked hot. They looked like the team to beat, but Pacific has damped them down a little bit. There is still a shot at playoffs for this team, but they have to win today, no holds barred.
Oh, absolutely. None at all, especially since Zeta Division, they have a new look, and this is bringing in new energy for the team with the addition of 10-10 to the roster. We saw just how dominant they looked last week, but my big question is this second win a little too late for the Japanese squad?
Yeah, kickoff was pretty shocking for Zeta, but I have to say with 10-10 coming into the roster, it's like there's a new breath of life in this team. It feels like all the boys are on the same page, and quite frankly, if they can beat Talon, I think they've got a pretty good shot here against Nongshim in their head-to-head series, and they have a pretty decent shot at advancing through the playoffs despite not looking competitive against them in kickoff.
Hey, it's like rock, paper, scissors of like Nongshim, Talon, and Zeta, right? Noodle, Phoenix,
scissors.
Whatever. I don't know, trying to... But if if Talon can beat Nongshim and then Zeta beat Nongshim, something like that.
Something
head-to-head, yeah.
I do think Zeta showed a very good level last week. That's the one thing that's unarguable, is I think they stepped up in that individual capacity. We are seeing this veto again though, and I do think this veto is a big question mark for me for Zeta Division. I'm very surprised it went this way. I do feel like they have a good shot on Lotus, and if it gets to split, they've already shown prowess there beating T1, but letting Pearl through I feel like is such a huge risk for this Nongshim team that have been so good on it.
It definitely is. And I mean, Nongshim already owned real estate on Lotus at this point, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've lived there for long enough. They're basically squatting in this map. I think at the end of the day, like this is, I look at this veto and I see 3 reasonably comfortable maps for Nongshim that they played quite a lot, and I see 2 for Zeta, and I see a big question mark in Pearl. So really, they will have to show some good form on Lotus and split for me, or pull out a massive surprise on Pearl, and I'm going to trust Nongshim's Pearl. They're 5-0 on this map. It is a reason why most teams will respect Bandit against them.
Oh yeah, and even some of the best teams have ban Pearl against Nongshim just because of that. So you have to wonder what ZETA has planned for it since they let it through and since they're daring to actually go into this with them.
Yeah, I mean, now we're heading into Lotus. We get the agent comps come through for ZETA Division. They are staying with that ISO 10-10 on the Neon where he was so good last week, not making many changes.
Nongshim, this is honestly a very classic look for them. The single init of Francis on the fade with the deadlock on Ivy is something that was kind of their signature a while ago on Bind. Yeah. And I think this comp plays very well into what ZETA are bringing. We already saw Talon play against the double duelist ISO comp that T1 was bringing on Haven, and that worked very well against them. It's just very awkward to play against Deadlock with single init Sova and double duelist. Like, it's going to be a bit of a nightmare to attack into this.
Yeah, ZETA have double duelists, but none of them are really great at breaking through those hard gaps. You can't Yoru TP, you can't satchel over these traps. You have to run through this Deadlock. So I think the Deadlock is a really nice change for Nongshim here.
Yeah, I think Nongshim, like, they are used to playing this single fade with Dambi on the Neon as a bit of a space creator. It's a very, very classic look for them that they're going to be well and truly within their comfort zone executing. So I'm actually quite excited to see this comp come into action here on Lotus.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but if I'm a ZETA fan, I'm feeling a little bit nervous about this map veto. Let's pass it on over to two ZETA fans, actually, who are going to take us through Lotus. It's Achilles and Paper Thin.
Him I can get. I'm just a ZETA predictor here today. I'm a fan of all of my teams equally that aren't named Team Secret.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
So I don't see why they got to be throwing bias my way.
I mean, you're kind of like attached to me with this now. I have been predicting the Japanese teams pretty belligerently.
Yeah, but that's a good word for it.
Yeah,
in fact,
it is.
Some might think there's something involved.
Yeah,
but,
no, there's not. I just really think they can win today more so than usual.
Look, I'm there with you. I think that what we saw from ZETA last week was damn strong.
Yes.
And not only could ZETA make it to the playoffs with a win here, they could go in as the first seed if they're able to find a 2-0.
Yep.
And then RRQ get 2-0'd by Secret.
It's the same for both teams.
Yes.
Which is crazy.
Yes. So things could get very, very crazy. This is the series that we've been waiting for all day long. Let us hope and pray that it does deliver. As we get into Lotus, ZETA going to be first here on this defense.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't ask for anything better here to close out the day. A playoff spot on the line. It's do or die, win or go home for this stage. And who is going to come out on top? A ton of players here on both sides of the coin who, until this year, had been grinding through Tier 2 Valorant and now have their opportunity to get through into the playoffs for the first time. Sugar Zero, the only one who's ever been beyond the regular Tier 1 stage. So will he be able to show up again, be that Sugar Hero that showed up last week, who absolutely decimated Talon alongside the other teammates? But the real big thing for me was how good ZETA was at reacting to contact, how good 10-10 was at being on the spot with the Neon. He was all over the map, oftentimes mirroring where Clues wanted him. And Clues is going to get some information here very, very shortly after that dart is cleared.
Forward position here from 10-10. Waiting for it. Ivy strafing forward, and that's going to be the first kill found.
That's the deadlock on, too.
Looks for a little bit more, and he's going to find it. Persia taken down. Not much damage suffered either. 74 health remaining here on the Neon as the plant does come through on the A site. ZETA looking to play Reed, taking a 5v3 as Dombeat takes a forward position, but immediately will get scouted. Looking for the close angle. Now swings in, but she'll be able to find that in reply. Time starting to bleed away a bit. Shield popped here. Makes the L as Dombeat going to be paranoid up, slides over to the side, gets himself across towards stairs. Steady here for the moment. Defuse now being started widely. Some body blocking can just come through. Margaret does manage to find one, but right back onto the fuse they go. And XCL will be there for the finishing blow. ZETA take the opening pistol round win.
Yeah, you're already seeing a bit of a different look from ZETA on this pistol, with 10-10 pushing out so far into B pillars by himself. A lot of the game plan for him last week was to just kind of mirror some of his teammates' movement. Now he's able to play for himself a little bit more when he needs to. He's been really impactful at that Neon and just being in the right place at the right time, then doing some jiggle peeking. And of course, you got Zeta guy there.
They have us on the iPad.
I love it.
Oh, boy.
Oh, I love that.
I might as well reiterate, and I did mean this wholeheartedly. If Zeta do close this out, I will be getting in contact to the best of my ability to fly Zeta guy over here.
Hell yeah.
For the playoffs.
I'll pay for half. I'll help you out. I'll be good guy. Good guy Zeta fan. Oh, Clues just took a ton of damage there.
And 10-10 loses his life. Eater of a shot there from Domby. Looking for the weapon, and XDL not quite prepared. Slide forward. Gun scooped up, doesn't manage to make it around the corner. Reaggresses back down the stairs. So that will end up getting picked apart. XDL able to find one more here. Making things a little bit chaotic, but it's still going to be the numbers advantage for the side of Nongshim as they look to tie things up 1-1 very quickly.
Has to clear this wall. That's why it was so key in the previous round to get rid of that deadlock early. Able to break it open. Space created, but this is going to be challenging.
Not riding the wall forward. Split across the ways. Francis here in the smoke. The double tap about to expire. Paranoia goes across. Sugar Zero just cycling a smoke, but now going to be stunned up as the tap comes through. Push out the back. Francis finds XDL. Sugar Zero dead simultaneously. And all of the early advantages gained from winning the pistol have been snuffed out. Nongshim, what a fantastic reply. They tie things up 1-1.
Yeah, they go for those sheriffs and they work a treat. I mean, Domby just hits an absolute banger. Again, you know, 10-10 trying to play off of the contact from Clues. Pays the price. XDL trying to get there and do what he can, but that deadlock util's so annoying. The grab net as well to slow Sugar Zero up. They hit the stuns in the back line and able to clean through. And now they've got some potent firepower here on the third round. Just classics for Zeta. Nobody able to feel comfortable to buy up. And again, Clues stuck behind this wall. Immediately 10-10 shifting over. Dart? Not sure if it got cleared or not there. But yeah, everybody from Zeta leaning in that direction. But still, no follow-up. Well, okay, Margaret waited with the Outlaw. Caught XDL jiggling.
Picks him to pieces. Now everybody clustered up here towards this B site. Spike getting ready to be ushered over towards C. A little bit of a swap around here, I believe, on the weapons, as Down B just going to be taking that Spectre to lead point in towards this site.
10-10 just waiting at A door to see if there's any noise over there, but Nongshim correctly identifying the weak side, but the door's open already.
They tap it. A couple players going to be seen here as they're just trying to fight out, but given just the firepower here that's available, not much to be done. As Ivy now noting Shota is just going to tuck in behind the mound, goes up over the top, tries to find something, does nearly get the kill, but it's going to be a flawless from Nongshim as they gain the lead at 2-1.
Yeah, really clean from them. They're working the map really nicely. I mean, they're already getting, I think, a pretty good read on how Zeta wants to run with 10-10 as the Neon. The way he's going to play off of the early aggression to try to be the guy on the spot to kind of bail out Clues or whoever it is when the pressure is applied. And they're changing directions very nicely. So Zeta now, full rifles in hand. Pretty decent buy, though, still. The Nongshim's able to put together.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're in a very good spot as they effectively go into their bonus.
Yeah. I mean 3 rifles, a Bulldog, an Outlaw.
5,500 on Francis, 45 on Margaret. They're going to be quite all right for sometimes 6K even. They're on Persia, just caught a glimpse of that. So economy-wise, they're going to be very well set. And even if it did get broken down, Domby, I mean, he's got the overdrive. So he can pull that out in a pinch if it's necessary.
Man. XDL playing so out in the open there. But as the ISO, that's kind of something you can get away with sometimes.
Still does have the shield at the ready.
Looking for the Vice Wall.
They're trying to spot it out, but not found quite just yet. Situated over towards this A site. Considering going for the swing. They do so. XCL wins out the fight. And that's going to be the spike now identified. Now be just sending out a relay bolt quickly. Looking to clear things out. The undercut does come through. Margaret strafes over the wall. Here, a jiggle peek. Gun barrel not spotted either. So the backpedaling making some noise here as he knows the pressure is coming his way. Overdrive now going to be popped and Ivy finds the kill. 4v4 XCL close by, but Spike does get planted.
Now they got to play for retake. A little bit of util to use. Still the relay bolt. Still XDL has his shield. Paranoia. So a lot to work with.
Hasn't said it quite just yet, but I'm starting to bleed away. Diving forward here. 10-10 going to be taken down. Scouts out here for the squad, but Dambi on this turn of the corner instantly deals with XDL, shield and all. Might be tagged up, but it's just Clues left standing. Swaps the weapons, is frantically searching for a target, but odds of being able to find any here very limited. Dambi will go ahead, strike him down, and that's going to be 3-1. Nongshim starting to stretch the lead now.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a really good job of kind of toying with ZETA's mind. ZETA isn't reacting quite the same as they were able to against Talon. And that's because Nongshim is applying pressure at different parts of the map and then making moves that is keeping ZETA guessing. And you can even see there with the positioning of that Vice wall, because of the toxic screen, you don't know if they've gone to the other side or not. So that's something you need to rethink with that wall. It just isn't going to work in that spot because of the way that that's all set up, unless you're going to have a player in stairs for sure to cover you when that wall is popped on the A site. So I get the idea of wanting it there to show a different location for it that might catch your opponent off guard, but there just wasn't much to follow up off of it. And I think quickly here, ZETA, right to make a timeout. They just don't seem to be reading the map quite as cleanly. And credit to Nongshim, they've come in with a game plan, and they're keeping ZETA really off balance. And the deadlock is, you know, annoying, and it's going to be even worse on the defender side, potentially.
It's been doing well for him so far. He's got a little checkbox going through here. Looking to finish with a win, looking to make it to the playoffs, and looking for an Ivy MVP.
Yep. Could happen. I mean, a lot of those things are very, very possible.
I mean, so far, like you said, impact from the deadlock has been felt.
For sure. And it's only going to get worse. 6-1 for Ivy, but you know, so much of that has been like grab net pressure, the wall to gain information. Stuff like that is super annoying. I'm going to throw out the vulnerable to back Nongshim up. Immediately clear the wall. Sheriff's in a stinger for Sugar Zero. Dambi there just trying to see if anybody was going to try to play off that haunt. ZETA pretty far back. Margaret again with the outlaw. Keeping track of rubble. A lot of times players will jump up on that rock to try to get info, but Sugar Zero keen to just do a little jiggling.
Oh, there's the jump peek. Gets the spot out. And now this space looking to be taken over here. Swing out from 10-10, immediately going to be shut down by Persia. It's the one tap and gets himself on the board. Prowler spotting nothing over towards rubble. Rotation still coming through here from ZETA, but it's going to be a quick little pivot here. Nongshim with 40 seconds remaining. They're going to start working back across towards that opposite side of the map, suspecting that they've drawn the attention of ZETA towards this A side.
You're right.
And yep, the door gets tapped, and that's everyone from ZETA now here on the wrong side of the map.
They're doing a great job. Nongshim really understands Clues' tendencies.
Margaret finding one, finding two. Round after round, putting them down. As the spike now gets planted, ZETA gets the bad news.
Well, this one surely done. Just how much damage can you do? Again, that wall going to slow up Sugar Zero. It's going to take a million years to break through that with the stinger, so may just be a die to the spike scenario, or TP past it. That's true. You can do that.
Yeah, it gets up forward here, but just not going to be able to have any kind of advantageous spot coming out of that smoke. And Dambi will just go ahead and run down XDL with the shorty. A flawless round. Nongshim now 4-1, 3 rounds the lead. Get another bye here for the side of ZETA. See if they can try to break this win streak.
Yeah, 0-5 for Sugar Zero to start this map. Struggling mightily over on that A side control. And Margaret's been fearsome with that outlaw. Catching players in rotation, all according to plan here for Nongshim. Just pulling ZETA across the map into different directions, catching them in over rotates. This time, big time rubble fight. Coming through, but with all that util, comes Lunder's Fury.
Does get a tag, does get a kill. Francis going to be taken down. Further damage found as XDL. Ooh, the shield is already popped, but Just managed to go ahead, drag across to get the headshot there on the down B. 10-10 at the same time, going to be eliminated. Sugar Zero again. Felled as Margaret. Continues to be a thorn in their side. Just looking for the wall bank shots. Takes him down very low. Shock dart out. Clues is eventually able to find Persia, and that gives a player advantage as well as the HP here to the side of Zeta Division.
Well, there was a moment there where I thought maybe Zeta was just going to immediately back off of that A site. But instead, they hold the line. And Nongshim just happy to try a different direction. It's going to be the Vice wall.
Over there.
But my guess is 3-2-1. Yep.
3-2-1, get their way through. The Thorn's going to be late on the pop. Wall set up. It's going to be a full approach coming around from it, that mound side. Maybe a split in towards the door, but spike planted, hit and play. Margaret, he is looking to maintain dominance here for Nongshim.
Ivy's got the annihilation. This is actually very, very difficult.
This is a hell of a setup.
Yeah, this is brutal.
Defender set up from the attack. Ivy tucks back, looks for the shot. XDL a little bit faster, and Margaret down to 11 HP. Swings out, falls. And given the investments, that is going to be a very nice round victory here for the side of Zeta Division to pick up their second.
That's huge. It looked like that round very well could swing into Nongshim's way, but they weren't able to really get a lot of comfort off of that ult. It's kind of an awkward timing for Ivy to be swinging around that box. Huge win here for XDL. That one, he got popped in the head by the Phantom, down to 10 HP. Was able to get the aim back under control after the aim punch. That's huge. Yeah, let's go. Love this guy. There we are, just we're there in spirit.
Just chilling at the hub.
That's right. 10-10's got the overdrive. Clear the haunt, him and Sugar Zero trying to take control of Mound. Crossfire attempted. Door control set up by Ivy.
Tap on it, Paranoia immediately coming through. As swing out, Sugar Zero going to be good for one. Turns back towards Mount, finds another, TP's out to safety. As XDL picks apart Ivy as well to boot. Sugar Zero on the re-peak, finds himself a third. Bit of a quiet start, but roars to life here in round number 7. As Zeta look to get within touching distance.
Go, go, go.
Unless Margaret has anything to say about it. Shield there, will find the first, cannot find any follow-up. It's going to be the one casualty. Damn near flawless here from Zeta. They string two together.
Yeah, now they're starting to get good reads, but even more importantly, you're getting good shots from Sugar Zero. But a lot of this is them being able to have this confidence. Sugar Zero gets that first kill. He turns for a great second, but it also allows XDL to step out of B. After that angle towards pillars is cleared, you're kind of feeling a lot more comfortable then to figure out who the hell opened that door and to get them dealt with. And XDL does a great job of finding his moment off the back of a great individual effort from Sugar Zero. Now you have an operator for 10-10. So immediately, actually was at C, but
yeah, repositions.
A couple smokes, doesn't like the angle anymore.
I mean, he's about to feel pretty good about this reposition as Prowler spots nothing. Swing in, comes through, and that's a collat. Dami and Francis both going to be taken down. Fantastically done. Zeta very well poised to tie this up, and whether it was 10-10's own sense or clues asking him to reposition, the call to get that up, set up on the B site is absolutely everything at the end of the day here.
And all it took was one smoke. You know, one-way setup by Nongshim, and he doesn't feel like they're going to contest Mound. They haven't off of that smoke. Ooh.
Margaret. On the first, can't get the transfer across to the second. Sugar Zero TPing in behind Rumble. It's a little bit whiffy at first, but eventually confirms the kill and confirms the round. 10-10 just bounding his way out of B. 35 seconds remaining. Persia on the lurk.
Persia no ult to pick up the spike, so
30 seconds
it'd have to be a 1v4. I mean, if you can find the operator,
that'd be huge.
It would be nice. They can't afford another one. But this is Zeta starting to really work down the economy.
Man, look at how aware 10-10 is.
He's back now. He's looking to just
nothing but a jiggle.
Attention.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a jiggle, just a check. You know, some players might just dry peek that angle and pay the price. Instead, he's just confirming. Doesn't want to give up anything. Knows how valuable that operator is in his hands. Very, very good. ZETA bouncing back.
Just like that, 4-4. And for starting on this defender side, that is a decent enough position to start getting themselves into here.
Well, now they're starting to find their moments. They're being a little bit more proactive. You know, and this time, Nongshim isn't kind of setting up contact and then moving to the other side of the map. Last couple of rounds, it's been, you know, they've made contact, and that's where ZETA is already ready with their weaponry. So my guess here is a call to just, hey, let's go back to what was working. Let's try to mess with their heads a little bit. Let's see if we can keep them off balance, get them over rotating again. You know, start.
That's quite the pose.
Wow. Just the thumbs up, the side lean. Very nice.
Hair's a bit different compared to these days. But, I mean, Shota was one of these players that, upon pickup, got a lot of excitement.
Yes.
But during kickoff, wasn't really able to deliver on it too much.
No,
But these last couple weeks, he's been leveling up.
He's been getting there. I mean, I think he's, you know, one of those players that just
1-6-1.
Well, I mean, not today, but
I know.
Yeah.
He's got the op though. Let's see how that fares. Gonna leave him alone to anchor that A side.
It's not his individual like mechanics that have ever been in doubt for me. It's just sometimes the decision making, not just from him, but from ZETA as a whole, was a little bit off. Oh, got a peek.
Little bit of leg spotted there. As Overdrive does get popped, and 10-10 immediately gets shut down.
A little late on
Multiplayer
that.
stack up here, as that's going to be the draw in. XCL, I was going to say, go to the kill contract camp, please. And Downbeat this time wins it out. XCL going to be taken down, and ZETA's attempt at the crunch is very much falling to pieces. Op still set up here from Shota, as Prowler to check over towards Rebel. He actually fires off a shot. I'm surprised he doesn't keep that disguise to try to bait them forward, get a hit in at that range, but instead will redirect them over towards this B site where Sugar Zero is drifting away.
Yeah, that's kind of one of those moments that I was just alluding to. He has tremendous skill, but decision making there a little bit questionable, and this Nightfall sucks.
Smoke cycle to the back, and that's going to be Clues taken down. Downbeat nearly eliminated, but still able to survive. Wall set up here. It's cutting off Shota and Sugar Zero, and given they have the op in play, it's looking like it might just be a save as Nongshim look to regain the lead.
Well, this is just great understanding of the situation by Nongshim and their coaching staff with those two ults available from the Duelists. They were so ready from the beginning for that attempted crunch play. And obviously getting the early info on 10-10's movement kind of gave the game away. And then he popped the ult a little bit too late, swinging the corner and was trying to get the lasers out, and
yeah,
it's not quite there.
A lot of things could have changed. That could have just backed away, not try to take the aggression.
Yeah.
But they committed in for the call. ZETA Division paid the iron price. Nongshim break that minor little win streak, get themselves back on the horse, and now back into the lead by 1 round.
Again, just great recognition. Yeah, XDL struggling a little bit in those kill contracts today. And like I said, that Nightfall not good for Clues. Now it's coming out. Downbeat's running at you. What do you do? Pretty difficult. And still, though, op and play rifles for everybody else. Again, they're going to go back to having 10-10 and Shota, or excuse me, Sugar Zero at Mound. But again, it's that same early smoke, that same one-way, and 10-10 immediately moves. As soon as that one-way comes out, he knows it's not going to be early C. And he's going to go to stairs. But Nongshim is taking their time. I think they're trying to figure out where this op is and then do something else.
Drone spotting at least 2. This can be smoke cycled forward from Persia there at B main. Margaret, statuesque here at Rock. Wall to go ahead and just cover them, cutting across over towards the door behind this Rebel position. Not giving sightlines over to 10-10. Seems like they have a very solid understanding of where he's going to be positioned. And again, Margaret will end up falling. Slight little attempt at a shot there. It's a slide across. Damage is very much suffering. Short that's going to be taken down. Instead looking for another one there. Blind. Nothing more to be found. Annihilation does get sent. No one grabbed up. It's going to now a 4v3. Dambi. He's getting the one tap there, point blank. Wall to try to lead down the rope. Shock dart lobbed in, but not finding connection. Sugar Zero for the moment, held back here by Francis over at stairs. ZETA Division. A very difficult task of trying to get their way back into this one. Right now, just breaking down the wall at backside. Time starting to bleed away. Swing out. Dambi on good for a third. Clues eventually able to find some stability. Cleans up Ivy. XDL finding another. But now, it's all alone. Doesn't know which way to look. Francis will swing out. ZETA make the round.
The way that this ZETA comp is set up, you have to take a lot of contact, right? You don't have many flashes. You have the Paranoia and you have the Arc Rose. That's it. So Dambi can play angles like that because he knows that they don't have much utility to clear him there. And so he's going to be able to punish any attempted peek outs. And they're doing such a good job. You know, early in the game, they were working the map really nice. And they are now starting to find their moments. In this game, just great recognition of kind of how ZETA wanted to position the operator and where to go after that. So ZETA this time going to slide 10-10 a little bit further forward. Door turned. Not much to do for Clues except back up.
Considering going for the drone, and I think that had he, it would have been absolutely slaughtered there. Dambi would not be dissuaded.
By the thorns.
Just going sliding forward, trying to catch him with that util out.
I'll find you.
Wants in towards the back. Clues looking for a setup. Recon quickly cleared out though. Ping's not going to be found. The site opened up. Margaret still on a lurk here. XCL reading this, lingering around, watching for it. Sugar Zero, though, very much is doing the same. Now Shota's going to be taken down. Peeking over from Waterfall. As that shot on the Persia just narrowly misses. Would have been a critical pickup. But now this backstep gets closer and closer as Margaret continues wandering forward, about to wrap around over by Waterfall. Waiting for the strike. Ivy holding close. Sugar Zero finding one with that op. He's in a committed position, finds a second. Can find no more. 7-4, Nongshim. Very much back in control here on the attack.
Yeah, I mean, Dambi is all over the place, having just tremendous impact on the Neon. And, you know, when you put the operator on the Neon, makes things a little bit tricky, so they pass it over to Sugar Zero, but 10-10 just swings around a corner and dies for his troubles. And as the side of Nongshim, you can just hold that tight angle looking towards C Hall and just spray it down, and very tough to get through there. Again, not a tremendous amount of util for ZETA to really clear through some of those spots. You know, you have to get it done on rifling. Maybe a good vulnerable, maybe a good paranoia can open a little bit of space for you, but you're gonna have to do more off the back of it. XDL covering. Try to push up off this drone. Is Ivy going to be ready for him to be this close?
No trips behind at the moment. Ivy hasn't placed any of these sonic sensors.
Yeah,
so he's just slowly continuing to walk in behind. Sees where the op is dropped now as the Steel Garden's going to be coming through. Spots out the first. Pulls the trigger. Persia going to be taken down. Clues here behind the door. Is able to find one. As Dambi goes sliding forward. B-site now looking to be the target. This is ZETA. Oh, XTL melted at range. Shots flying here, 10-10, trying to line him up. Can't make it happen, but player advantage still established. Paranoia not connecting. Margaret's position previously known. Spike here on the floor, but they're looking to fight together. They're looking to fight forward. Oh! Now they're segregated. They're split apart, and Margaret looks for it, and he has it. The Red Bull clutch to get Nongshim up 8-4. Colin Thatcher, this man is a tyrant.
It's a massive blunder by ZETA. I like that, but nicely done. But this is a massive blunder by ZETA. Yeah. You have the spike down in the B site. There's better ways to hold that. You could fall back to C link and cover from gravel or something. I don't think there's any reason to split up there and give Margaret those 1v1s. I mean, credit to Margaret to take advantage of it. Great job. But that's a tilter.
Brutal. from looking like they were going to be in a good position to get back into this half here. Ends up being an 8-4. Now, Zeta Division needing to take this right step forward, because remember, they picked up the pistol to start off this map.
And then immediately got ecoed. I mean, it'd be like that sometimes. I mean, this is such a different map for them. Like, you think about against Talon, they got the bonus after winning their defensive side pistol. You know, 10-10 came out on that third round, had a tremendous triple kill. But this time, they're just shut out. And it's so difficult. You can see that Donby is giving them absolute fits. They don't have a ton of util to slow him down either. You know, the Vice stuff often just not in play when it matters. You know, credit to Nongshim. They're all over the map. They're making it in terms of their macro game plan.
Launching thorns.
Let's see what Zeta has in store for us with their pistol. Some early util out. Zeta just being very, very patient. Clues trying to figure out what the setup is on the C site. Ivy still has his wall. Hasn't thrown that out just yet. The drone. Try to figure out what's going on. Contact on the other side. This is a little bit tough for Nongshim to read.
Relay looking for the stun. Quick little exit. And still trying to scale forward, using that Neon as a bit of a scout here, but so much damage going to be suffered, and it's going to be Francis collecting the first. Sugar Zero taken down, 10-10 dead. XDL at 7 HP. Not looking good for Zeta to try to find another pistol win. And take that first step towards running back this map.
They popped the double tap and they just felt like they had to go.
Clues now just going to be overwhelmed and surrounded. Pinned into the corner, Shota dead, XDL. I mean, just net here at his feet. And it's going to be a flawless pistol victory as Nongshim get up 9-4.
Yeah, I mean, they're just all over. Zeta has an opportunity at the Rubble fight, but can't hit their shots. Nongshim just a little bit steadier in their aim. Able to find their moment. They're just shutting that down. I mean, I don't mind the idea from Zeta. You've got the shield pop. You use 10-10 to try to break some angles. Oh. Through the smoke. 10-10 there, just peeked around, had to check the other side of Rubble, paid the price. That was a flawless from Nongshim. Just classics. Maybe turn up the pace a little bit here.
Try to. Sonic Sensor here at the entryway. Drop down, Margaret going aggro. He's able to find one, looks for the transfer, and it does connect. It's just an absolute meat grinder. They'll take him low, but they cannot take him down. Another flawless. And it's now 10-4 Zeta. We go into their buy round. See if they can slow down Nongshim, stop them from converting this bonus, because if they do, this map is as good as over.
Margaret really doing well today. Finds that little corner to hide in. He just spray down with the Spectre, has to switch over to the Ghost after he runs out. By the way, there's an Odin here for Nongshim.
Oh boy.
And this A-Rubble fight might kick off.
Well, looking for the C's, 10-10, able to avoid that, sends the relay as the TP comes in, but Sugar Zero is there, Persia. It's getting taken down as Domby around the corner just in time to avoid elimination. Gets tagged up and has a regen shield.
Margaret the whole time has been just pushing space.
Slowly creeping forward.
The timing though, he might be stepping out a little bit early.
Oh, has the Ghost, and it will be noted. Looks like they're gonna just try to leave XDL in a forward spot here. Have him play for these flanks. Prowler to check. Seems like quietly Nongshim reading that this is likely going to be just a lurk rather than the full forces, especially as 10-10 starts firing off shots over here towards C. Snakebite will hold them at bay for the moment.
When you've got the deadlock wall at the entrance of B, so yeah, you can commit a little bit extra to this C hold. Still, you don't have any information on A-Rubble though.
Oh boy.
Oh no. This grab net. Oh.
Sends it, shorts it. Sensor did get triggered now. Trying to push their way forward. Margaret swinging out from that back corner. He's able to find one, but solid reply from 10-10 and Shota. For the moment, he's going to be the only casualty. They backpedal over in towards the B site. The plant now coming through. Just a handful of seconds to spare. Let's push under the corner. XDL on the angle. Intercepts and shuts down Domby.
Just the Odin to contend with now. Easy.
And XDL will be able to go ahead and win out that fight. So just one casualty. ZETA play the anti-bonus quite well. Given the Odin investment, a bit more costly, but still enough money to go ahead and pick up another one here for the side of Nongshim, given the first 2 rounds of this half are flawless.
Yeah, that's a huge pickup there for Sugar Zero. Able to keep 10-10 alive so he can keep pushing that space. Just able to get ahead of that util in time. Very nicely done. But XDL looking still okay on the ISO.
Yeah.
I mean, it hasn't been as good as it was against Talon, but 12 and 11. Need to see him win some of those kill contracts when he gets to them. That's not fun for ZETA there. They just back right out all that util. This is just going to be a quick pivot towards B. But now you got the wall there. I mean, I don't think ZETA should press forward with this anymore. It's a little obvious what's going on.
Ooh, that's a good amount of damage. XDL just trying to jump across towards the door side. Hit to 59.
Let's have the regen shield.
Does. And it's 10-10, taking a bit here from the Odin. Taking even more from the Odin. This is just massacring him, and he hasn't even seen a single person. Francis comes up with 2. 10-10's at 5 HP. Persia's on top of the rubble. Doesn't manage to go ahead and find him, but it's going to be Sugar Zero and XDL. Try to clutch this out in a 2v3. Domby sends up some shots. They know that he's playing nearby. The wall to try to lead them forward. XDL trying to break things open. Domby just breaks the shield. Slides in. Sugar Zero now needing to deliver. The top of the plant. Elbow spotted. 3 swings and Margaret is there. Refilling the space. Nongshim not allowing for ZETA to string anything together so far here in this second half. They'll move up to 11.
It's just so difficult for ZETA in situations like that. With Francis out in the open, you don't have anything to really clear him unless you hit a great paranoia or a great vulnerable from the ISO, and neither do. The paranoia goes wide. Francis can just sit there and spray. He can just hold angles. I mean, the coordination here for ZETA starting to crumble a little bit as well. Players trying to take some of these individual fights in the later stages of the rounds. Just not quite there. The coordination for ZETA crumbling at the hands of Nongshim's oppressive game plan. Back onto their old comfort picks. Ivy on the deadlock, Domby on the neon. And you can see why they were able to get here, why they were able to win Ascension last year on the basis of using these agents, is because they're so damn good at it. And they understand the map really well. They're using that deadlock util on this side of the map to get info on where ZETA's going to be, how to shut it down, and then how to rotate base off of that. They're making great reads. Francis does such a wonderful job preparing for these matches. Meanwhile, ZETA still trying to get a hold of this map. Not much room to maneuver now, not much room for mistakes. Sota just a sheriff as he bought out for some of his friends.
And Domby has got a judge. Hasn't been running this the entire time. And now he is looking to break some hopes and dreams and inflict some mental damage. Clues is going to be able to find one, though. Margaret taken down outside of C, I should say. Shock Dart nearly landing perfectly at Persia's feet. We're going to be tapped. XDL, however, able to find one. The judge now striking. Domby comes up with the elimination. But XDL continuing to look good. Finds himself a second here in the round.
God, if you could grab Domby with that ult, should be a pretty easy win.
And he swapped over. And he will be able to go ahead and get the grab.
Beautiful.
25 advantage as double tap. Not sure what's going on with that one. Shield's been broken. Domby wins out the fight.
He grabbed a Vandal.
Yeah, headshot comes in. Yeah, he had swapped out the weapons previously. As slide forward. Would have been a hell of a transfer there from 10-10. Can't quite make it happen. This is still going to be costly regardless, but right now ZETA very well poised. There's a quick look back from Ivy, giving a thought to this flank as the shot takes 3, but third time's the charm. Shota will arrive right when he's needed. And ZETA now get up to 6. Still 5 to go to try to tie it up.
Crazy. Just XDL there. Good shock darts to keep the players behind Mound off balance. Yeah, immediately got Domby swapped over to that Vandal.
Enemy C. Last player
Ivy Able to react to the push out from 10-10, but got a nice kill sliding through. Well, okay. Need a little bit more of that. I mean, I'm glad you're very happy, but you're still 5 rounds behind.
Yeah, there's still a hell of a lot. This is okay. No judge this time, but a Bucky. Still a classic for Dombi, and has an overdrive behind it.
Everybody trying to be Mr. Fallen now.
Ooh, Paranoia. This could be pretty monstrous. Tap at the door. Ends up sending it. The slide forward. Dombi misses the first pump, so Schultz is able to find him. Takes him down. Ivy is able to find another one as it's just complete and utter chaos here in the round. Suddenly a 2v2. Sheriff's in hand. The Paranoia across. Francis doesn't know where the hell he's at. And Margaret, he's hitting him in transit, and he gets the headshot on the slide. What in the hell just occurred? Nongshim are now up to map point. They've got 4 ultimates. And I don't know what's been happening. It's a thrifty.
I mean, it just gets a little out of control. And that's very nice. I mean, look at, they're bouncing across. You can't do that there. You got to peek that corner. They're going to punish you if you do that stuff.
Margaret is a tyrant. I'll say it again.
He is. But you can't give him those opportunities.
Absolutely insane. Pit now in play. Sonic sensor set up within this one. There's the drone. Blind shot attempted, but tucks back in. Has not been spotted.
They just spam that corner. 10-10 might just go down. But they're going to back off of it. Just seeing if maybe could bait a reaction out of Nongshim there. Maybe you could get the wall to come out from Ivy. But the discipline, it's been off the charts for Nongshim. Dombi, him and Shota in a standoff.
It's going to be a timing here. Gets that across on a 3. Looking for the relay. Bolt's done now. The overdrive going to be popped on. He turns his sights back in towards B main. The Paranoia is absolutely gorgeous. And Dombi is absolutely shredding. Picks up the 3rd. Looking for the 4th. Looking for the finisher. Sugar Zero will deny that away from him.
30 seconds left.
There is no denying this map from Nongshim. 13-6, a one-sided affair, and ZETA's map pick. Nongshim are looking hungry, and they have their eyes set on the playoffs.
Oh, no doubt. They are just well drilled today. I mean, you could see in that last round, the preparation, the coordination, the experience that this team has together really shining. You know, just having great reads on their timings. Obviously, that's got to be frustrating. Now, Sugar Zero late to get away from that computer. I'm sure he's got to be feeling the pressure. Again, one of the few players, well, the only player in this match who's been to an international event, who's played in a playoffs, even at the regional level. In Tier 1.
Yes.
Let me make sure I'm clear.
Needs to try to lead the team to a bounce back. Nongshim, one step closer to make it to the playoffs. Still is possible for Zeta Division. Can no longer make that first seed dream a reality. They still need to pull off a reverse sweep here in this best of 3. Pearl is on the horizon. I'm suspecting that we're going to see plenty more Neon v Neon, but we need to see a bit more impact, a bit more oomph behind the shots here from the side of Zeta, as well as having their heads on a little bit tighter, because these rounds got chaotic. They got frazzled. And Nongshim, they thrive in that kind of environment.
Absolutely. No, this is all according to plan for them. They love this. Let Dombi do Dombi things. Good luck.
All right, well, good luck indeed, as we will go ahead and send things over to the analyst desk to break down the chaos that was that Lotus.
Yeah, no, we need all the luck in the world, because those last few rounds, you couldn't even really understand how it got to the points that it did. I look over at Chobra's stream, and they're just arms flailing, by the way, from our point of view, and that pretty much sums up, I think, what went on in this match.
If you're a viewer in the 3rd person, or you're like POV switching to people and you can't tell what's going on, imagine what it's like for Zeta to play against that.
Yeah.
That is impossible, man.
I think chaos is the right word, but this is what Nongshim always did, right? They were the kings of chaos, and it's so great to see that kind of get that little bit more return to form.
Every single Nongshim trend came to reality in this game.
Yeah.
This was quintessential Nongshim style. Danby was owning everyone on Neon, sliding around everywhere, creating chaos. You had multiple Thrifties won. Like, Margaret's got the most sheriff kills in the competition at the moment. Danby's right up there with the shotguns. You saw that all the time at Ascension. You saw these half-buy wins, and it's why Nongshim was able to win so many games. Because half the time, they would just go on to sheriffs and Danby on a shoddy, and they would end up winning half of those rounds. And you saw that against ZETA multiple times where they're able to pull off Thrifties and completely demolish ZETA's momentum. Like, ZETA, honestly, once they actually got control of their economy on the defensive side and they started to make some adjustments, they came up with some pretty good rounds, actually. Like, especially fighting around front B, they got 10-10 on the operator. They were starting to actually look good on that defensive half, but apart from that, there really wasn't much to this game for ZETA.
I mean, they weren't clinical this game. That's a big thing, right? When we look at this, they got clutched on so many times. We saw the Margaret 1v2.
Yes.
We saw Persia be able to pull the one off as well in the B site when, you know, the two of them just walk one by one into Link. I felt like the Zeta team weren't in sync with each other that map, and they kind of deserved more rounds, but they weren't able to execute on it. That's the big problem there. And now we're heading into map 2, which is going to be Nongshim's pick, but that's a whole nother world. But I think this Nongshim team, great to see them back. Exactly what we expect.
Yeah, and you guys said it exactly. This is what Nongshim does. So the question for Zeta on my end is, what were you expecting? Like, Nongshim is that team that actually doesn't change much. You know, despite what the meta might say, but despite what everybody might say, they're sticking to their guns. What else were they expecting?
I mean, when you go back, like, look at some of these replays, the thing is that Nongshim went back, they threw it all the way back to their absolutely patented style. You had this round won by, like I said, you know, Danby gets the opener, you get the Vandal in his hands, half the time he'll buy a shoddy though, and then some of the boys get the pistol going, and once you get the deadlock in this post plant, this is what makes this comp so strong.
Yeah.
And this was what was such a win condition for Nongshim on that OG bind comp, man. You get Ivy in the post plant, you get a bunch of these backline players into the post plants with the space created by Francis and Danby. You get that deadlock util down, and it's a nightmare to retake into.
7 out of 9 post plans won there for the Nongshim side, and that's exactly why they're one of the best teams with this deadlock. You know, they defined that old school meta on bind. This is what this team was so good at. It's great to see them using that deadlock again. I think it's a thoroughly underrated agent, and they're one of the best with it.
And I think it plays great into this style, actually. Like this meta style that everyone's running. I mean, less so with the Rays, but particularly if you're running Neon ISO or Yoru ISO. I think Yoru a little bit better because obviously the clone will trigger a lot of the traps and things like that. But Neon ISO in particular, when you're playing into a deadlock, that is a bloody nightmare, man.
Yeah, that was really
I mean, speaking of nightmares, the guy who everybody was saying has been a nightmare to deal with ever since, you know, you step into Pacific and you have to deal with Danby.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I actually hate this guy. I'm gonna come out and say, like, he's ruining the game I love. That's how I describe it. I had to play against this guy all last year, scrimmed against him, and nightmare is the right word. He hasn't quite been on that level in this stage 1, but this game, I felt like he took it over, felt like he was playing free, he's sliding and getting all his kills, he's a danger when you pop the ult, and I mean, he's just horrible to go against.
Here's the thing, like, this is probably one of his better games on the Neon in the Tier 1 into Pacific. It hasn't been as impactful because number 1, it's nerfed, but number 2, he gets punished a whole lot more, and teams have learned how to play against this a lot more in terms of this Neon style. But I don't think it needs to be that good. I think for me, the Neon for Danby is good enough. Let's not try to run the Waylay or anything outside of the realms of what is actually played in the meta a lot or what has found success for them. I think even if you don't get a 300 ACS game from Danby and he just has average stats like he has most of the time, he's just dropping 200 ACS, he's getting his entry on attack, he's getting some of the other players into the game and creating a little bit of space, and you get a tiny bit more output from him on defense. I think that's good enough for Nongshim to be a decent team, but when they're playing the Waylay, they're not even a decent.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, that final round that, you know, Nongshim had when Danby decided to, you know, just use his ult and just run into ZETA, that was quintessential Dambi. That was
confidence. Yeah.
quintessential Nongshim. You could just see how he really put them through the meat grinder.
Yeah. Oh, God. Okay.
Like, the one thing this team always did so well is they were so good at being aggressive. Dambi was so good at running it down in your face. And you say it's like playing with confidence. I feel like hasn't always been his best self, so it would be easy to lose confidence. So it's really nice to see him on top.
The thing is as well how well they play around it. Like you saw it on front B there, where he's stalling for so long and he's so unkillable that it creates so much aggro and the other team's focused on him that other people can start to set up a bit of a play that wasn't there before. Persian's literally running over there with the paranoia in his hands. He has like 8 seconds to get a good paranoia off. They're just trying to kill Dambi and then they just get blinded. He slides and kills everyone for free. Like, that is the kind of thing that you would see much more in Tier 2 because they have so much of a tougher time punishing it versus the better teams in Pacific here who are also sharp and well drilled.
You're absolutely right. There was also one round wherein I believe 10-10 was like, okay, so he revs up and then he starts the entry and then he just hovers around because Dambi is there.
Yeah.
And then he backs off.
You gotta be scared. Just carrying on.
He's like, nope, maybe not here, maybe we go somewhere else. And then they end up just hovering around there. And of course, as you mentioned, Nongshim can do whatever they want to do. Now, going into Pearl though, speaking of whatever Nongshim wants to do, if there
they want to pick Pearl.
They do. And so this is the big question for us, and looking into those map vetoes, because big question mark. Why on earth would you pick one of your opponent's best maps, especially since you haven't played this in such a long while?
So the only reason you would let Pearl through when you're a team like ZETA is, number one, you know they're going to pick it.
Yep.
Number two, you understand how to beat it. They could have banned Pearl today. They chose not to. So that means to me, the coaching staff are going, we have your Pearl figured out. Now, they have shown a lot of Pearl in the past. This map has been very good for Nongshim. So I need to see clean answers here from ZETA. Show me why you've allowed this through.
I mean, Nongshim haven't lost on it yet. They're 5-0. Even some of the best teams in Pacific haven't been able to figure out Nongshim's Pearl, although given some of those games have been quite messy, from RRQ in particular, where I felt like those were winnable games, but then they got very weird and messy. So I wouldn't say it's not figure-outable, but I just say I don't have a lot of faith that ZETA's going to be able to do it, having not even had a rep on the map this year in Pacific. They have not played this map at all. In fact, they've intentionally banned it in some series. So that just begs the question. We saw the Haven ban. This used to be a great map for ZETA, and it's been a map that they've even played in this season, but they've thrown that in the ban section, which it's been a shakier map for Nongshim. It hasn't been a fantastic map for Nongshim or anything like that, and they've let Pearl through. I think this is just going to be the end of ZETA, to be honest. I put my bloody house on it.
I need to see why you've let this through. I need to see very, very clear reads, very clear anti-strat. That's the only reason I think you would be okay with this as that coaching staff.
And guess when the last time ZETA won on Pearl was? Apparently it was in 2022.
Wow.
Give me the number of days though, Mika. I need the exact number of days. How many business days were there?
Some 600. I'm just guessing over here. But that's not very comforting. I mean, sure, you might hold a lot of secrets on this because you haven't shown it in quite a while. But this is a very, very scary team that is already vetted on this map.
Yeah, I mean, Nongshim, their comp is well established at this point. I really wouldn't be expecting them to change. And indeed, it looks like they're going to stick to pretty much the same comp that they always play. So no changes for Nongshim. And they're going to get to start on the defense here.
Yeah, nice to see Francis move back to that Teo. I think he's really shined there. Across on the side of ZETA, they're putting up something incredibly similar. The only difference is the Yoru against that Neon. So very, very similar styles, which I'm not sure if that works out in ZETA's favor. I don't get the impression that there's a hard read from this composition, but maybe when we get into the server, things will become much clearer for this ZETA team and see why they like.
It's going to be an incredibly slow game for the attackers for the most part, particularly ZETA. I think it's going to be hard for them to get a clean exec off unless they can get the perfect Teo util. This is going to be a very lurky game of Pearl, and I think that the onus falls on ZETA to find timings and find gaps on the map and find good ways to attack into Nongshim's comp, especially because they've seen it played so many times.
Yeah.
I mean, they might have one of the best watch parties in the world, but you gotta wonder why on earth they would want this map to come out. I don't know, maybe Kilios Paper Thin, maybe you guys can tell us.
Nope.
Nope.
Not really sure. To be perfectly honest, I think you guys kind of summarized it pretty damn well. I think the most shocking thing about this map overall is that in VCT, they've only played it 4 times. This is the 5th time.
To answer the Desk question, how many days has it been since ZETA won on this map?
I was going to calc that.
875.
Yeah.
That's a lot of days.
Well,
that's about as many years old as I am.
876 days is the charm. I guess. I don't know. We'll find out. But yeah, they have one victory on this map in VCT. One in an off-season tournament, which is the Guangzhou event that they were talking about back in 2022 versus Gen G.
Time to jump.
So not since champs 22. Yeah, they'd gotten a victory here on this map at or in VCT. Let's see what happens though. It's like they said, there has to be something. There has to be an understanding, a read that they do have.
Spot there, but you gotta get through this crossfire on the A side.
Oh, and Thorns are there, and XDL's just gonna get gunned down. Spike dropped there within the nebula that now dissipates. Does get scooped up quickly here by Sugar Zero.
You gotta change directions. Sugar Zero, you're a madman, okay?
Okay, rushing, tapping. Just trying to keep some more interest here, and do have 4 players still hovering around this position of the map. Looks like Shota gonna go on a little bit of a walk down in towards water, see if he can hear anything. Turret, however, just gonna be set up, so still Margaret a step ahead.
Oh, the long lurks from Domby and Francis. A lot to consider for ZETA. Gotta win some of these duels.
Right now, no peek out over towards this long angle. They are just scaling forward. No eyes on this whatsoever. 10-10 taking the first fight, has the backpedal, but now they strike. Here comes the approach from Long. Shota able to find one more, the drop down from Ivy. Delivers a kill here onto the Killjoy is now Clues. Last one standing, 7 bullets remaining. Everybody rushing around the back there of Hall. We just cannot isolate him. A couple of those players taken low, but cannot be taken down. Nongshim now 2-1 in pistols.
Yeah, I mean, the right idea to rotate, but at that point, you've already lost a player, and you've given up so much map control to Nongshim. They had A main control from the get-go. They're able to use that to make quick rotations over towards the B side of things through your spawn. They're just coming at you from every angle, and then at the end, just group up, and he's got to hit the classic, or excuse me, the ghost triple kill of a lifetime there. And especially when you just run it down right-clicking with classics. Good luck. Judge already for Margaret. A couple bulldogs and a stinger. They're already pushing forward. Gonna be claiming control of that orb again. It's gonna be fast-tracking some of those ultimates.
Judge here within the smoke. Margaret pinging this out. Here comes the push, and here comes the slaughter. 1, 2, 3. 2 more shells loaded in, pushes, and there's the follow-up. Looking for an ace, and Clues is right here in position to potentially give it away. It's a bit of a pause, and right now it's all just a question of can he make it happen. Now has the Bulldog to try to deliver it. Domby, he is willing to go ahead and bait out for it, and there you go. Predator ace gonna be gifted over, courtesy of Domby, to Margaret, who continues to be just an immense force here across these 2 maps thus far.
Yeah, he's really shining today. This one, though, not too tricky for him. Nobody checking that angle. Everybody walking through that smoke looking at something completely not him. And he's going to stand up and let him know. For sure. Nicely set up. Now a very, very important rifle round, it feels like. How things have been going for ZETA. This may be one of those do or dies. If you get bonused here, putting yourself at such a massive deficit. Look at all that util from the Sentinels to just slow you up. And they're going to try to get through, but again, A main control, there's none of it. So if you go through to the A site, they're just going to be able to crunch down on top of you again. They've got stars at the ramp.
Oh, boy.
Oh, God.
Okay, this time, not going to be able to find the kill. Puts Shota and XDL down dangerously low on HP, though. Stomby on the swing out, unable to find the kill there on the 10-10. Just going to be forcing the gate crash back over into Art.
You got to try to put a little bit of pressure over at B. I'd like to see Sugar Zero with that weapon advantage that he should have with the Vandal. Get some info on that angle instead. Just gonna double down on A.
Swing out, Shota gonna be finished off, the flash connecting, XDL able to find one more, but 10-10 now gonna be lost. 3v3. Vandal in hand for Dombi. As it's 25 seconds remaining. And Clue's unable to find the kill. Monstrous advantage now here for the side of Nongshim as they look to get a bonus conversion. The spike will get planted on the B site. And Sugar Zero just setting up the Nebulas here.
Spike planted.
The plant now in play, but weapons scooped up. It's gonna be full forces coming at them here.
They passed the rifle over to Persia. Got full HP, just let Donby lead the way. This is tricky. God, Sugar Zero so close.
Playing right up against him. Dodges out those bullets from the Stinger. Concuss connecting, but does safely get tucked back in towards Halls. Sugar Zero just trying to hold the line. Time is starting to tick here on the spike. Sugar Zero finds the headshot. Finds the follow-up. Snappy to pick up the 3K. Zeta suffer some heavy losses, but do not allow for the bonus to get converted.
Yeah, I mean, there needs to be some way to deal with this A main control, though. Going forward, this is not a recipe for success. You can see that they can just throw util into that crunch. There'd be flashes or stuns or whatever. Sentinel util to delay to keep you from walking down that ramp from Link. That was a necessary step up from Sugar Zero. You need more of that. He has his Cosmic Divide now. Operator, though, for Dombi. He's going to plug up the arc gap that had been left. They've been giving up that space somewhat willingly. Again, though, they've got early A main control. Nobody's pushing Art. Everybody can just slide B. They know.
I'm already starting to rotate 2 players across. Not falling for the clone here.
But Zeta taking a pause.
Stealth drone checking once again. Just going to see that this is completely emptied out.
But you can keep leaning B. Your alarm bot hasn't been tripped in Art. The stealth drone just cleared deep into A.
Cosmic Divide does come through. It means they have to pay credence to Persia's potential position here behind the screen. Couple shots flying through. Looking to try to stave them off. Dombi finding one. Persia comes up with 2. Who's a 10-10? Both get taken down. The spike now. Stranded. Sugar Zero doing it, trying his damnedest, but just gets absolutely hounded down. Only the 2 kills found. Nongshim, they steady the ship.
Well, you can see why nobody wants to play them on this map. I mean, their game plans are so deep, and they're making great reads off of what the tendencies were early from Zeta Division. You know, Zeta just kind of kept hammering away at Art, and this time you just put a op there, and it doesn't get any contact, so you've got A main control as usual. Yeah, you need a timeout. You need to find ways to at least contest A main. And that op makes putting pressure over on the long B side very difficult because you aren't necessarily sure if it's going to be there or not. So Sugar Zero's going to have to be, you know, if he is going to be able to work that, use some of those smokes and things like that to create some disruption in the information game for Nongshim. Because right now they have everything. They know what Zeta's doing the whole round.
Same position, a little bit of a different path to get here, but the 3-1 score line to start off the map. Timeout call from Zeta. Dombi hitting.
Tenten hitting Dombi.
Dombi with a baseball bat.
It's been the other way around.
Dombi clearly is, maybe it's him like dodging.
Or maybe he's just like so strong it just is bouncing off of him.
This is abs of steel.
Yeah. All that running with the neon. Gotta have great core strength.
So I go for a solid wood bat instead of an aluminum one.
Yeah, oh yeah.
A little bit more oomph on it.
Okay. So some respect being shown, but Clues just backs off. He doesn't have anybody else there with him, and they're right back to this Art game, and there's a Vice Wall there this time.
It's just a salvo party. There's a Vice Wall set up. It'll just be the fake out sent to go for the trip, and head spotted, but Dombi not quite able to connect the shot. He's considering if he wants to go for a re-peek.
Like, if you had a layer behind this where you had like 2 players with Clues at A main, oh god.
Shot the dead. Sheriff still in play. Persia just swings back. Expects maybe a bit more presence here and would be correct about it. The alarm bot about to be tripped.
They're just taking a pause in mid. I mean, you've given yourself the ability to pivot, but wherever you go, Nongshim is going to be waiting.
Bit of damage found there onto Ivy. The salvos to try to flush him forward.
30 seconds left.
As the Thorns do get popped, swing out, goes in for the fight, spots another one, takes down 10-10 to very low HP. Clues plays it quietly, gets in around the back, and 10-10 hits a hell of a shot. Downbeat dead. And that's the main presence now. Denied away, the Armageddon coming through. Sugar Zero giving his life for the cause, trying to sprint out, but cannot escape. The blast radius will consume him. Clues now, pressure on his shoulders. Lone player forward here into the site. Spots the gun barrel, waits for a little bit more, swings out, strikes, finds the first, but Margaret takes out 10-10. Salvo's now sent Margaret, looking to try to disrespect them, pushes forward, ends up falling, and Clues finds the 4K to get the Red Bull clutch and get ZETA their second round win.
Oh my, that is absolute madness. I want to see the shot from 10-10. Persia there just playing anti-lurk. Profits, Ivy being so annoying, but Clue slips the net, gets through the smoke, gets around the backside. Woohoo!
Right off the corner.
Yeah. Clues has been really good in clutch moments during the offseason and had a couple here and there in Pacific. And that's maybe his best one yet, his most important one yet.
That breaks the economy, and that gets ZETA in. I mean, the Red Bull clutch supersedes the Thrifty, but it was Thrifty fashion for them to be able to find that. 10-10 now sprinting forward, dimensional drift in play. Nothing going to be spotted here as Persia tucks back. Rotations, however, already beginning. As plant out into the open comes through.
Yeah, the best thing here for Nongshim would be to get these ults out of ZETA's hands.
Okay, commit in with the ult. Ivy just looking to try to level the playing field a bit, but Widely doesn't steal much. Downbeat with the tap, baits out. Gravwell coming through. They're committing. However, Pincer in from the back. Denies away the lockdown. Takes that tool out of their hands here on the split is XDL. He's going to be left standing. Guns down 3, pretty much blinded up. Francis will be able to pick him off, stopping him from being a flawless, but ZETA very solidly did not fall into the same trap that they sprung on Nongshim in the previous. Thrifty cannot be found. Now we're tied up at 3-3.
Yeah, this is starting to look much better for ZETA in that round. They've got plans to deal with some of the setups that Nongshim wants to bring, and Nongshim even invest 2 huge ults. They use the Steel Garden and the lockdown there. Then both are either avoided or dealt with. Very, very nice from ZETA. I'm a bit surprised that Nongshim went for it with as many ults as they did, but I mean, the confidence has to be flying high. They've been mostly doing a great job today. It's maybe a little bit overconfident there. This time they're going to get so deep with the Vice Wall, they can just play a little bit further back. They don't want to try to set up for the pinch. They're just going to try to get aggressive a little bit more further forward, see if they can catch ZETA off guard.
Flash out, Dombey swinging forward. Shota going to be taken down. That's a spike now dropped here in Art. As Francis just sending out the concuss. Keeps him stunned here in position and trying to rescue this spike is going to prove to be damn difficult. Shots flying, Steel Guardian going to be coming through. Full flash into the face of Dombey. Backpedals here with the overdrive in play. Just continuing to try to zap here. Whittle away at them, but Wiley the space does get regained. There's going to be a TP out over towards Club. Get that spike on the move. XDL, however, pressure still coming his way. And with the double face in, Francis is able to find the elimination. 2-player advantage now here for the side of Nongshim with Persia watching the B site.
Great timing.
Star set up to push forward though. Doesn't read the 10-10 got in ahead of that. Sends up onto the wayside and Sugar Zero finds Francis. Suddenly we're tied at 3-3 here in the round. Downbeat out over the top, finding one. Back in with the advantage. 10-10 dead on the swing. It's all now on Clues. It's just a target-rich environment. Too many to choose from. Nongshim will find some more stability. Will get themselves back into the lead by 1 round.
Yeah, and now you're starting to see Nongshim kind of go back to business as usual. deep A main control allows them to push further forward, to set up their congestion deeper in towards Art this time. Instead of waiting for ZETA to push through A-Link, they take the fight to them and send ZETA packing, where they have to use the TP to get over to the B side to try to get the plant down. Sure, they get there. Sure, they get the plant down. And they have a few players kind of make a few odd decisions in terms of going for some interesting moments, but still able to recover nicely, get their kills through. ZETA this time leaving Shota on his own, or excuse me, XDL on his own, while the other four put their weight in towards B.
There might just be a send on the ultimate, yep.
Should be.
There's going to be the lockdown invested here off the rip. Look to clear things out. As given the Nebula no eyes on this, so Margaret is able to safely slide out towards safety. The spike still needing to be brought forward here.
That's nice timing, because you know the Tejo is on the other side of the map. So the salvos were over there at A main.
Thorns got lobbed in, I believe, on the plant spot, and I don't think they were cleared out. I think that's why we see Cluz just widely sitting still. Pop flash out, 10-10 trying to take the round into his own hands, but Margaret able to find that kill. Shota coming up with a second as Cluz joins in the fray. And it is just a firing squad between these two. Persian out, last one standing, just a judge in hand with the Cosmic Divide committed into the round. Things continue to be a bit wobbly here for both teams, to be frank. There's XDL just going to go on a linger here. See if they can try to get this final elimination, but in the end, we'll go ahead and just evacuate the blast zone. Persia will go down to the spike, and we will be tied up at 4-4.
I think I'm starting to piece together the ZETA game plan a little bit, in that a lot of it is contact at A, pivot towards B. In this case, it was pretty much a B send from the beginning because of the lockdown. XDL was over there a little bit to kind of get info for them. But B site seems to be where they feel like they can take advantage of Nongshim in their comp. There's Oda in there with ZETA guy.
Japanese caster and host Oda.
Yeah, Taiga last week, now it's Oda's turn. Japanese casters got to make their
appearances,
make their trip to the hub mecca.
Well, timeout call. Oddly enough, in the exact same position that Nongshim called one on Lotus. We are basically repeating the same script. Is it? We get the 4-4. Oh, nice.
Yo.
Yeah, why so? Get off your phone.
Yeah.
Game going on.
That cosplay goes hard, so both do. Amazing.
Well, the Omen was just not moving. Could have just, honestly, could have just been a mannequin dressed up. Just carry that into the audience and put it there, and people are like, damn.
Can you imagine?
That person's great at cosplay.
You go to the taxi driver, you just got like a body slung over your shoulder. Nah, it's just a mannequin, I swear.
Oh, yeah, Soul Station, please. What? No. Oh, yeah, this is my friend. He's drunk.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. Whoa, they're getting aggressive.
Call from Nongshim. Put some pressure out here in mid. 4-player push out. Just going to be clear on the turret as 10-10 grabs up an orb. One away now from a dimensional drift and jumps back across the A. So it seems like ZETA still wanting to play the map a little bit here.
And maybe expecting a counter rotation in terms of Nongshim then re-clearing back towards A main, trying to reestablish control. It's been a tendency, so don't mind this play from ZETA. It also opens up the map a little bit for them to see if they feel a little bit more comfortable going towards the A site. But the Vice Wall here, Francis getting a little bit of info. That's going to bring Domby back over. This wall right behind Francis. He's going to try to play it
forward, looking for the timing there, but not necessarily reading that there was 2 players in this position. Now knowing that, Nongshim still do look to keep just Domby here on this A site. They're not trying to reinforce it here for the moment. Especially given that alarm bot is still situated over towards Art. So 10-10 gonna go in for some reconnaissance. Spots out one player and honestly isn't really gonna be able to spot too much else out.
It doesn't have a gate crash, so has to just walk all the way back through. Oh my, okay.
Able to find one. Ivy, however, swooping forward, puts the Stinger to good use. Opportunity to try to find some damage. Domby out from Halls. Goes for the peak, and the time is very limited. Still a bit away here is 10-10. Spike being committed to.
Spike planted.
The plant now in. Noise being made. Spots out Sugar Zero. Goes for the jump by accident. Ooh, the mouse wheel. And Sugar Zero will come up with a 3K as ZETA gain the lead 5-4.
Yeah, this one gets a little bit dicey. Again, just that push out from Francis convinces ZETA that A site just isn't clear enough that they can continue forward there. They run into the strong side of Nongshim and take some damage. But yeah, sigh of relief there from Sugar Zero. Knows that Dombi had an opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. A couple more rounds to be played out, neither team having the healthiest economy.
There's that wall again. Both teams putting their Vice. Thought for a second their Vice walls right next to each other. It's just some pings from ZETA. Trip this wall. You can work the map a little bit more. Drone just gonna see Shota.
Spots out one. Killjoy not gonna be the most telling target though. Oh, Armageddon.
Yeah, they're trying to set up.
Try to flush the
if you could hit a relay bolt here.
Yeah, the combination could be devastating. Dombi at the ready. Meanwhile, the attack getting ready to come through onto the A site, and there's going to be a gate crash in behind here as the push coming out. 10-10 trying to go for the jump, but only going to be a tiny bit of damage there on the Dombies. Now the Armageddon. Red carpet gets laid out. Shota and XCL, however, able to find some kills here. Keep things even at a 3-3. Cosmic Divide committed at Margaret, trying to hold the line from Art. Re-swings, gets a tiny bit more damage in, but is wary and worried about an approach from behind. Plant coming through, the spray across. XDL trying to return fire. Neither getting tagged up.
Now that Cosmic Divide's gone.
Just tapping frantically, trying to find something. XDL down to one, finished off. Ivy able to find that kill. Sugar Zero now needing to fight his way through. Picks up the spike and Margaret finds the timing on the swing. We are once again tied up at 5-5.
Yeah, I like the game plan from Nongshim in that round, trying to set up that trap. I mean, ZETA does what they can to try to break through it. Sending 10-10 ahead with the TP does essentially make it so you can't get stunned into the Teo ultimate. But still, trying to fight your way through these crossfires is so difficult. And this time, I mean, A main control established, but not really able to do much off the back of it, even with the Cosmic Divide there. Nongshim's so far ahead of it. Margaret finding a great timing to step in. TP, gone.
Oh, just absolutely dismantled. Begin aggressively at the spray, looking for a little bit more.
It's one of those things where you think it's safe. You think you've dumped enough util that you maybe have backed Nongshim off. No. Dombi doesn't care. He's happy to take those fights. Spot on some util, yeah.
Bit of the kit there. Alarm bot still situated though.
I'm out of here.
It's actually just going to be stacking the alarm bots on top of each other.
It's a little alarm bot party.
Yep, this is where alarm bots come from. As Margaret under pressure! Massacres two. So to end clues, both eliminated. Sugar Zero able to find just the one kill for them here in the round. 2v4 with him knocked down to 33. Nongshim well poised to move up to 6. Guaranteeing at least parity, if not the advantage of the half.
Oh, for sure. They're just back in control again. You know, ZETA's able to throw a few curveballs at them, get a couple rounds where they've got some decent reads, but Nongshim just right back to plan A, which is shut down Art, shut down A main, try to force ZETA to do something else, which, again, if I'm ZETA, I'd be happy to keep contesting B. I mean, those are the rounds where you've been finding your success. I don't know if they've had a round where they've gone A and they've won the round.
Last round in the half.
Few and far in between.
Yeah.
For sure. As we go into last round of the half. Nongshim now with the advantage, and they have still some very critical ultimates online. Margaret, that double kill there in mid, able to just go ahead and get that lockdown at the ready.
Clues has a Guardian, so the economy a little banged up. Operator for Dombi, couple ults, lockdown, Steel Garden. You have an Armageddon for Clues.
Might have to, okay, just gonna be an aggro lockdown off the rip. Gain some space. 10-10, looking for the kill. Last shot does connect, finds Dombi. Gets out.
It's a great read.
In the end, this little set play coming through. It's biting them in the rear. Now that the lockdown's committed, they can use the Armageddon as freely as they want. And they're going to be sending it here over towards this B side. Clear out. No, Persia just able to find 10-10 as soon as he snaps forward. Thorn's now going to be thrown on the floor. Steel Garden similarly going to be invested, just looking to create some space. Keep things opened up here for the side of Nongshim. At a player disadvantage, but they have information. 2 stacked up here on B. A deep line for Francis with that op in hand outside of A main.
And not much to clear that op with, if they do end up going that way. But it looks like they might be trying to sneak through Art, but there's a ton of util. Oh, no. The Vice Wall, the turret. Margaret, yep.
Margaret is here, finds the first, a little bit of damage across, finds the second. And XDL can no longer afford the jump. Wall will fall, and Margaret collects them all. Schulte now has 20 seconds to kill everyone, to get the spike. There's an op on a deep line. The swing in the corner in this round has very much gotten away from Zeta's hands.
Well, look, if you want to have some kind of...
I know exactly what you're going to say.
Double Sentinels.
Yep. Double Sentinel moving to the defending side.
Yep, double Sentinel. But then you could say the same thing for Nongshim, so they have a Neon, which I think, it depends on how it's used, but generally I trust in Donby to be pretty effective on this side of the map.
I think we know how it's going to be used.
Yeah.
Just send him at him. But 7-5. All in all, like you said, could have been a lot worse here for the side of Zeta Division, but also could have been a lot better.
Yes.
A couple of these rounds, especially that last one, just narrowly getting away from them, slipping through their grasp.
I mean, I think, like, if you want to create that AR pressure early and set that conditioning, then there needs to be other ideas, more adaptability behind it, right? Like, you need to be able to go and then recontest A main. Like, you have the pivots to be sure, but you need to have a little bit more of a game plan behind some of those ideas. I kind of get what they were trying to do, but sometimes they were just like,
it's not a mannequin, or it's a really good puppet.
Yeah.
Face is a little off kilter.
Yeah.
Omen's feeling a bit down. I like it though.
That is really sick.
I wonder how comfortable it is, and what are they seeing?
How can
they
he
actually
see
out of
like
it?
just the big light in his
with
face?
With the LED kind of shining through it?
I wonder.
I'm not sure. But here we go. Diving into the second half, Zeta pivot across now to the defending side.
Did that Omen cosplayer just permanently flash himself like with that in his face? I don't know. Anyway.
A little bit of an aggro push towards B main. Persia here behind the pillar. In the meantime, 3 from Nongshim, knocking at the gates of this A site.
Well, if that was what Nongshim was going to do, but Nongshim's been very tricky on their attacker side. They'll very much convince you they're doing one thing, they're actually doing another.
Margaret making some contact here. Shota swinging through, and they are able to go ahead and overwhelm. Damage not going to be suffered either as the spike sent over towards Sugar Zero. It's just jiggling on the angle, spots them out, backpedals immediately, calls for reinforcements.
No reason to challenge that.
Late flank, and XTL wins it out. Ivy going to be struck down. Now a 5v2, as Dombi oversteps. Persia has to basically take out both of these in a high-low stack.
Last player standing.
And then turn back at the rest, but no. Flawless fashion. Zeta Division will tie things up 2-2 as far as the pistols are concerned. Question is, can they close out the anti-eco? Because that's what bit them in the rear back at the start of Lotus.
Well, this looked really nice. I mean, you're winning some individual battles all over the place. Something that you've kind of had a tough time doing. Sugar Zero there, just making the right play. Seeing Donby and not messing around with it at all. Not taking a shot, just leaving and waiting for the reinforcements. Because you know where Donby is, there's other players not too far behind. And XDL winning a huge battle against his vice counterpart, Ivy. Clean stuff. So, real hope for ZETA. Just gotta have a solid anti-eco. You're gonna be looking very nice coming into this half. Looks like Nongshim just gonna, again, take A main control. Couple players stacked right up on top of each other here. High-low for ZETA, yeah.
Yep. They scout that out. Quickly look to back away.
And you'd love to have them come through mid doors. There's KJ and Vice Util along with their agent counterparts sitting there together. Astra Star 2. But looks like it may just be Margaret with a Sheriff. Just 2 Sheriff spot for Nongshim. Outlaw for 10-10. I really like that here. That way, if there's any buy-ups from Nongshim, you can potentially punish them in the next round.
Wall popped there. As Thorn's going to be lobbed in. Sent immediately. That stops this entire execute here. Now things going to be a little bit more frazzled here for them. Shots from the Outlaw going to be whipping, but XDL certainly is not. Guns down 2. And Margaret, going to be noted here, I mean, needs to die in some fashion or another. And for ZETA Division, they should just leave him. Say, yeah, no death bonus for you.
Yes. Don't make that mistake again where the spike is on the ground and you can just hold.
10 seconds remaining, and there's a swing out. 10-10 says, nah, I want that ult orb. I want a little bit of extra money, and we'll be able to collect it. Damn near flawless. ZETA Division this time. Not dropping the anti-eco round. They tie us up at 7-7 as we go into the bonus.
Just a flood through. I mean, Donby, so annoying with a talented sniper player like 10-10.
Well, let's see if they can make the bonus happen. If they do, I mean, I think the roof's going to fly off the hub there.
Yep.
Everybody who doesn't know, the hub is the name of the pub.
It is. It rhymes, too.
Yep.
Oh, Francis does have an ultimate to use. Again, though, because you have to buy those full armors as much as you can, you're going to have to go down to a couple Guardians. Half armors for Ivy and Margaret, though. They're going to try to keep themselves hidden from the Outlaw. 10-10 in mid, though. Might have the read. Oh!
It's going to be Margaret with a shot. Puts him down. Solid advantage here to start. And Shilta just cycling these nanos here. Would love to inch forward to try to find that weapon, but it's just not going to be able to do so. Far too risky, decides to stay tucked back. Shifts away as the Nebula ends up falling. Triple push now. Heading down towards Sugar Zero. Francis. Armageddon's going to be sent. That clears out all. Sugar Zero just staying in position here for the moment. The relay bolt connecting. It's the headshot, but cannot finish the job. Donby stays alive.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, that stun saved Donby's life. This is tough retake, though. A couple Bulldogs and a Sheriff. And Nongshim knows they've got the long-range weapon advantage, so back up into long B.
Now, widely from here, it's going to be about trying to deal some damage.
Oh, it's just so
they can go absolutely crazy, but Donby, yeah, forward into the smoke, able to find one. Looks for that transfer to get the fourth. Will not be able to do so. So far, just a lone casualty. It's Clues trying to see what he can find, but it's just going to be a flash to the face. And they put him down out of his misery. Nongshim reestablish the lead and deny a bonus conversion while holding on to 4 weapons.
Okay, this is where it starts getting very real. Tournament life on the line for ZETA Division in the second half. I think I saw an operator in 10-10's hands. But man, I love the way that Nongshim just is so aggressive to take space against you, whether it be on A main or post plant. They will keep the pressure. They will keep you guessing. make it really difficult to react.
Op in play now here for 10-10, solo anchoring over at B. No pressure for now. Applied that side of the map, it's just Persia staying tucked back over at Club.
They're always doing that same thing over and over at the beginning of every round. A main, and then try a different direction.
They're about to push into the operator. Whipped shot in the previous round with the Outlaw. Let's see how 10-10 fares now. There's the stealth drone chasing forward, trying to see if it can spot out anything here. Just gets back around the corner. Gate crash set up as he's going to go a bit more aggressive here. Up on top of the screen and is rewarded for it. Domby going to be taken down.
It's a huge find. To knock Domby out of the round really slows down this Nongshim squad. They're going to try a different direction. 40 seconds on the clock to work with. Ivy can win this. And there's a real shot.
Oh, smoke falling. Shots exchanged, neither getting tagged up though.
30 seconds left.
Shilta just going to look to back away. Triple approach through Art. Persia working his way over towards main. Sugar Zero tucked here at dugout. And he's just going to get spammed down. Damage suffered. Middle of the way down to 29 health. Spike in play. Decent positions here for the side of Nongshim. This would be a bit of a back-breaking round for them to try to find the win and push forward. Clue's going to be struck down. The turn to the side though. Shota, XDL able to find one apiece. Oh, Ivy breaks through over at Art.
Huge.
Now the 2v3. Steadies the aim. Shota dead. The re-peek in though, and 10-10 with the op is able to deliver a 3K. ZETA, they tie it up at 8-8.
Oh, great reactions from 10-10 at the end of this. Just playing off of those kills, trading them immediately.
They critically hold on to the operator and get the round win, but yeah, money is still in a rough position here for ZETA. Let's see what the buy looks like as we get ready to go forward into the next round. Pressure very much starting to ramp up here against these players.
Ooh. No doubt. I mean, some good decisions being made on both sides of the board. It's actually going to be an outlaw for Persia.
It's only one player, though. It is 10-10.
I know. I was just going to say, is he just going to challenge 10-10, knowing that he could only get half?
Oh, Judge in hand, beats Bucky. Domby struck down. As the Nano buys him enough time to go ahead and get the reload on the Judge. Once again, solid early kill with Domby dead. Makes for a bit more of a brutal round for Nongshim to try to play out.
Makes it so much easier to react to ZETA.
10-10. Looking alive and well here with that op.
France is just like, come on, do it. Swing out that door. But not taking the bait is Shota. He should never, until the spike is planted, probably leave that spot, but still pushing forward.
TP. Ooh. 10-10 nails the shot. So damn snappy with it. For Francis and Margaret, it's just the save. 30 seconds to wait out as ZETA are flawlessly going to get themselves into the lead.
I mean, 10-10, these last couple of rounds with the operator has been a difference maker. Has hit some crazy good shots. Great decision here. I think this is something you need to be learning from and bringing into the rest of this match, is to have some kind of answer for Domby, not just against the ecos, but in general, and a Judge is a great way to do it. It's been a real pain point, obviously, on Lotus, was him to be able to just break your ankles, and you're not able to track him with your sprays, and you don't have a ton of utility to slow him down, so it's a good way to do that. Shotguns.
Crisp shots here. 1 round lead here, but a timeout call. Nongshim feeling the pressure, wanting to get this done in 2-0 fashion so they can start planning and prepping for the playoffs.
Oh, for sure.
Not wanting to go to that third and final map.
Well, and you got to keep in mind, like, How are you going to make sure that Domby's alive for the later stage of these rounds? Like, he's been getting picked off early. You know, I think just a little bit of a kind of lapse in identification, because you'll see players jump up on that screen spot all the time and go for the snipe, and nobody was really seemingly ready. I mean, to be fair, 1010 was very fast when he did it. It was a very nice play that he made in that position, and he's been really quick with those scopes. Even bested Persia there when Persia had an outlaw and was already watching that angle. Some Nongshim fans.
Well,
want to see them win.
See if they're going to be able to make that happen. Final timeout here of Pearl called. ZETA in the lead. A buy put together here for Nongshim, but Money is not going to be in a fantastic spot. They can't get this one across the line.
He's got a judge.
A judge and an overdrive. One away from a Steel Garden is Nongshim, as well as a Cosmic Divide. Clues. Armageddon nearly there.
I'm a bit surprised ZETA wouldn't just maybe hang on to the judge. I mean, to be fair, Nongshim had plans for it. You can see this.
He'll scale forward and take some space, but the Dimensional Drift is just going to be coming through. Tommy tagged up and Ivy dead. Shota will go ahead and find him here in mid. Stun coming through, 10-10. Out of the Dimensional Drift, peeks in. Margaret gets dropped. Sugar Zero finding Persia. And it's not flawless, but it's damn clean overall. ZETA now up 10-8. Shrugging off that timeout call and breaking down the economy from Nongshim.
Just a beautiful timing on that drift. You know, as soon as players start walking through mid doors, they're like, yes, we will send 10-10 through, and he will figure out exactly what's going on. Throws the clone out, shoots in between its legs to take down Margaret. I love that. But just, it's a collapse from that information, from that ult. An advantage you're going to have to maybe lean into one more time, or who knows, ZETA might just be able to shut it out before 10-10 even gets to another one. He's got 2 orbs again, though. Looking to creep his way forward for a third, but he got the 2 Sentinels watching this.
Jump peek out. Ivy dead. Margaret able to find one there. The hero rifle, but that quickly gets taken out of their control as well. As Domby locked in position, the Thorns get popped. Tiny amount of damage taken. Once again, on the prowl. Chasing forward as SARS plays here on the B site. Overdrive. Committed here in the 3v4. Domby needing to deliver, pushes forward, is immediately met with death. An Armageddon available, but surely this is not going to be the round it gets committed into. That's not Francis's. That's Clues's. And I think you can understand it a little bit more.
Yeah.
We'll see, though. If they can make this close, he might just be willing to pull the trigger on it.
I was kind of hoping it was
The hold to half. Shota gives his life, and now Armageddon does get committed here. They have to rotate out. XCL does not escape. Diffuse, however, being held, and they are not aiming at Sugar Zero. So they will go ahead, get the defuse. It'll get close. The up will be lost. The ults will be committed. But ZETA now move up by 3.
It's just scrappy. The op was not recovered there for ZETA, so they have to invest in it, but you only need a couple more rounds. You got to feel like you can get this done. XDL, oh, there you go. Finally, able to find one of those shutdowns of Domby's slides. Just in a good position to do it. And that was very, very dangerous for ZETA.
Full common collected from Sugar Zero.
Been there, done that.
5 rifles in once again. Margaret, one away from having the lockdown. Shota, same story. As it's going to be the Steel Garden to start things off. XCL able to go ahead, rotates out. Spike now getting ready to be planted as Margaret's position going to be noted. Does have Persia here behind, though.
Have some tools for a retake for ZETA, but you got to clear mid. You got to deal with these lurks.
Double Cosmic Divide's now going to be committed in. Steel Garden as well. Sent is Domby. Will try to stay alive. Ivy, however, on the flank, going to be taken down. The slide forward, finds one, but Clues is there to capitalize. Player advantage now going to be found here as Francis backpedaling, sends out the salvos, just keeping them off the spike for now.
Margaret.
They have no information whatsoever. Margaret, like you say, is on the backstab. The God's gonna find out, getting ready to fall down. 10-10 finding one. Margaret striking, finds another. Persia able to find Shota. The lob in, but 10-10 pushes the Nebula, finds the shot. The defuse is just gonna be stuck to. Margaret, he cannot stop it. What is that drop shot? Kills 10-10, will stop them from carrying over the weapons, but oh, he cannot save the round. So very close. As ZETA now get up to map point.
Oh my goodness. This is madness.
I'm gonna look across the way and see if Chopra still has hair.
I hope not.
He does.
Dang. Well, ZETA though, I mean, who would have thought here on Pearl that they'd be doing this? I mean, still need one more round. You can never count out this Nongshim team. Dambi ahead of the salvos. Seemingly ZETA somewhat aware, still had enough for an op, but Dambi's gonna have the op carried over from Margaret, I believe, from the previous round. So they're gonna try to see if they can create some space of their own. Meanwhile, 10-10 is over in Art. He's got XDL with him.
4 in a row is what is necessary. The Dimensional Drift also available here for 10-10. They want to try to keep this up, disguised for now. So quick clear on the stealth drone.
Just wait out the smokes a bit. Has Nongshim. No. Nobody playing off that util. Sota decided to hold his fire. So let's see. Spike should be able to be planted. Again, oh, clues.
Dead. That's the spike interrupted. Salvos now ready to be sent. It should at least get some damage. No, forces them back once again. Dambi, however, able to find one shot that's going to be taken down. So now the lockdown cannot come into play for the side of ZETA Division. And Margaret will immediately invest theirs. Look to create some space. Now they can push forward and guarantee the plant.
10-10 can drift.
Planted.
That's going to be the potential difference maker here.
Swaps the weapons over. Looks like he's going to go for it.
Setting
Mask
up for the
comes
lurk.
on. XDL here around the back. Being watched. They're prepped for this. The push forward. Kills cannot be found. Tiny bit of damage going to be done here. 10-10, he's just jumping out right in front of him. Finds one. Eventually will get taken down. Ivy finds the second. So it looks like Clues maybe just to snatch up the operator. Try to run out, try to save this one, but you can see here on the mini-map, Persia getting into pole position to try to intercept.
He's not going to expect it.
No, not at all. He's through the gap. The weapon lost. Nongshim stabilize. They fight back after a 5-round win streak from the side of ZETA Division. They get up to 9. They need 3 more.
Yeah, that's a brutal one to lose. Not much money behind that buy. Did him in an early swing out from Shota. And then because XDL's not able to stay alive on the backside, because that's read by Nongshim, you catch 10-10 in a really awkward spot in his Dimensional Drift where he doesn't have any ability to get out. He's running out of juice in that ultimate. So he has to just try to go for the pillar play. And it's just a trade. So not nearly as much value as you would have liked, and a timeout from ZETA Division to try to find a way to get that final round to send this to split. Who would have thought?
I think the one fortunate thing for ZETA Division at the moment is that with Shota's death, that lockdown is still held. They have that to try to close things out here. Because pretty much everything else has been committed by the remaining parties. You mentioned it, that third and final map split between these teams for a spot in the playoffs, as the sign says. And we all know that there is only bangers on split.
Correct.
A ZETA Japanese classic map to see whether or not they can make it into the playoffs here of stage 1 and have a chance of going on a run to try to get over to Masters Toronto. A couple sheriffs and classics is all that ZETA have to throw together.
Just try to weather the storm for this round. Do some damage, maybe snag that op for yourselves, who knows, but could be a little bit tricky. A lot of players stacked up right along this B wall.
Whoop. Spot out. I don't know if the op is there, and it's just gonna be Sugars. They're trying to take an aggressive position inside of the smoke, but Nongshim wise to it, looking for it. Able to go ahead and find that kill. Flash out, Clues able to find one. Domby gonna be taken down. Repeat though, Persia now up in hand. And he's just gonna gun him down. 2 kills found. Star set up behind. But quick little exit there from 10-10. Gets out towards safety for the moment. Margaret pushes forward. Takes a forward spot. And that's just gonna be a quick kill coming through. Looking like a damn near flawless round overall for Nongshim to get within touching distance, to get 2 rounds away from sending this map into overtime.
Just one player to deal with. ZETA wants to die to the spike, already has his ult, so no reason to go anywhere else. And everybody from Nongshim fanned out to try to look for him, except for the one spot he's in. Ivy thinking about it. Let's see. Yep, here goes Francis.
No way. Oh. Ah.
Oh.
How did he get it? Did
How
he turn
did you
back?
read it?
You see him on the mini map or something?
Maybe.
Dude, if this map ended and we went to a third with a ninja defuse, I was gonna lose my damn mind. That would have been insane. But overall, I like the game plan here from the side of ZETA, but the off gets picked up in Persia just a little bit too clean with these shots.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit difficult now. The op play that was really setting the tempo, setting the stage for this defender side for ZETA, not going to be in their hands, I don't think. Oh, they're gonna be able to get one up. Okay, they had just enough. Scrape one together. Thought maybe, but they had saved. They had that one player who had 1850, I think it was, a couple rounds ago. So 10-10 going to be sliding over. Domby clear on the other side of the map. Things slowing down. Pressure on both of these teams immense.
Persia forward into the smoke. The op not in a position to try to find the punish. Will jump up over the top and does manage to cut him in 2. As Armageddon sent over towards Secret. Sugar Zero out in front of it, just tucked here within the smoke. The relay bolt going to be connecting as he moves up into the smoke. Sugar Zero is instantaneous with a headshot. Francis similarly dives forward. Shorty in hand. Cuts him down, brings him now into a 3v3, but Ivy tagged up. The lockdown still available. The flick from 10-10 whipped. Lockdown now in play. Nongshim having to respect this. They backpedal. Margaret sticking around for a little bit longer to just lob in some of this util. Nano's popped. Salvos sent. ZETA needing to fight forward, fight their way out in towards main. But they're being saved off and shut down. Nongshim persevere. They get the lockdown out. They win the round. And they are 1 away from sending this now into overtime.
Just kind of an odd position there for XDL that Persia is able to punish, even though he gets traded. That Vice util gone. Definitely annoying and just so ready for that push out. Able to just lock that round down. So good is Nongshim about creating those crossfires.
Buy is wobbly here.
Yeah, oh yeah.
2 Bulldogs. Glass cannon for 10-10. Just a Vandal in hand. And then a Spectre for Clues. The only ult that they have to speak of. Sugar Zero 1 away from having a Cosmic Divide. But unless he can build it and use it in this round, it's not going to matter. As they'll be going into overtime. Or be victorious.
Oh, 10-10. That's a clone. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a clone.
I was like, oh my god, what are you doing?
She kind of tried to go for a little bit of the fake out on that B push, and Margaret just picked him off.
Arc Rose set up for XDL if somebody does go through the doors. But with that star there as well.
Full push getting ready to come through towards this A site. Just the linger from Margaret, looking for the backstab. The Tejo a world away. Clue's not going to be in position to try to interrupt this one. He managed to push forward ahead of the Cosmic Divide. Just going to try to bait out what they possibly can. And Margaret. Looks like it took him a second, but he finally realizes and sends it. Absolutely destroyed. Now the sprint forward. He's going to be flushed into the open, and he wins the fight! Still gets taken down by the open. It might not matter. The 2 kills. Puts Nongshim in with the lead. Ivy low on HP, but 10-10. Gets out, finds Persia. Domby, the slide forward, dead. 10-10. This man is glass cannon, and he's still winning the fights. Whoa! Sugar Zero dead through the wall.
10 seconds left.
10-10.
One enemy remaining.
Tries to play around with him a little bit. Shota playing on the timing. Peeks, finds it! And ZETA get over the line. 13-11. We are going to map 3. The fates of these two teams still up in the air. The only thing that we know for certain is that there is only bangers on Split.
I just am in shock. I mean, going to Pearl, going to the map that has been Nongshim territory for quite a while, and somehow, some way, ZETA swaps over to their defender side and puts together a masterclass, and finally is able to get a win against this Nongshim squad. That was absolute madness. And it started, it looked like maybe it was just going to be Nongshim. A couple of flawlesses to start, an ace from Margaret with a judge. Just shaking right off. Some big moments. Sugar Hero stepping up at times. Clues with this massive, massive clutch, this 1v3. And then 10-10 gets the op scooped up on the defender side, puts up some serious numbers.
We are going to be going late into the evening here in Seoul, South Korea, as well as over there in Tokyo at the ZETA watch party. We're going to be burning that midnight oil perhaps, but what a rally back, what a map of action here between these two squads. Split is going to be coming up next. The winner into the playoffs, the loser, we'll see you in stage 2. We'll see what happens, but for now, we will pass it back over to the analysts as per usual to break down everything from Pearl.
To pick this map against Nongshim, we asked if ZETA were going to be prepared, if they knew what they were doing. We asked why on earth would you do this, and ZETA gave this very answer. It wasn't perfect, but they had a game plan in place. And I have to say, I'm very impressed. Even up until that last minute, those were some very, very, very tense rounds.
Yeah, they showed us why they let this through. They clearly had a plan coming into this, and I thought they looked much better here than they did on their Lotus. Much more composed, much more in control of the gameplay. I'm not sure about you, Pilski, but I'm very impressed by this ZETA squad, especially as we take it forward to Split.
Yeah, Nongshim start out on the defensive side. I mean, this is kind of an attacker's map for me, but when you play this mirror of these slower comps, it really does feel like it's a bit of a slog to get some of those attacking rounds. You need a very kind of clear objective, and we are going to dive into a little bit more detail of how ZETA was actually able to achieve that, but I think they got just enough out of their attacking side, and then when they moved over onto the defense, they had a clear kind of game plan as well. For Nongshim, man, Margaret's been on fire this series. I haven't seen him be able to have this kind of impact on the lurk since Ascension. He is kind of one of the underperforming members of Nongshim for the majority of their time in Pacific. I don't think he's really had that same kind of magical come away with the good lurk timings that you're used to seeing from him. So it's great to see him have a much better game today. He had a lot of impact. He was winning every aim duel. He was doing exactly what you needed him to do on the attacking side. He was hitting the lurk timings, but also he's playing the post player very well. He's getting a lot of value out of the KJ mollies.
Yeah, he really understands this agent so well on this map. I think it's easy to see why this map has been historically so good for Nongshim. I don't think Nongshim were pushed over. You know, I don't think they did really much wrong. I think the credit more falls on ZETA for being able to pick it apart so well. But yeah, Margaret, a real standout there on the Nongshim roster. And of course, 10-10 on the other side, really doing his stuff.
Yeah, 100% agree with that. How focused they were on, you know, they knew what they needed to do in order to win, and they knew when they could actually pull that out. And it definitely shows how ZETA kept their cool, even though, you know, Nongshim, they really did have that lead. They can be very scary, they can be very intimidating, but ZETA knew, you know what, just get to defense. Just cross that road.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how they played their attack here as we take a look through some of the replays and the highlights of this game. I mean, they had kind of two approaches. One was a very vanilla approach. This is what you saw in the ultless kind of rounds where it's a bit more tickle art. You're breaking a lot of the KJ utility. You're playing very lurk heavy. They're able to isolate Margaret inside of the link there, and then they just wait for mistakes on the attacking side. But then once you get the ults going, this is a big difference between the Yoru and the Neon, and this might actually come into play on Split as well, where you have that duelist difference between these two teams. Once you get the ults rolling on attack, you could start mixing in some of these more set plays towards B. You can throw in the Dimensional Drift, you could throw in the KJ ult, and if you're able to get into some of these B-side afterplants, you're able to win a lot of rounds, and you saw that be a very effective approach from ZETA. So whether it's dry contact through the middle of the map, breaking the KJ util, and waiting for mistakes out from the defense and trying to bait some reactions and get some picks that way, or it's kind of these set play rounds with the ults, which is a big strength of these Pearl comps you're seeing from these teams. You got KJ ult, you got the Dimensional Drift, even the Cosmic can give you a set play kind of ult round, even the Steel Garden as well can be fantastic in some of those afterplants. So those ults are absolutely crucial to win some of those rounds on attack and win some big swing rounds as well.
Yeah, strong set plays open up the B side of this map entirely, and we saw ZETA really be able to abuse that. Then we get across to their defender side. We also have some more replays to be able to show you, where we know we spoke about the game plan of them coming into this, and when they get across to this second half, the goal is clear. Get 1010 on these scoped weapons. Get him on this operator. This was a massive part of their game plan, and 1010 came alive on this second half. We also saw them mix up the way they were playing mid so many times. Sometimes there's Killjoy there, sometimes there's Vice there, sometimes, like we just saw, 1010 is fighting there with the op. So lots of great ideas. I feel like they really understood Nongshim this game. They got 1010 active, and he played a great map.
I don't know if you could have done this with Depp. By the way, like, I haven't seen Depp on the op very much. They have one of the lowest op utilizations of any team, ZETA, and I think it was absolutely key for them to win their defense with the op. The Yoru absolutely needs to be a disruptive force, and against this very, very slow style on Pearl, like, some teams will run it down with the double duelist. We've been seeing that be a very popular approach to a lot of maps, but particularly on Pearl to kind of pick up the pace. But against this Nongshim style, if you are not opping, you're borderline throwing. Like, it is so powerful with how slow they play and how much dry contact they have to take with this flashless comp.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we see 1010 all the time. He's jumping up onto the box on long B. He's just taking that shot. You know, once you're able to dominate that side of the map, you're funneling these attackers. It's something they really had down. So massive respect to the ZETA Division team to go, you know what, we'll let you guys have Pearl, but this is what we have prepared, and it worked to a T.
It's a great game plan.
I'm very, very impressed with what they had. I mean, like, you know, as we mentioned earlier, Nongshim, they already have real estate on Lotus, and they're looking at Pearl next. You know, they'll probably have land there too. And now I'm worried for ZETA Division. As we head into Split, I'm worried that they probably exhausted everything that they had.
I got a hard disagree with you, Demika. I'm feeling better than ever coming into Split.
Yeah.
This is a ZETA Division team that beat Talon and T1 on Split.
Yeah.
Two very, very strong teams. This is a good map 3 for ZETA.
By the way, Talon and T1 are the only teams Nongshim have lost to on this map, I'm pretty sure. So, I mean, I don't know if you'd necessarily be reading into it that hard, but I think particularly starting defense here for ZETA, they're feeling very good about how this game is going. This is a map that they've been playing the Yoru on as well, so I think 1010 is going to be well and truly comfortable to just slot straight into that role.
Yeah, and so Nongshim have been using the Deadlock as well on this map, but having the Yoru on the side of ZETA will be able to counter that a little bit better than we saw in map 1. It was a real struggle for them in map 1, but they will have more answers now. But we saw how effective Ivy is on that Deadlock. We know that this style can be really, really good for ZETA Division. Sorry, for Nongshim. Yeah. And as the casters mentioned, it's only bangers on Split, so we got a lot to look forward to.
That's the stylistic difference between these two teams. If they run the same comp, it's, again, like we just saw on Pearl, Neon versus Yoru, but also Deadlock on one side, which Ivy will probably be playing on Nongshim, and Breach, which both actually combo very well with the Teo. We saw Talon with some of those Teo Deadlock comps with the Gravnet before, and it was very, very effective.
Yeah, I just worry about the momentum, right? Because, you know, you do have Nongshim that can be very snowbally. On the other side, though, it's very 50-50 at this point, because ZETA, obviously, they're showing that they're not the same team. You know, sure, perhaps Lotus didn't look as well, but you're absolutely right. Going into Pearl, they look much, much better. On Split, I'm wondering if that 10-10 magic comes into play here, especially since Nongshim, they probably prepared for a very different kind of ZETA Division.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we take map 2 as an example, right? So when Nongshim want to play slow, 1010 is able to get that op going, and he looks very comfortable there. So I think unless Nongshim are kind of going to change up their comp, I think they have to be kind of worried about 1010's op.
they have to start attack again. So like, I think the start of this game is very important. You need to start on that attacker side pistol. You need to slow down defense economy, start to get those reset rounds mixed in. Because again, if you start to play this slow style, especially, you know what, it's a more close quarters map. The op can definitely be very effective for 10-10, but he can definitely just play rifle and play some of the off angles. And we've seen it be hit or miss for Depp. Like he's had one of his worst games ever on Split, and then the very next game he's absolutely dominating. So I'm sure they have a lot of setups around the already built into the foundations of their team, because this is a comp and a map that they've already got some reps on, ZETA.
Yeah, and I have to praise ZETA as well for, you know, they have this tendency of like just keeping their cool. It's like, it's okay. It's okay if they have the numbers advantage. It's okay if they're running inside. Calm down and let them, because they're Nongshim. That's what they do. So props to the coaching staff for ZETA for preparing for that one.
I'll tell you who's not keeping their cool though. That whole ZETA watch party, it's going off in there. Get me a ticket, man.
Oh my gosh, that is the place. That is the place to be. Over with Zeta Guy and everybody.
I bet it was electric after that match 2 win. I mean, I'm rooting for ZETA for my own predictions, but partly for that watch party.
Alrighty, well, as we expected, both teams going back to what's been working for them. Like I said, for Nongshim, I want to see them start out strong. They want to slow down that ZETA economy before they can get op rolling. They need some of these earlier rounds, and I've definitely, at least for ZETA, I've got my eye on Sugar Zero. He was insane on this map previously.
Yeah, for Nongshim, we are seeing that deadlock again. The one thing on this attack side is their post plants will be so strong. You have Viper, you have Teo, you have Deadlock. They need to get that spike down and consistently, and then they'll have a good shot.
Yeah, hopefully they do. It seems like both teams here are prepared. They definitely want to win this. This is for playoffs. And as we mentioned, only bangers on Split. So let's send it over to your casters, Achilles and Paper Thin.
Here we go, map 3 to round out the evening. A full evening of action across our 2 sets. This one with playoffs on the line. I believe at this point, though, our top seeds in each group have been secured. So congratulations to our Indonesian squads in Boom and RRQ, who are now safely at the top. And respectively, 1 win away each. A ticket at Masters Toronto, if my brain also is working correctly.
Imagine. What a world. This is a fascinating split. They have played this map before, have these 2 teams against each other this year. It was Nongshim who came out ahead 13-9, but both teams running very different comps then. So this could go either way, who knows? And I like what the desk is talking about with that deadlock. Very crucial that ZETA is able to find ways to deal with that, particularly on their attacker side when they switch to it. But
not just that, but also that Nongshim is able to find some attacker side round wins.
Yes.
Given the composition here.
I mean, I think at least 4 for Nongshim is what they're going to need.
Let's see if they can find the first. We've been tied up 2-2 in pistols so far. As Shota about to catch a glimpse. It's going to be Margaret spotting him out. Finds him there within the smoke. 10-10 stunned, but still able to go ahead and stabilize for the headshot. Domby going to be struck down, so 1 for 1. The Paranoia goes across over towards ramp, but ZETA not wanting to overpeak and clues on a lurk. Swinging around the back, about to get the catch. Finds it. Ivy, however, not finished off. Meanwhile, back up towards the vent. XDL going to be able to find one. Francis straight down. Sugar Zero comes down 2. 10-10 swings back across. And that is the pistol going the way of ZETA.
This is great recovery by ZETA. Nongshim takes space early, and it looks like it's round over. But 10-10 somehow, some way, just finds out that indeed stuns may be cosmetic from time to time, and somehow takes out Domby. I mean, that's a massive win. What looks like it's just going to be Nongshim taking the site. 10-10's able to adjust, and that early damage done sets things up for Sugar to Zero, and he knocks him down.
You hear that energy starting to get pumped there. ZETA getting hyped, but we do have to remember what happened on Lotus. They were able to avoid it in the second map. See if they can look to just close things out. Francis is going to be able to find one, but in Margaret just absolutely out on an island. 6 bullets remaining. XDL puts every single one of them to good use. Now looking for an ace. Go ahead and start things off, and there you go. Ace or Predator, ace in hand. That is going to be a damn clean anti-eco. 2-0 start for ZETA.
It is getting loud downstairs.
Oh, there are a ton of ZETA fans.
Oh, yeah.
Both sides very well represented tonight, as it turns out.
Absolutely. Very excited to see it. And this is just beautiful play, nice setups. Some of his teammates there getting involved. It's got to feel good. 10-10 with an outlaw. Decent amount of weaponry carried over here. TP up onto the box for Persia.
Oh, Ivy does eat the shot. And the Armor 2 survives. Oh, Sugar Zero trying to draw it down. And Domby's just a madman. He's just everywhere. Eats a bunch of damage, but helps come away with the kills. Clue's able to find one. Backpedals. Just that Spectre in hand.
Planted.
The lurk
So
from
Widely
Margaret.
is looking to try to see if they can deal some additional damage here. You said Margaret, they lend credence to it. They turn back, but now sights set here towards the spike. And Margaret in position to find some solid value. Domby going to be taken down as Margaret now arriving. Checks over towards drop. Nothing going to be noted. Spots out the first. XCL going to fall. Turn up towards the top, and Clue's unable to find it. They still get 3 kills though, so it's decent damage dealt, but bonus cannot be converted as Nongshim will get themselves a round win.
Yeah, just turning up the tempo there. Catching the Zeta players enough off guard, and Donby so annoying on that Neon. He's just so elusive. Sugar Zero can't track him down in time. A lot of damage done in that round though. So from an economic perspective, not too bad for Zeta. It is going to be another judge for Donby.
And now on off for 10-10.
Yep.
Rolling Thunder online. As net sent out early, just getting a forward little setup on that sonic sensor.
Just trying to make sure that if 10-10 feels like he can push that, you're going to give yourself a little bit of an extra boost in that fight. Crossfire setup though. Sota.
Relay ball set. Sugar Zero sticks around, finds the headshot. Drops down, Paranoia up in towards Mail. Persia not caught by it, but Shota's still able to find the kill. As this round is looking all good for Zeta Division, but Downbeat to go ahead, re-steady the aim. Finds one, strafing forward into the side, however, is Ivy. Pop flash sent around the back pillar. Just the classic in behind this operator. 10-10. Needing a bit of rescue here, needing some reinforcements perhaps. Swooping forward, and never mind. Closes it out with the classic. 3-1, Zeta well out in front.
I mean, just the confidence there from Sugar Zero to just eat the relay bolt and feel like he can hit the headshot. Unbelievable.
8-2-0 here for XDL.
Oh, he is frying right now.
Down B.
Man doesn't need ISO. He can do just as well on Breach. Nice outplay from Donby. Gave some hope, but that operator never really fully dealt with. And the lurk by Ivy shut down. It is going to be Donby with, you know, the Bucky.
Some frustrations out on that wall. There's no timing shot. Just keeps it disguised here for the moment as Clues being hounded down. Both players going to be stunned up here, and there's the Annihilation. Get the grab onto Clues. So just the one trade out. There's a push from Vent getting ready to come through. 10-10 here at backside. Goes in with a shot, spots out Margaret. Jumps back over towards screens. Arrival now from Shota though, gets his way forward into heaven. Finds the shot, Ivy dead. I believe a dink across onto Francis. Whittles him down to 33.
Spike planted.
The plant coming in. 10-10 trying to check close. Nothing noted there, but Margaret positions forward. Aggressive spot, finds one, Shota now. And Sugar Zero versus Francis, who's just got the Sheriff in hand. They will just run him down. Up can get scooped up. Zeta continuing on their merry way now, 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, just absorbing the pressure from Nongshim very nicely. A lot of the util connecting, but Zeta able to fight their way through it. I mean, Donby at that range with a Bucky, pretty tough. Get more than one. Nice use of the Annihilation. You know, Nongshim doing their best to piece by piece pull Zeta apart.
Shots all around! Might want to be a bit conservative on that.
Amazing. That's just juice in those.
Yeah, it's just
juice.
Just orange juice.
Yep.
Nothing else.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
This has been madness. I mean, Nongshim has turned up the tempo, and Zeta's responded by just being okay with it. They're just kind of setting up little trap plays at some of these chokes a little bit deeper. They're not contesting, you know, in mid-top. They're not contesting at the A ramp or A main. They're letting that pressure come through, and the traps are a little bit kind of deeper than maybe Nongshim is kind of expecting in some of the rounds. In that last round, I think Nongshim read that extremely well. Just the weapon disadvantage cost them in the long run.
10-10 fan there.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't realize they wrote, maybe, I'm not sure if that's exactly how it's written in Hangul, but they wrote it as Teng Teng.
Maybe just a cute way to say it.
Possibly.
Mm.
Sometimes you can never know if it's like a meme or a pun.
Yeah. I'm out of the loop, like, with normal English memes. It's hard enough.
Speaking of, 10-10 pushes the smoke, and Dambi dead on the floor. There's no idea what was coming their way. And just like that, ZETA have outdone Nongshim off the back of the timeout. The slow drift away. Ivy and Margaret have to save.
I mean, they just have great plans to counter the aggression. This time they're showing a completely different look. I said it during the timeout. They haven't put any pressure towards mid. And this time they show it. And they throw 10-10 in there with a shorty. ZETA there to back him up. And they just knock it out of the park. Stellar. Absolutely stellar. You have to take a moment to give a ton of praise to this ZETA coaching staff with what they have done. You know, XQQ comes back in as the head coach. Carlisle's still there as the assistant. And they have turned this ZETA division team around in just a couple of months since kickoff. And 10-10 looks brilliant. I mean, when I went back and watched the VODs of the T1 Academy team where 10-10 was playing before ZETA scooped him up, one thing that really impressed me, yeah, the kid's got some shots, he's got some skills, but what impressed me the most was that he's always playing with what the team needs him to do. He's Johnny on the spot, whether that be we need you to get aggressive and go push into a smoke here with a shorty and kill a player and then TP out, or just make sure your TPs are set up that you can react to the contact of wherever Nongshim's going to be quick enough. You know, if he's playing the extremities with that operator, if he's playing over at a garage or a main, and then he needs to be on the other side, he's always there in time and in a good position. He never overcommits. He's not that overheating kind of duelist usually. And that's why he is fitting into this ZETA game plan so well. You can see there, doesn't greed for more. Gets his one and he knows that's good enough. He knows that his teammates are there to back him up. And you have a couple rifles saved over and then sheriffs. A lot of ults on both sides. So things could get pretty wild. As, well, it's been wild pretty much all day.
Yeah. Now, there's 3 sheriffs, the 2 carried over rifles. An overdrive for Dambi. But just so many ults stacked up here for ZETA. Only missing that Armageddon. XDL, having since built up this Rolling Thunder since round 3, has just not had it committed.
Just haven't really needed to.
That's
your opportunity.
He's just going to send it here on a bit of a timing. No one going to get caught by it. Does get dodged. As we dip in under a minute remaining here on the clock.
A complete change of pace from Nongshim.
Things coming down. Ooh, 10-10. Not able to find the spot out. Does go in for the dimensional drift. He's going to chase forward into garage and confirm that there's nobody else in this position. As XDL quickly trying to tuck back here around the corner and does end up getting taken down. Dambi able to find that kill. Spike, however, still not forward into the site. Sugar 0 now. Eliminated. Dambi comes away with a second. Lose will bring him around with that shorty. Cuts him down to size. At the same time, though, still have Ivy widely contained back over in spawn. Just waiting to try to see if that flank comes through, what 10-10's approach is going to be. Pit, however, now invested from Shota. He needs Azure to be able to deliver some form of assistance. 10-10 has the jump.
Wow.
Kill found.
What a read.
Weapon could get swapped out. It seems like may just have to up to hold on to this operator. So he'll backpedal through the sewers. Nongshim will break this little win streak here from ZETA and get themselves a second round victory.
Yeah, this is just a great patience play to start the round from Nongshim, taking their time, kind of working the map a little bit. Big miss early from 1010. Commits his ult, and that's when Nongshim decides to pull the trigger. They know he's on the other side of the map. They know he's not going to be able to get over to where they are. And that's going to open the door for Donby. They got the spot onto XDL early, so they kind of knew he was going to likely tuck into that corner. Able to throw the concuss from the Tejo at him. And Donby's pre-firing that angle before he even gets through. And then Sugar Zero with kind of an ill-advised TP. I think one thing I liked about the way ZETA was playing against those overdrives on Pearl was that they were not contesting them. They were just letting it expire. Just saying, oh, he popped the ult, back up, back up.
Yeah. Well, all things considered, ends up being a very costly round for the side of ZETA Division because they do lose, but they also commit 4 ults. The 10-10, though, not skipping a beat. Keeps the op in play, peeks out, immediately finds one, leaving Margaret on the floor. Pit not investable here as Mr. Worldwide.
That's what I'm talking about.
Finds another.
He's so good at being in the right place at the right time.
Persia going to be TPing forward here onto the A side. Paranoia burned. Double approach in towards Heaven as the spike gets ready to be planted. Clues does have this Armageddon, but Op's not descendant quite just yet. Wants to get the rest of the team clustered up and likely look for a bit of a flood retake. Salvo is going to be sent, and then hopping over to the side, having swapped over to the Vandals. Going to be good for one as Donby looks for a little bit more. Pushes him low, but cannot find that kill. Now is all is lonesome here in Heaven. And can only get the one additional follow-up kill. Defuse to come through. ZETA Division not allowing for Nongshim to string any consecutive round wins together.
Just making sure that they've got the operator, and they do.
They've had the operator. Since shook his hands, he's standing right next to the...
Oh yeah, he was. That's what I assumed they were doing, but nope. I guess they're just talking over how they wanted to cycle the ults.
Could be that. They might just be...
screaming.
I don't like this skin. Give me another skin.
Yeah. That's real ranked energy right there. That's me when I grab my ugly operator skin.
Yeah.
The Plutonium Blaster 9000 or whatever it's called. People hate that. But I love it.
10-10 popping off, and for
Dude,
good reason.
He is just so on point with this operator today. And it's been such a huge win condition. It has to TP away from those salvos. Tried to stick through them to see if anybody would peek.
Tiny bit of damage. As stealth drone just going to be broken. Spike now getting ready to move across to the A site. Looks like a slight reconsideration here.
The real question is when Donby accelerates, if that angle's held, can 10-10 connect? But being very patient, our Nongshim. They don't have much info though.
He's playing off of timing again, sending out the aftershock, anticipating this pressure here. As 10-10 looking to try to backpedal here. Salvo's coming to the rescue. Keep them zoned for the moment.
That was really wise by 10-10. Although he's going to the other side of the map. Bit of a misread here for ZETA.
Shots in. Donby going to be taken down. Clues up over the top, coming away with the kill. The entry power now very much cut down. They kind of need this opening from Margaret. It's not going to advance forward towards that B side. Clues now rolling out the red carpet. XL, Clues both going to be taken down. Wall set up over towards screens. Margaret looking to just try to lock off this Heaven position. 10-10 will be pushing in from behind.
Gonna try to go for the shorty play, but spotted and dealt with.
Kill onto one. The wall just continuing to lock them off this round. Pretty much dusted, it would seem. The op just not going to be in a spot that's easily recoverable. XCL's got money behind to go ahead and purchase another one, but this is going to be Nongshim picking up a third round win. Talked about it. How many do they need on this attack, given the composition, given that they have this deadlock in play? You said 4. They're going to be 1 away from that figure.
Yeah, no, it's starting to look really, really good. And again, if they can get to the post plants, this composition is really scary. just kind of a misread from ZETA from the get-go. I mean, they see at least a couple players come through that A main ramp, and I like the way 10-10 plays it initially. Flashes and just backs up, try to fall back a little bit. Okay, Domby runs through and he's dead, but I think the idea was that a lot of times when they had shut down Domby's entries early on Pearl, that wasn't the full commit from Nongshim, but a lot of time had already been cooked off the clock. And therefore, ZETA was just not really prepared. And Nongshim's able to brute force their way through and get those ultimates in play. I love that pit from Margaret on top of A Heaven.
Oh, what is that shot? Through the corner, up on the floor. Margaret.
At the vulnerable.
Hell of a hit.
Jeez. That's just a crazy good outplay. He has been outrageously good today.
That's a big disruptor here on the round for ZETA Division as well. They're going to gamble 4 players into mid. A site wide open for the taking. Full 4-man wraparound through the sewer?
I don't think so. I think Clues is going to go.
They're about to find out.
Yeah.
The wraparound coming through. XDL is a world away. Now starting to work his way across, but like you said, Margaret, he's already in a position, just lurking here, expecting this and striking. Swings it for a little bit more, and is snappy to find the third. Back pedals, I don't think he's going to be expected. Nope, never mind, solid. Gets himself the 4th kill. On for the ace, but Clue's a world away. It's just going to backpedal and look to save his weapon. Nongshim, first time getting consecutive round wins. They will find that 4th and start turning the tides of this half.
I mean, just plays like that from Margaret are difference makers in the just the beginning of the round. Just when he shuts down the op.
They want to give it to him, and they will. Another ace. As Ace the Predator getting plenty of shout-outs here today. Margaret on his feet, and for good reason. Secures it 11-5-1 to 11-5-1. Both he and 10-10 popping off for their respective teams. Excuse me. What?
That is just a read.
Arrest him.
Well, he threw the snake bite out.
You hit a shot like that, straight to jail.
Do not pass go, do not collect $200.
You miss the ace, straight to jail.
Straight to jail.
You get the ace, believe it or not, jail.
Straight to jail.
What in the hell?
That is ridiculous. But stuff like that, those are game changers. Individual moments that kind of break ZETA's back. They're down to just stingers. The pace of the game starting to be slowed down by Nongshim, and it is working in their favor because ZETA isn't reacting quite the same. They're not able to absorb that pressure. They're trying to contest it now. Seems like as the round timer ticks down, they want to press the issue and try to slow Nongshim up. There's one thing I thought they played well on with Pearl was to just play for retake at times. Their retakes looked solid, but it is hard against the deadlock. I get it. Here you're certainly playing for retake.
Space taken, Paranoia. Slowing the approach, TP across the way from Sugar Zero, swings out, does manage to find the kill, eats an immense amount of damage, just trying to fake the TP. Wall falls, Shota in position to find Persia. Domby now dead. That's a weapon scooped up for XDL. It seems like Nongshim, they might have overcooked the round. Still trying to bail their way out. Shota about to be called on the timing. Just like that, the pendulum swings back.
That's a head scratcher. You got to expect they're going for it. You don't have time to walk through that smoke.
Sonic sensor set up, salvo is going to be sent. Couple seconds remaining, interrupts this plant. Clues trying to go for the swing, but I think that, do they have the time? They do, just narrowly. XDL is able to find one. Doesn't have any util, he's just pinned in here at this position. Oh my God, wall broken, he's sprinting for it, he's getting out, and XDL! My God, he's done it! What a chaotic round! And that is gonna feel like a hell of a backbreaker. He's locked into alley.
You can't do that.
They're carpet bombing him.
And he just runs and guns.
Absolutely absurd.
Oh my God. That is unbelievable. I mean,
order up another round, boys.
That guy in the front, that was me. Just a little worried about the old blood pressure there. My God. Well, it's just madness. I mean, after Margaret has just a crazy round before it, XDL able to answer in kind. Now you've got the ult again.
Dombey catching a glimpse of one, 10-10 trying to hit that shot in transit. XDL considering the Rolling Thunder there for a moment, but opts to save it. Waits until they can get the team in position for a bit of a retake. Margaret, up shot, gonna go wide. Spike now getting planted. Sonic sensors on front of sight, one at elbow. 10-10 leading the charge. Dimensional Drift goes out. And he could try to call an angle here. It looks like Rolling Thunder just going to be sent over towards the site. Doesn't get the hit, and okay, never mind, it does. And Ivy just finds the headshot. Looking for the pull forward there off the Annihilation, does not manage to find it. XDL takes out Ivy. The 2v3 though. The pull-in shuts him down. XDL good for another, but now it's just Sugar Zero alone on the site here. Finding one more, but the time is just not going to be there on his side. Looks to just go ahead and hold this one down. The shots getting dodged out, but Persia just rushes forward. Shots at range rather as Margaret goes rushing forward. And it's going to be 7-5 at the half. Chaos across the map.
Well, I think this is looking pretty good for Nongshim. I mean, just crazy stuff there. The stun hits, but I mean, it's just one player that you're seeing off that Dimensional Drift, and that's where you send the Rolling Thunder. It's kind of a, you know, it's a puzzling one. That's one where I feel like you could just isolate that player as the Yoru, try to use your flashes and util to keep them locked down while the rest of your team clears a tower, but it just seemed like in the heat of the moment, ZETA again pressing the issue, just wanting to find whatever they could. Nongshim though, just so sturdy. You can't make mistakes against this Nongshim team. They are very well drilled. Those post plants are very clean. And you give them control. They know, they understand this map very well. Especially on the A site. A tower control is pivotal for those post plants. They did a great job establishing it in a bunch of different ways. Whether it just be pressure from Donby, you know, Margaret throwing up a pit up there one time. Let's see what this attacker side looks like. Gonna have a very different flavor to it than what we saw with the Neon. You have a Yoru in play. Probably a little bit slower, you would think. Let's see as we get into this pistol round. 7-5. Smells like overtime to me.
Why the hell not? They're one round away from it on that second map there of Pearl. Well, here is the question. Pistol round. Does this get tied up? Does it just go 3 for 3, or can ZETA start things off with another win? Suppress not connecting. Ivy does get noted. They're gonna look to try to pressure him out. 10-10 just finds it timing as Ivy turns his sights back over towards Garage. Flash out, Margaret able to turn from it, does well to find the one, but Sugar Zero pushes in alongside. Player advantage now gonna be set up, and this linger here from Clues over in Mail. Likely hearing these footsteps. They're still pushing for him, but has the frenzy, has the kill, looks for the second, can't make it happen. Donby loses 26 HP. But now it's just he and Persia approaching through these smokes to try to get back in. Relay bolt gonna be sent. Shota stunned up here for the moment, but Sugar Zero immediately finding the dink. Tucks back inside of the smoke. Donby swapping over the weapon. Swings the corner. Finds one. XDL on the floor. Sugar Zero. Oh! Taken down as Donby comes up huge. The slide forward. The frenzy. The 4K. Nongshim get themselves a third pistol win with a Red Bull clutch and are one round away from tying this up.
That's devastating. I mean, what a round though. It looks so good for ZETA. A great entry by 10-10, follows up with a good flash to set up for the trade. They've got Clues to counter the lurk. It looks like it's all ZETA. And then a frenzy in Donby's hands just spells their doom. Huge moment. One of those difference makers potentially again.
Starting to get topsy-turvy. Full investment. Any kills found here for ZETA will be damage dealt, but Nongshim well poised to tie this at 7-7. It's a flash through. Shallow TP forward. Margaret spamming though. Finds him 10-10 dead, locked in as the wall was there. As things go quiet. Stealth drone to check around the ramp. Nothing going to be noted there. Sonic sensor here in front. Ivy watching with a Spectre. And here comes the push. Sensor gets the stun, and Ivy gets the kill. Damage not suffered. Looks for a little bit more. They are able to go ahead, push forward. 3 players into heaven to overwhelm. Francis making his presence there at stairs known. Margaret, however, looking to be the final boss of the site. Smoke dissipating shots, not quite connecting. So fight to try to make it a bit more unassailable. And on the repeat, Margaret will be able to collect 3. Between that and the 4K from Dami in the previous round, Nongshim tie things up at 7-7, and they're getting things into a nice position as far as their ults are considered.
Yeah, they're really doing a great job of utilizing this deadlock util to make life difficult for ZETA. With the wall early into that Sonic sensor. ZETA just trying to claw their way through. That's going to be something that has to be considered. Ways that you are going to deal with the barrier mesh. Now out with a lot of util early. Drone should get the spot on the Margaret. Margaret repositions, but immediate rotations from Nongshim. And look at this Bucky.
Just watching it and puts him down. Swing onto the corner, stun the clues. Kill gonna be found. Shota beaten and battered down to 17 HP. Still does manage to find a kill, but that leaves XDL now all alone, rotating across through the sewer with Margaret there ready and waiting once more.
TV remembers.
Rides the rope down. He's not opting for the util. Eyes trained above, but Margaret right there in front waiting for him. Bonus conversion, Nongshim now in the lead. For the first time here on Split.
Yeah, I mean, Ivy is just so deadly. Gets the Bucky, gets 10-10 out of the TP, grabs a rifle, and just starts knocking people down. Great transfer there. Margaret again, same spot, same results. And then has to be a timeout. You have to talk about this. You gotta find ways to force that barrier mesh out. You gotta find ways to deal with that deadlock util. That's objective number 1 right now for ZETA Division. Obviously getting to the plants and getting to the wins, but you gotta find ways to dissect the way that they're gonna pilot this deadlock, and it can be tricky. Not every team can really always find that success. Some have against Nongshim, for sure. But right now, ZETA is in a dire position. Already down a round on their attacker side on a map that usually can be fairly defender-sided. It's going to take something special here for ZETA Division to overcome these hurdles. Stingers and a Sheriff. Saw what they can do with those Stingers on their defender side. Obviously a very different question in front of you.
All missiles away.
Going to try to take some mid-control, TP out, right into a smoke.
Time to jump.
And the grab net catches 2.
Sending out the fake, some shots through the smoke. Not finding too much damage there as Francis, but Salvo sent out to try to continue to slow things up in the wall. Positioned here, and B Heaven keeps them locked out.
Now this is tricky, but they're spreading out the map a little bit. They're taking some control. They've got mid under their purview, but that's a judge above you. 10-10 has to get lucky.
Oh.
Not quite.
Yeah, sees him immediately. Has to evacuate. It's not even much damage.
Oh.
Dealt. Ivy basically has him lined up. Net now Lobbed in, 10-10, able to go ahead and bring the deadlock to the floor, but Domby is right in behind. Find the further punish.
Enemy remaining.
Margaret looking for the reposition. XDL will find a nice headshot, continuing to frag here for the team. Now, alone. Just a stinger and a sheriff.
Left.
His weapons get exchanged. Domby, he's ready to go on the attack. Seems like XDL likely just gonna see if he can deal some additional damage. It's either that or try to hold on to the Phantom, but wants to go ahead and grab this orb first.
And just maximize what you can. The round's done.
10 seconds
Spikes
left.
up in mail. Hold the line. See if you can maybe get close to that Rolling Thunder. Is Nongshim even going to give him the opportunity? Doesn't seem like Persia's keen on it. Just hold the line.
Tugs back.
Yeah.
All right, so
We doing this or
a
what?
bit of the force up there. A half buy, you could say, from Zeta Division. Not going to be finding too much purchase.
Oh, man.
Yeah, just that poison orb, but it already seemed plenty enough.
That's crazy good.
Now, Zeta. Full rifles. 2 away from a Rolling Thunder, 1 from the Dimensional Drift, as well as Sugar Zero's ults. Having to contend potentially against this Annihilation from Ivy.
Then Donby's overdrive. It has been absolutely destructive quite often. One of the best you'll ever see with that ult. Margaret dancing. Finally going to resolve that affair with the stealth drone. 10-10 just spamming the angle. Zeta fishing for some contact. Fishing to see if maybe they could bait that long wall. You could throw it from all the way up in heaven as the deadlock.
Okay, orb grabbed, 10-10.
They got it out. They got it out. Okay,
Yep.
So that's mission accomplished.
Able to find that. Gate crash set up in garage. Wall does get lobbed in from Ivy. Stealth drone to check. Gets cleared out. Isn't going to be able to see too much of anything there. Dimensional drift now sent here from 10-10. Forward, spots out 1. But he's just going to play harass here against this deadlock. Wall still set up though on the exit of this garage, now expiring. As point blank shot. Shota, however, able to find the headshot on the Ivy, so it's going to be a 1-for-1 in the end. As he just gets cocooned up and taken down. Salvos now sent, rotations coming through, the sprint across through the defender's spawn. All of Nongshim are about to be gathered together.
Good flash.
Shots flying, completely blinded up, but Margaret regains his vision. Dumby arriving, finds 10-10, and this round is cooked. Nongshim break the economy, continue their streak, and they get up to double digits.
This is just a difficult round. They're not really able to get a set up for this execute in time. It just takes too long. And by the time they're ready for it, Nongshim can see the clock dwindling and know that it has to be B. And they can just throw bodies at the problem because they have shotguns, they have speed, they have Domby's ult, they have Domby. And they have Zeta dead to rights. And it's 10-7. 3 more rounds to go for Nongshim to punch their ticket to the playoffs. And Zeta on another eco. Trying to find some way through. And down goes 10-10. Francis to step up. Nice little crossfire. Tons of damage done to XDL.
A bit of a decay, but yeah, still down to 45. There's that lone pickup hero rifle in hand. Ivy showing some respect, backing away, not looking to overstay.
That's just such good diligence here from Francis. Force out the aftershock. Knows their positioning. You've got that Viper's pit there as well. Clues is going to try to find a way to sneak in when Margaret's not expecting it. Has to be time. He's a little bit ahead of the curve in my opinion, but I guess he's just tucking behind the wall. Okay. That's fine. Got to wait for this execute to go before Margaret's attention is...
Oh, the stun. Francis now sending the salvos. Shota out ahead of it, but still taken down, and now the spike is on the floor. 30 seconds remaining.
30 seconds.
Clues needing to find this opener, but he cannot. Knife out into the heart of Sugar Zero to kill the hopes and dreams. Nongshim up now by 4, 11-7. This attack side from Zeta is bearing no fruit, holding no water. The final timeout call from ZETA, having to be used 3 rounds apart.
They just are having such a hard time getting through this util. You've got to find ways to get maybe a deep TP setup for 10-10. Francis just does a brilliant job there with Teho, just delaying and stalling to the point where there's just not much hope, and you're never able to create enough of a distraction that Margaret can turn his attention, or has to turn his attention to a different direction, so Clues can't win his battle in the pit. And want to go to the playoffs. That's what that sign said. They want Nongshim to go to the playoffs, and they are oh so close. Oh so close.
2 rounds away from punching that ticket and shattering the hopes and dreams here of the ZETA faithful. Final timeout expired. Levi scraped together 2 players, half armor, a rolling thunder, a pit if they can get into a post plant. So cheers ring out here from the fans watching in the Sangam Coliseum.
So many ults to work with. Rolling thunder, pit, just getting to the plant for ZETA. And they should have a decent chance. ZETA on the other side of the map being asked to continue that anti-lurk / lurk duty. Clear of the TP. And again, you gotta create some space here at A ramps. You gotta get in there. Find a good opportunity to use the rolling thunder, but by my eyes, Dambi very aware of that. TP from Sugar Zero.
Just joins in, not going to be a more aggressive one to scout the site. As 10-10 taken down. Persia sprang across. Sugar Zero's dead. XTL gone. They don't need to see a damn person. They just hold down M1 and they're rewarded with kills. Shota trying to take some space. Finds the first, can find nothing more. Match point secured from Nongshim. 8 rounds consecutively to get to this point. 5 rounds consecutively is what ZETA needs just to take this into overtime. Otherwise, their playoff hopes will come to an end.
Just a blind TP there, essentially, for 10-10. Nobody's able to get into a position to back him up. And then you can just, like you said, hold down M1 through those smokes, because you know that the ZETA players aren't going to be far behind if 10-10's TPing in like that. And they just don't seem to have quite enough preparation on this attack side. It would take 5 in a row. And that seems nigh impossible with how unbelievably well drilled this defender side has been.
The wall again coming through. ZETA Division taking a pause. Wait, Gravnet, Armageddon, is this a combo that they're going to look to try to pull off here?
Why not?
Francis looks like he has the ult at the ready. Tucks back into vent. Opts to just save it.
I think ZETA is somewhat aware that going through vents would be a risky proposition with that ult in play. That's an interesting spot there, but TP out for 10-10, trying to sell a little bit of a fake.
Gate crash at the ready. Persia's position going to be noted.
TP.
Stun comes through. And yeah, might end up TP on top of, no, actually Salvo's going to be set up there from Clues. Is able to find one. The push forward, the drop down. The judge in hand. Francis arriving, but Dambi already clearing out the enemy Yoru. 20 seconds remaining. Sight still not in their control. Ivy swings. XCL dead. Clues gone. As it all comes down to this, Francis will bring it to an end. 13-7, a flawless defender's side. Nongshim Red Force punched their ticket forward.
Just a brilliant display on this defender side of Split. That deadlock, so annoying. And the way that they were able to use that Teho as well to just buy time, buy delay. All day today, Margaret, absolutely lethal. He was just devastating not just the 2 aces, but so many other plays that he had that were so impactful. That shot through the wall onto 10-10, disgusting. Things like that. There was just an edge.
Hamlet had both aces as well on Pearl, and the one here
Yep.
on Split.
Yep.
Well, commiserations and GGs here to Zeta Division. Close, but not quite close enough. I think overall, though, solid recovery and solid dealings with the circumstances thrown at them. The injury from Def, not something that anybody expected nor wanted to see. They looked at 10-10, and overall, he did a very good job delivering and performing here for this team. I think that in the future, Zeta Division, they can continue to have these improvements.
Look,
stage 2, that could be their time.
Exactly. I mean, the thing for Zeta you have to remember is that the kickoff didn't look great, and it has looked way better this stage. Way, way better against some tough opponents. So there has to be some hope now for this squad going into stage 2. There has to be.
Well, for Nongshim Red Force, a bit more hope here, a bit more life for the Noodle Bros as they look to make a run here at the playoffs. Toronto on their minds. It's not going to be an easy path by any means. So they get done. Well, now we'll send it down to Bella.
Margaret! 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
여기 함께 자리해 주시면 됩니다. 어디 가셨어요? 여기요. I'm standing with Nongshim Red Force's Margaret. Woo! GG! Wow, that last Omega playoffs ticket goes to Nongshim. Your team took that much, much needed win today. How are you feeling? What's going on in your head right now? 마지막 그룹 오메가의 플레이오프 진출권 오늘 가져가셨습니다. 지금 무슨 생각이 좀 드시나요?
빨리 가서 맛있는 밥 먹고 싶어요.
Margaret is just, done and wants to go eat something delicious today. And that we saw that Nongshim face, gun a-blazing, that pace that we all know and love. And Margaret's play today was marvelous. Was there something that turned on in a switch in you today? 오늘 마가렛 선수의 활약이 정말 마블러스 했거든요. 대단했습니다. 혹시 오늘 좀 뭔가 달랐던 그런 게 있었나요?
그냥 이 플레이오프 가고 싶어가지고 좀 간절히 했던 것 같습니다.
마음 먹으면 해내는 남자 마가렛. I really wanted to make it to the playoffs, and I think that's what motivated me throughout today. And we were all thrown back that Zeta came in with that Pearl pick. What was your thoughts and the team's thought when you guys played against Zeta's Pearl? Like how they played really well as well. 이제 또 이해하셨나요? 제타 디비전이 펄을 이렇게 픽했을 때 저희 많은 분들이 좀 놀라셨거든요. 그리고 카운터를 준비를 되게 잘 해왔잖아요. 팀이 처음에 든 생각과 좀 해보니까 어떠셨어요?
저희가 처음에 시작할 때 우리 아니면 투감셜 너네가 어떻게 할 건데 이런 마인드로 했었는데 좀 저희가 중간에 잘 못 풀어나간 것 같아서 좀 아쉬웠던 것 같아요.
Initially when we first played it, we thought we got the upper hand, like who's gonna play the two Sentinels better than us, but I think we were underestimating them a little bit, so yeah, they played well. That would be my take on it. And this is your first year joining into Pacific and also your first playoffs in Stage 1. What is your mindset? Are you excited? 퍼시픽 조인하자마자 바로 플레이오프 진출에 성공해냈습니다. 어때요? 좀 각오 기대만 가득할까요?
네,
그냥 배고프죠?
네. 그냥 플레이오프 가서도 이겼으면 좋겠어요.
벌써 다음 경기를 생각하고 계시는군요.
네.
I asked him what his mindset was, and he said, I just want to win in playoffs and maybe get that Toronto ticket as well. And Nongshim takes that playoff ticket to against Zeta, and that is all from me. Thank you, Margaret, for joining me, and I'll be back next week. Alright, 오늘 농심의 승리로 마가렛 선수와 인터뷰 만나봤고요. 저희는 여기서 인사드리지만 분석 데스크 남아있으니 어디 가지 마세요. 가볼까요, 저희는?
네. 안녕히 계세요.
네, 안녕히 계세요.
And it's a Nongshim Nongshim win to seal a very, very long day. We saw so many good plays from Nongshim. Nongshim was able to bounce back after that second map. There were so many amazing plays that happened, and we just saw full confidence back for the Nongshim squad.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what everybody was waiting to see from these guys. They played with so much confidence, and this map 3 was an absolute banger to watch. So many insane moments from both teams. This one, but was this Rex DLL? I couldn't believe that round. Honestly, what an insane game. Only bangers on Split, but Nongshim sealed their spot in the playoffs.
There's so many great clutch moments in this game, but you had to have a lot of faith.
He's sliding! He's sliding!
Yeah.
Nerf it, man. Nerf it again.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, honestly, it's absolutely cooked. The amount of clutch moments that you had from these teams, but I think there was a lot of confidence once Nongshim actually moved over to that defensive side. They looked very, very solid. As always, they've closed out a lot of games on defense, and it has been the stronger half for them on Split, which is not surprising given a little bit of a look at their comp.
Well, of course, I think somebody who's just as happy as the team are is, of course, Chobra, who we have here back on the desk. Chobra, we heard you. We heard you while you were on stream and we were watch partying. And yeah, I wasn't saying. I mean, like, obviously you are so happy that the team won. I'm not sure he's coming out to the stream.
Is he coming? Can we have a little?
Yeah, this is turn to a watch party. Chat, let us know if you hear Chobra. I get to say that now. Hey, chat.
Well, we go back and you can see us. He's here just as like a statue, just to rub it in our faces.
Wait, should I do the watch party thing and just do this?
No, I think we're good. No, you guys. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Hey, there you go.
The audio director tried to silence
we got it. He's like, no, you know what? He was cheering for ZETA. That's why.
I respect the decision. You couldn't take the gloating. That's
no, it's all right. It's all right. Listen, I just want to say today's a win for everybody because there is no ace curse. That's just Texture having to figure it out for himself. There is no standing up curse. Margaret stood up 3 times and won. There is no Chobra curse. He's in the venue cheering and they won. Listen, it's a win for everybody, including Nongshim. It's a win for VCT Pacific.
Oh my
Let's
God, you're
go.
absolutely right. Nongshim just like totally, yeah, those curses don't exist for this team.
As I always say, if you can't win with the curses, you can't win without them. All right, I'm just saying.
No, but this was incredibly well deserved for Nongshim. A mad props though to the ZETA Division squad. This was a very, very brave series for them, I think. And you know, to be able to go into Pearl, to be able to go into Lotus and say, no, you know what? We want the best Nongshim, so we'll meet you there.
I mean, what an insane turnaround for this squad from Kickoff. You know, Kickoff, they looked like one of the weaker teams. They didn't manage to win a map at all. Now they come into stage 1. They were one half away, really, from making that playoff. So very, very much improved. I think 10-10 is a fantastic addition to this team. So ZETA fans, don't stress too much. You've got a lot to be excited to heading into stage 2.
Plus, I think they have like an after party, or the after party is already ongoing.
I hope so.
I mean, I have to say, in terms of watch parties, ZETA Division, I think they're top.
Oh,
they're top
I think it might be the best.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think, you know, we'll see what the future of this team is going to look like, but I agree, much improved from kickoff. I think especially the Pearl pick was, or letting the Pearl through, rather, was super bold. I think the Lotus was, like, far too slow to start and just a really good game plan. And then I think a little bit of nerves, particularly that second half of Split, which we've seen, unfortunately, ZETA be a little bit of one of those teams that kind of succumbed to it, whereas I feel like Nongshim have already been under that pressure. They've had, you know, hundreds of Indonesian fans screaming at them for them to lose, and they have been able to get through that. So if you can get through that, you can definitely get through a game like this on the playoffs.
Oh, definitely. And like we were both there, right? We were both there when that squad was like standing alone on that stage and decided, no, we're still gonna win. Margaret was there as well, and that was one of the series where I think Margaret really came into his own. He had so many amazing plays against ZETA, and I think that he was definitely one of those to watch out for, but he just needed the right setup and everything came into...
Where did this come from?
Yeah.
plus 35.
That's insane.
From Margaret.
You were watching him for a long time, right?
Yeah.
Is this his ceiling? Is this what you expected from him?
I think he's really leveled up. And I was saying on my watch party, I wonder if he's actually spent a lot of time watching Meteor's VODs, because the way he was trying to take timings, like he would get pushed away from util and he'd peek right back out. And it's like, okay, he used to not go that far. He used to just be kind of the, hey, lurk, get us info. If you get kills, great, and he would. But the moment he gets countered, he would kind of shy away. But this stage 1, he's like, all right, no, I'm going back and getting kills. Like, I'm taking these kills because I know I can do it, even if he gets countered a couple rounds. So I think that's a huge mental level up for Margaret.
Yeah, no, his growth has been amazing through seeing him here on Pacific. I mean, remember when we were shocked when Margaret would be in Killjoy after like being one-trick Cypher?
Yeah.
For like,
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
He was
And
like,
let's not forget, or maybe we should, the time he played Yoru.
Oh, that was a legendary game.
That was horrific.
We don't want to see that again in the playoffs, please.
I mean, there are a lot of like missed Yoru, plays that have happened in
He was
recent
ahead
history.
of the meta. We're seeing Yoru come in because Margaret pioneered it back in the day.
Oh yeah, he was.
Thank God for Margaret.
You know, the world wasn't ready. The world wasn't ready just yet.
He wasn't ready. No,
nobody was
none
ready.
of them were.
Nobody was ready at that time. But Chobra, yeah. Any words? Because like you must be like so happy because Nongshim now have cemented their place.
I mean, listen, we all saw the pistol round in the second half, right? Buy the Nongshim bundle, and then it becomes a 1v2, pick up the Frenzy, clutch the round, you win your matches. Like, it's just a sequence of events. So, you know what? Maybe I'll even give away Nongshim bundles. You know, Nongshim bundles for everybody. I mean, who knows?
Oh my gosh!
So it's a time to celebrate, but I do agree. I'm glad that you really pointed out Zeta's improvements, because I think without that, this wouldn't have been a banger match.
Yeah.
Right? I think their improvements, the fact that they're like, we know how to counter this pro. We know we can be better. The fact that they're like, you saw our VODs, it's okay. We can set up 10-10-4 success. We've got these other guys who have a good plan. And I agree. I think it was a mental gap in the second half, which is unfortunate, but that's also a lot of promise for the Zeta squad. And I'm excited to see how they do in stage 2 as well.
Definitely. But guys, chat, you heard that. Chobra is gonna give away some Nongshim bundles. Apparently, he promised that. So we are gonna send you off, and I think you're still live right now, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't know.
you're not
I don't
sure.
know. I'll go check it out.
We're gonna send you off to your watch party as we head into our build diff. Thank you so much for joining us. Yes, we have our build diff rosters right here. How are we feeling after that series?
I'm actually feeling good. I feel like if I don't have this, I'm going to be shocked. Sugar Zero played a solid game. Francis, I mean, three of us have Francis. We all have Francis. I can't quite see. But Francis was rock solid. I mean, I don't think he lit up the world, but if we all have him, it's okay. And obviously, I had Foxy9 and Hyunmin from match 1, so I'm feeling good.
I'm down horrendous. But the only thing that brings me joy is that Vic might be down horrendous more.
Oh, well, we'll see. Let's bring up who has it for today. Why am I so far from the school?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Morgan absolutely cleared today.
This is so annoying. I mean,
woo! What a day! What a day! I'm back in form. I told you I was in form.
It's literally that meme of the guy who's like biting the metal and like popping the champagne.
I'm still losing by a long way.
Can we keep the celebration going, and can we go overall now?
No.
I want to see him on the what is it? The fourth place podium.
Oh!
Wait, where am I?
Fourth place podium.
No,
it's still Victoria.
I'm ahead of Vika
Victoria's
now.
is already lead. Okay.
Okay, yeah,
I'm in
that's
third.
right.
Yeah, sure. By like what? 6.5
Vic is
points.
still
That's
on
like
the curve.
that's so easy to come back from.
I believe.
That's so easy to come back from.
What a day from me.
I mean, it's
the GOAT is back.
Oh,
Okay.
man. How are we gonna catch Vic?
Yeah.
It's not
don't
possible.
know.
I don't
don't
think
know.
it's possible.
She's very far ahead.
I mean, there's a little bit of sneakiness, you know? It's like, I'm just gonna pick this, and then we're like, wait, what? How do you know who's gonna pop off at any point in time, right? And you know, Pacific's been so unpredictable lately. So Victoria, hey, I mean,
That was cool.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you check out the standings that we have, obviously it's been so unpredictable, and right now we are seeing, of course. We do have the standings that you can see right now, and we have Nongshim taking second.
Yeah, we have our 8 locked-in playoff teams. We have 2 games left to play tomorrow. I do know that before certain games did go a certain way, that some of those outcomes may have had more impact on playoffs. Some of those outcomes have been eliminated, so we'll have to see whether the games tomorrow will actually impact things. RRQ have yet to play Team Secret, and what was the other game, guys? Was it a DFM?
It's Boom DFM.
Boom DFM. So it's the top seed versus the bottom seed in both groups, and we'll see if that does affect any of these outcomes.
So I think, I want to say, with Zeta Division taking a map here, I think that should mean RRQ lock up the top seed in Group Omega. So shout out Indonesia, topping both groups.
Oh,
both
yeah.
of those teams are now 1 win away. Has that been confirmed? That has been confirmed. Both Boom and RRQ are now 1 win away in the playoffs to make it to Masters Toronto. Yeah. What an insane timeline we are in.
That is actually right. I mean, you know, props to Indonesia. Apa kabar, Indonesia? We are, you guys are on top of Pacific at the moment, but of course, playoffs is where it gets really, really interesting. We are going to be wrapping up the rest of the group stages, of course, tomorrow. And hey, I'm prepared for more surprises. I'm prepared for more players to pop off as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 100%. We do have the DFM Boom game and RRQ versus Team Secret to kind of tee up a couple more of those playoff positions, more or less. And I think, look, at the end of the day, it's with great pride that these teams are going to try to maintain that top group spot and just kind of show the form that they are going to be bringing in towards playoffs. The fact that, I mean, we've already seen some upsets over in China with some Ascension winners qualifying for an international event with ZETA. So we could continue to see something like that here in Pacific as well.
Hey, who knows? Maybe I don't vote Team Secret tomorrow. Who knows?
Sure, okay.
Not
fooling us.
I'm still like, I don't know, I'm still like 50-50. I'm like, do I finish what I started?
I think you have to. I think you have to.
I think they're due for one funny upset.
I mean, you know, why not? We've already got here. Plus, it's the final day. That's where, you know, that's where you really need that support. I mean, hey, RRQ, I love you guys too. I mean, you guys know that, right? I have respect for Ewok.
I mean, I think we've got to shout out Boom as well. If they win tomorrow, they'll have gone flawless in this group stage, which is fantastic to see. So I'm always excited to watch the boys.
Are you saying they're winning Masters Toronto?
Yes. yes, I am.
Number 1 team in the world.
Hey. Hey, I feel like
no bias, of course.
We are in that timeline now. You guys know, but we can go full out Pacific bias. You guys have to be all on this on the bias train with me.
I'm all about it. All about it. Let's go, Boom.
For sure, for sure. But of course, we still have tomorrow, so tune in for that. That has been it for us on the desk today. It's been a really long day, but hey, more tomorrow, and we will see you guys then.
Fox as the entry starts coming through. Haunt getting the reveal, and as massive as you might expect, is come away with 2 more eliminations, but Texture will just blind spray through the smoke.
Hey!
The patience behind the smoke there. Really looking strong in this Tejo on this map.
His legs swept out from beneath him. They clip onto Bane there at screens. Gun barrel spotted Mako. From the IGL, Captain gets DRX, an 8-4 lead at the half.
Could be a bit of a meat grinder for Gen G. They tip their hand, and Bane's already got one.
Bane able to find it. Gunman, Heron moving forward over towards switches. Just trying to find himself a third. We'll get the fourth.
Really nice stuff from Bane there. Charts for DRX.
Three, looking for the relay, bolts on now, the overdrive gonna be popped on, he turns his sights back in towards B main. The paranoia is absolutely gorgeous, and Tommy is absolutely shredding. There is no denying this map. 13-6, a one-sided affair, and Zeta's pick. Margaret cleaning this out, here comes the push, and here comes the slaughter. 1, 2, 3. 2 more shells loaded in, pushes, try to deliver it. Domby, he is willing to go ahead and bait out for it. Thorns do get popped, swing out, very low HP. Spots the gun barrel, waits for a little bit more. Now Seth Margaret, looking to try to disrespect them, pushes forward, ends up falling! Finds the 4K to get the Red Bull clutch. To avoid it. The second map. See if they can look to just close things out. Francis is going to be able to find one, but absolutely out on an island. 6 bullets remaining. Now looking for an ace. Go ahead and start things off, and there you go.
From Margaret on top of A Heaven.
Oh, was lurking here, expecting this, and striking. Swings it for a little bit. Expected. Nope, never mind. Solid.
Just when he shuts down the op.
They want it. They want to give it to him, and they will. Another ace. Nongshim Red Force punch their ticket forward.
Let's fly.